Okay, I would like to call this meeting of Finance and Corporate Services to order. Just a quick note, we have had more delegations than anticipated for today's discussion items. We are now at 15 delegations for Finance and Corporate Services, so we're going to have to make sure that we stick to our timing, council and the delegations at 5 minutes each. So we're going to start actually with the consent items. Could I get a mover for consent? Moved by Councillor Fernandez. Any questions on the consent items? Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just have one question on number 2, the Midway. And my question is if it's just a typo with regards to Monday to Thursday, May 5th to 8th, should that read 3:30 to 10 p.m. as opposed to 11? Because don't we close down earlier on school weekdays, school nights?
Oh, you have to click one. There we go. Ms. Harris.
That is a typo. It
Okay.
should be 10 o'clock.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the understanding and that's what we're passing. Because I'm fine with that then. Thank you.
Very good. No further questions on those. Those in favor? And none opposed. Okay, we'll move on to the item number 3, the food trucks and special events. Now, is staff speaking to this or the report? Oh, Ms. Harris, okay.
Just a bit of background on this. The last few years, mobile food trucks have become increasingly popular, and they do present some challenges, especially in the downtown core. The city is trying to offer a balanced approach that makes both the food trucks happy and the restaurants happy, and the report basically goes through some of the special events that the city is planning that will incorporate food trucks during the special events this year.
Okay, and we do have 8 delegations in this item, so we'll be taking them in order. The first delegation is Ruben Salonga.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And just a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Okay,
I'm going to speak quickly because I have a lot to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ruben Salonga. I am the co-owner of Luchador Gourmet Streetery, a KW-based food truck specializing in Mexican fusion cuisine. Our Luchador chefs combine Mexican fare with authentic international flavor profiles, decidedly Korean, Filipino, Hawaiian, Italian, Indian, Japanese. I'm very proud to share with Council that we duly represented KW in Canada's largest food truck rally during the 2013 Ostruck Awards, our food truck version of the Oscars. Your KW Luchadors was voted a category finalist for Best New Food Truck in Ontario despite only operating 6 weeks. And most notably, we also won the Best Food Truck Concept as well as the Best Menu Items. In 2013, the Luchadors created United Food Trucks Unlimited, a membership that now includes almost every food truck operating in the greater KW, Cambridge, Guelph region. We actively met and oriented as many food truck prospects and new owners as possible. We shared our knowledge, our concerns, our passion, our growing network support to any who called upon us. The Luchadors created UFT Unlimited to promote food truck education, to provide regional support, to advocate industry best practice, to create community partnerships, to inspire our city officials, and to participate in development of food truck legislation or reform, ultimately committed to the success of businesses that support our families. Our mandate was to strengthen our local industry and to raise its public profile through charitable acts within the communities that we service. In the past 5 months alone, UFT Unlimited organized charity food truck rallies in support of Nutrition for Learning, the Family Center, St. James United Church, Canadian Blood Services, and currently with the Children's Foundation, Guelph Wellington Friends of the Family, and the Canadian Diabetes Association. UFT is also the official food truck booking service for the community events such as the Cambridge International Festival, University of Waterloo Canada Day celebrations, the Waterloo Multicultural Festival, and Binghamton's Park. Today, UFT is the official body working with the City of Waterloo to institute pilot program reforms in the Downtown Guelph Business Association to make its city more food truck friendly. Today, we are the definitive resource for all regional food trucks. in our industry. Last month, I submitted upon request a food truck to esteemed councilors Barry Verbanovic and Bill Leonidas, detailing food truck movement across Canada and respectfully submitting proposal recommendations towards eventual food truck legislation in Kitchener. 2 weeks ago, I met with both councilors, with City Principals Corey Bloom and Patricia Harris. They shared with me their 2014 plans to increase food truck activity while still maintaining the status quo on food truck legislation. Unfortunately, the city felt that the BIA wasn't quite ready to engage in meaningful food truck discussions, and this is where we respectfully disagree. I think the community is more than ready to have that discussion. Our pinnacle food truck moment occurred last year on July 28th when City Hall hosted its first ever food truck mini fest. I know many of you were there, along with 5,000 other people that flooded Civic Square. People lined up for hours at food trucks. They filled up local restaurants. They drove retail activity for BIA merchants. On that day, the people of Kitchener had spoken, and the message was as global as it was true. Your constituency wants food trucks now. Community advocates James Howe recently blogged in an article called Why Kitchener Needs Food Trucks, and he outlines 4 points, the city action plan for food trucks. James Howe points out that these actions are recommended as best practices by the National League of Cities, the American counterpart to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I completely agree with James that dialogue and relationship building could be initiated now. Thank you very much.
And just again, for the benefit of the remaining delegations, when the bell goes, it's an indication that you
Thank you,
have
Councilor.
30 seconds left. Oh, please stay, sir. There may be some questions.
Certainly.
Are there any questions, Councillor Ioannidis?
Thanks, Ruben, for coming in today and your presentation. My one question is, you'd mentioned about the BIA, but there's a broader city as a whole. Is there anything that you would like to see in here that would benefit food trucks outside of the BIA area?
Most definitely. What I'm really looking for is the opportunity at least to begin the discussion, that indeed a discussion would involve all stakeholders throughout the entire community, including stakeholders outside of the BIA. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rabinowicz?
Thanks. Just a couple questions. You focused on the issue of the BIA as it relates to the downtown, but I'm wondering if you can touch a little bit on the food truck movement and potentially elsewhere in the city. I mean, if you read that blog and so on, I just want to understand, like, if we started looking at different parks or business parks and so on, is that something that you'd be interested in as well?
We would be interested in just about anything. We just want to be invited to the table. I know that you guys have read the city staff report. What I want to point out is that city staff report was issued prior to any discussions with food trucks. And so what I would like to say is that for any meaningful discussions to occur about food trucks, I respectfully submit that food trucks be present.
Okay. And from an individual perspective, have you or others in the group that you know of had any direct contact with the BIA or with downtown restaurateurs as individuals, even though it may not have been part of formal meetings?
We have not had any formal, at least I'm speaking on my behalf, any formal discussions with them. We have reached out to other business partners, again with Binghamton's Park. We've done several charitable functions here in Kitchener, Family Center, and Nutrition for Learning. UFT has raised thousands of dollars towards this community, and we look forward to being able to do more.
And on that note, I know you've organized some of these charity events that a number of the food truck operators here today and others have participated in. Is this something that you see as being a growing trend and something that you'd like to continue doing? Or were you doing it just because it was the only way to really do the food truck thing?
We absolutely believe in this industry. This industry is bigger than the experience that we see in KW. This is a global phenomenon. The United States is probably 5-6 years ahead of us, and we're struggling to catch up. There are other cities in Ontario that are racing towards food truck legislation, which is why I urge council to consider beginning discussions now.
Okay, and out of the food truck operators locally, do you know roughly how many are local-based as opposed to outside of Kitchener?
Our member base is essentially 12, and we are now in limbo as we try to determine exactly the status, the opportunities that exist here in KW. And that is the sense of urgency I want to make sure I convey, is that this is not a hobby industry, that this is something that provides for our families, that we contribute to the economies, that this is something that in a 30-week span, we need to find a place to call home and to contribute to the communities that way.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, I'd like to, I have a couple questions of staff and then would like to move a motion.
Okay. Just a quick note to the clerk. My screen here is showing that we are in council, so we'll have to, maybe we could fix that after we get through this delegation. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, could you just explain to me again, if you already have, what UFT stands for and what it is?
UFT is United Food Trucks Unlimited. It is a concept brand that we created so that I wouldn't be gratuitously promoting Luchador Gourmet Street Eatery. We felt that this was the most effective way to front our efforts within the community, something that wasn't self-serving to just us, because this issue involves an entire burgeoning industry.
So is it an association?
We are not an association. We are a group of food truck entrepreneurs bound together by our commitment basically to provide food truck education. We are not lobbyists or anything to that effect. We are simply bound together because we find ourselves in this situation that a common voice representing the food truck perspective would be beneficial to any food truck discussion.
So how many are in your group?
Currently, there are 12 people, 12 food trucks in our group, and they are spread across from KW, Cambridge to Guelph in terms of residency. KW region basically attracts many people from the other cities who have declared KW as their base of operation.
And your concern here is that you weren't at the table when some of these discussions were going on?
No, what I'm saying is that there are issues, some concerns expressed that my colleagues will be able to point out that I could not in the 5-minute period allotted, and that we could have added value, certainly some value-added context or perspective that would have addressed that before it was presented to you.
Now, when you met with part of council, what kind of reaction did you get? I thought I understood that something was not agreed to, or what?
The only disagreement I have with the report really is the need for us to begin discussions now. Our discussions with both Corey Bloom and Patricia Harris, the two councillors, were excellent conversations. We spoke, and I have nothing but respect for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They weren't inclusive.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I guess I'm a little bit confused because I was thinking the recommendation looked positive towards food trucks. Was there something in the report that you were concerned about?
The one statement that I'm focusing on is that the BIA is not ready for a discussion on food trucks, when in fact, by overwhelming demonstration, the city has said that food trucks is something that they're interested in. We have very capable city staff, and we have an organized food truck that's willing to engage that discussion now. This is not something that we want to engage next year and perhaps find resolution the following year afterwards. The sense of urgency is that something has to be done this season, and that's what I'm pointing out most.
Okay. So otherwise, the recommendation
The recommendations that Patricia Harris pointed out and Corey Bloom regarding the So Hungry model is an excellent idea. I applaud them for searching out and finding this.
Okay. So Hungry model, is that what it's called?
That's correct.
Okay.
The So Hungry is in reference to a Hamilton event, and it's the definitive model where food trucks, brick and mortar restaurants, and BIA merchants can collaborate and benefit, enrich a festival, and certainly energize it. So Hungry was able to generate in excess of $700,000 in direct and indirect purchases. This is the model that many communities are looking at, and as I understand it, this will be the format moving forward for food truck festivals in Kitchener.
Okay. And one of the concerns that I did note in the report related to the Waterloo Regional Health Services expressing concerns about proper health inspections.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Part of the process that we wanted to do was education. Food trucks as a business group get inspected by health departments far more than our restaurant counterparts. Restaurants will get inspected randomly, perhaps 3 times throughout the year. There are food trucks in our industry who get that in 1 week. If I were to tell you that I was inspected maybe 10, 11, 12 times, that would be very accurate. There is zero concerns in terms of health, safety, compliance. We don't have any record in our industry of that kind of problem. And in terms of sourcing food trucks, the very nature of food trucking is this, that we are mobile. Our business doesn't exist unless we tell people where we are. A few moments on internet, on Twitter, on Facebook, will tell you exactly where we are for the entire week. We are out there, and we're easily found because that's what our entire business model is based on.
Okay, great. Thank you for your answers. Certainly, it's something that is reminiscent to me of my childhood when I remember food trucks coming into our neighborhoods, and I thought this was a positive for the food trucks, and I think it continues to be, in my opinion.
It is, and in your reference to food trucks, as you remembered it, the food truck revolution that we speak of is something entirely different. We are not talking about your chip wagon.
No,
what we're
no.
talking about is inspired street food. Literally, we have artisans. We have Red Seal chefs abandoning their jobs and doing it and pursuing it on 4 wheels. We are very passionate about our food. The things that are most misunderstood about us is that people don't know if we're more of a food cart or a brick and mortar restaurant. And unfortunately, we endure some of the tougher parts of each of those types. The bottom line is this: food trucking is an emerging vendor category that requires special recognition, both by the city, who legislates, and by community event organizers, because we require different vendor fee structures. It is absolutely new. It's happening everywhere else. We just happen to be behind.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Zer? Okay, I'm clicking on it, doesn't seem to be working here. Yeah, that's...
Pardon me.
Apologies, that cleared the queue, so if everyone could click back in, I'd appreciate it. Mayor Zer?
Thank you. I'm going to ask this gentleman a question, and then so I can ask it once, and if the others who are representing food trucks can comment on it as well, we can save a lot of time probably. And that has to do with the license fee. And do you agree that there should be a license fee for food trucks?
Absolutely.
And what do you consider to be a reasonable fee?
Excellent question. When we look at Guelph, we're looking at around $330. Looking at St. Catharines, about that
Per
In
what?
Hamilton,
$330
$400
per what?
per year.
Okay.
And Hamilton is at $400 per year.
And do you think that that is, obviously, you're thinking that is reasonable? Yes, you have an investment, but it is a smaller investment compared to those who have permanent facilities and obviously have greater overhead and are
understand.
there for an entire 12 months of the year.
I understand the spirit of the question, and I'll answer this way. The numbers are a little bit different for us. In fact, they're very different. In terms of the food truck, we're very similar to hot dog carts in the sense that we only do that type of volume. We never enjoy the kind of sales that our brick and mortar restaurants do. Not only that, because we provide restaurant quality food, our cook times are significantly higher. Our labor is anywhere between 2 to 7 times more. In terms of capital investments versus the food cart, we will spend up to 25 times more. So the metrics is entirely different, and it's all part of the education. Our food costs, unlike our brick and mortar counterparts, is not at 28%. We hover at the mid-40s to high 40s. And so the math is entirely different. The biggest thing that we contend now is we need to challenge that sensational perception created by Food Network. King Street is not Eat Street. I have not met one wealthy food truck. I myself come from the industry in brick and mortar, so I have a special appreciation how tough it is to run a business. I myself used to be an owner. And I can tell you for a fact, I have never done anything more difficult than food trucking.
Okay, thank you. So again, just to the other delegations who are coming forward, to save some time, you may wish to comment on the level of fees as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Zer, Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate hearing the answers to some of the questions that have been asked for you, and it's sort of enlightening for me as well. You're here before us as Kitchener Council. How are you making out, or what's your status in terms of working with City of Waterloo and City of Cambridge?
City of Waterloo. The City of Waterloo, what started off well-intentioned, is now going through a stage of transition. We are speaking with Councillor and with Patricia's counterpart, Manager of Bylaws and Licensing. We're looking to create some form of pilot program reforms that address the not the vendor fee, but the licensing fee. It's very difficult right now. I will tell you that Waterloo has this special notoriety for being one of the most difficult food truck markets there is. I don't know a single food truck today operating out of KW who's not struggling. We are considered to be one of the most decorated food trucks in this region, in fact, in this province. And if it weren't for the fact that I also hold a license in Hamilton, I would have claimed bankruptcy last year.
Any comments about City of Cambridge?
City of Cambridge will be a city that we're going to be targeting probably sometime after Guelph. City of Cambridge is quite happy with their current structure right now. They are doing special events, of which we, as UFT, are doing some food truck bookings for. We are looking forward to opening that discussion, and we think that UFT is the organization to address it.
Okay. You made reference to hot dog vendors and carts.
Yes.
Would they be competitors to you, or do you work with them together?
No.
Because maybe they will have an overlapping of.
There is no such
business.
thing. There's no such thing as the best type of food. What we want to do is provide for consumers choice. Have I eaten hot dogs off of carts? Yes, sir. Quite a lot of it. And what we're trying to do is provide something that's a little bit different. And we can absolutely coexist with our food cart counterparts. All we're trying to do is provide something a little bit different to consumers. And it's all in the spirit of competition, free market, At the end, the true barometer for success for us is our consumers. If people choose to support food trucks, we'll be here.
Okay, so you are in agreement and supportive of the recommendation by staff here?
I am in support of the event types that they are doing. What I would like to add to this, I would like council to consider is that we initiate that stage now to begin formal discussions with our communities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions, Mr. Salonga. Thank you for coming in. Mr. Bloom, did you want to make
Thank
a
you
comment?
Through the chair, just to bring the attention to the committee first, Ms. Shannon Weber, who is the executive director of the BIA, is here today. So if you did have any questions specific about the BIA, she's here and able to answer those questions. And I did just want to make sure I clarify one of the delegates' comments. The BIA is open to having conversations. I think the point is they've recognized that within their membership there is a broad difference of opinion. There are those members that support food trucks and those that are very much against it. And I think the point of the message was that it may not be unanimously well received, those conversations. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next delegation, Mr. Brad Schmuck.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right, I'd just like to kind of focus on a few of the different points that Ruben suggested here. I would like to focus on, do I just click this thing? How does this thing work? There. So basically what I would like to focus on is how we can benefit different areas of the community. With respects to different community centers, parks, different recreation facilities, how we can actually help them out and bring people out to those areas for different sporting events. Through Huron Natural Area is a good one. People want to eat, enjoy their day, have a picnic. There's spots there for having a picnic. We could park a couple trucks there, bringing people from the business park there out of their office, out of their business, and really driving traffic to different areas of the city. Because there's more than just the BIA and more than just downtown here that we're talking about. We would like to be able to operate in the whole city. We've worked with different community events in the past. I did different community events in Waterloo, raising funds for the different communities that want to have people just come out and have a fun day. And food brings people out. People are hungry and they want to eat, and it's a good thing for people to have. A lot of it is a lot of fundraising that we've done. We enjoy giving back to the community. We really want to build a relationship with different fundraising events because it's good for us, it's good for them, it's good for everyone. It's not just a business thing, it's more of a community thing and helping everyone out. I've been in the business for 20 years and I started this food truck because I love food. I love to be out there and talk to people and provide local fresh food that I get from farmers that are local. I source a lot of local product. We like to keep everything as close as possible, so it gives a better product to the people, and I enjoy putting it out there. A few of the points that I have are sourcing out local products, promoting local resources, bringing new business to different businesses. I've had requests from people like TA Appliance who want me to come out there and work with them, and we work with each other. Factory Shoes, another one that I've had talks with, that we could benefit their business and they could benefit from our business. So we are a social group. We have a lot of followers on Twitter and Facebook, and we can bring people out to different areas of the city. And again, we like to raise money for local charities. One of my biggest points is for the changing of the 200-meter restriction that is applied to one of the bylaws. I would like to have that changed to a more reasonable distance, hopefully in the 10 to 20 meter range, like it is in Waterloo. My point is, if I can open up a restaurant across the street from another restaurant, why can't I park my food truck on that same property? So those are the types of things that I would like to see changed. And then, letting us operate in parks and different recreation fields, soccer tournaments, baseball tournaments, those things that we can build a great relationship with those people that are throwing those tournaments. It would bring more people in from outside the city because there's good food there. The tournament could be good. We could really add a lot of positives to the whole sporting field for Kitchener. That's pretty much all I have.
You actually have 30 seconds left.
30 seconds? Yes. All right. And basically, I live in Kitchener. I've lived here my whole life, and I want to start my business in Kitchener. I have a lot of relationships with business people that I would like to continue to do, and without some changes, I will have to look to other cities to run my business because it's not profitable right now in Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Schmuck. There are some questions. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mr. Schmuck, for coming in. I have quite a few questions. One of the questions you just touched upon just in your last few comments, and if this report is not completely satisfactory to your business needs and it will force you to move to another community, what does that do for your business?
It adds a lot of travel costs. So and right now, I mean, I've rented a spot in Cambridge because it's closer to Hamilton, which I'm going to apply for my license in Hamilton. So there's an aspect where I could be renting a spot in Kitchener and running my food truck business out of Kitchener, but right now I can't. So it really adds a lot of cost to my business, a lot of time travel-wise, repair and maintenance on my truck because of the costs involved and the distance involved. And, I've already built relationships in Kitchener that I'd like to continue to build those relationships with different businesses and different, communities around the city. So, I would have to build those relationships in other cities in order for me to run my business.
Okay. The other question that I have is deals with operating outside of downtown, and basically, how do you feel about that?
I would like it very much. I've sourced out spots that are what I think are good spots to park my food truck outside of the downtown area. But I run into problems with the 200 meters because there's restaurants within 200 meters of where I would like to rent out. Here on Business Park is one of the spots that I like. And I live out in Huron Village, so, around the Williamsburg Plaza area, there's spots available that you can build a restaurant there, but I can't park my truck there because there's other food establishments across the street. So there's got to be some sort of common ground where, we could go there, and who knows, I could potentially build a restaurant there, but I don't know traffic flow wise if it's good enough for me to do. So, and building different business parks, we could go around to different business parks where there's no food available. People don't have to get in their cars and drive somewhere. We could park close to their business and they can get out and walk. So I think we could potentially work with the city to build the different business park areas and help out, maybe create some people renting spots because they know there's good food around.
Okay, so primarily, you've read the report, so primarily, your biggest concern is the 200 meter?
I mean, that's one of them, yes. I mean, the report is good, yes, but, I mean, to operate 16 hours a year doesn't really do any business for me. I mean, yes, it's a good start, but, you know, people want food trucks in Kitchener. I've heard it many times of why I can't operate in Kitchener and why can't you come park close to where I work or that, so.
So, and the other question I see, the 16 hours, you're, is the Monday an issue for you?
Monday is an issue. I mean, it's probably one of the slowest days in the restaurant business. No matter where you go, brick and mortar or food truck wise, people just don't usually go out on Mondays because they've spent the whole weekend, you know, and Monday's the first day back to work. You know, a lot of people have to bear down and work, and I thought Thursdays were good last year. We were out front of City Hall here Thursdays, you know, and we did 150 to 200 people every Thursday. So, I mean, it's not like that all the time, but, you know, it is good. People really supported us when we were down here. Okay. So, I mean, Mondays aren't a great day for food trucks because most of us also go to events on weekends, so Monday's usually the recuperating day.
Okay, and my last quick question is, since a lot of your work deals with weekends, is there a situation that you could see food trucks doing business during the week to compensate your weekends and to make you more profitable? Absolutely.
I mean, you know, the whole idea of the food truck is, you know, we're building our fan base, so to speak, and we can do that during the week. And the whole idea is not to be in one spot all the time. The whole idea is to be in different spots and go around. You know, if we're here, you know, 2 days in Kitchener, 2 days in Waterloo, you know, 3 days here, 2 days there kind of thing. And it's just moving around and providing food to those different business areas that we could really benefit from. So the weekday is kind of, you know, our income, and the weekends are where we do our special events, and that's really only 8 weeks out of the year. So, I mean, this is a fair weather business. We're not operating when it's minus 27 degrees outside. So this is a 6-month business. So it's very crucial that we can have those Monday to Friday daytime, you know, or 5 to 7 at maybe different parks. McLennan Park would be a good one to have, you know, a nighttime where people come out, bring their dogs, you know, spend some time at the park and get some food too, all in the same spot. So, yeah, the weekdays would really benefit us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hernandez, you were just pretty much on time. Just like to remind Council, we still have 6 more delegations on this item. So if we can be as succinct as possible, I'd appreciate it. We have six more for this item, and then we have 7 people waiting for the other items in FCS today. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Actually, I really like the idea of you diversifying outside of the downtown core. So you said you sourced out a number of locations. My one concern, when you mentioned that you're a natural area, which I think is void of any opportunity for food for the people unless they bring their own, would be litter. As a food truck owner, you would be, be responsible for incurring the litter that might happen. How would you deal with something like that?
Well, right now we put out a garbage can and we take everything that we bring. We take it back with us. So we take all our garbage with us. Depending on what area we're in or what event we're doing, there's usually garbage there. I mean, but we take our garbage with us, and if we provide people an area to put their garbage. So
okay, that's great. And just going to the 400 meter restriction, 10 to 30 meters could be pretty close to some locations, and I understand you're offering all of the truck vendors are offering a wide variety of foods. Mm-hmm. Would you see 100 to 200 meter? And I don't want to debate that with you, but would you just see that would be a better option?
100 meter distance would still not make me able to operate on the other side of the street. So my point is, if I can open up a restaurant across the street from someone, why can't I park my truck there? I mean, and across the street is usually 10, 20 meters. So that's my whole point. I mean, if we make it any more, our whole goal isn't to go and park in front of a restaurant.
No.
We
No,
don't
I
want to
understand.
park in front of any restaurants. We don't, that's not what we're built to do. We want to build different communities. But for some instances, we are closer than the 100 meters. So I'm not sure if it goes from property line to property line. I haven't really known that. But, for the example that I gave of the Williamsburg Plaza, it is, across the street from McDonald's. You can build a restaurant there, but I can't park my truck there because there's, 4 or 5 other restaurants across the street.
Gotcha.
But I could also bring people who don't know about those 5 other restaurants across the street from Waterloo, Cambridge, Guelph. They could be coming to my food truck and realizing that there's a whole other spot where they can go and eat. So we can benefit those restaurants rather than have a negative impact on them.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just have one question. You raised a point where you talk about you're renting a space in Cambridge, and then we're talking about licensing fees. So are those different things? Because I don't understand the food truck industry.
Yeah, I was going to point on that with the mayor and his question that he asked us. I mean, we have a licensing fee, right? I also have to have a spot for my truck to rent out. So we still have a rental fee on top of our licensing fee. So we still have all the same things that a restaurant has to do with their fees of, rental space. I still use propane, I use electricity, I use gas, I have repair and maintenance on my truck. We have all the same aspects of a brick and mortar restaurant on wheels. We're essentially a brick and mortar on wheels.
Right. So how much would a typical rental space or spot cost?
For us, because we are big, so we need a 16-foot door, most of us need. So to find a space like that, it's a little difficult, and most of them average between $2,000 to $4,000 just in rental fees alone per month. So, I mean, it's pretty much the same as a brick and mortar, but
So the space that you're renting in Cambridge, that would be in and around the amount that you're paying per month?
yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Yaneski?
Just a simple question. Would you, in terms of wanting to locate anywhere you want, would that be on a first-come, first-served basis for that particular spot? Or there may be 2 or 3 other truck vendors who may want that same spot. Would you be competing for it? Or would it be an assigned thing that should be established with the city in terms of your locations?
All the spots are first come, first served, but I mean, we all like to operate with each other. I mean, the more trucks, the better. The more people we can draw out, the better it is. So if there's 3 or 4 trucks there, the ability to put 3 or 4 trucks there, then that's great for all of us because we all do different types of food. So, we're all partnered together. If we can put 2 trucks there, that's fine. If we know that someone's going to be there, like there's 12 of us and we all talk to each other. So if we know 3 of us are going to be at this location and 3 people are going to be at a different location, then we can coordinate that way. But it's a first come, first serve.
Okay. Now, it was mentioned that by the previous delegation that the quality of food you're serving is up to a higher level than your typical hot dog or sausage type vendor. And usually when you do get your hot dog sausage, you get it in a bun and a drink, and then you go off to wherever you want. Will you need seating type arrangements, or is it that type of cuisine that you're going to serve that you still walk away with a plate full of food?
Oh yeah, no, it's your typical pulled pork and fries and burger and fries and but all our stuff is sourced locally. So it's all quick service. Getting the food to the people and getting them back to wherever they need to go for lunchtime. Dinner time's a different thing. If there's a picnic area there for people to come and sit down and bring the family down for a little picnic, then that would be great too. It all depends on the location that we have.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, do you belong to the UFT?
Pardon?
Do you belong to the UFT?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you say you haven't been operating in Kitchener?
I haven't been operating in Kitchener.
No, you haven't up to this point. You've been in the business for 20 years, but you've not operated in Kitchener.
Wait, I don't understand the question.
No, does your food truck come to Kitchener?
Well, I haven't been operating a food truck for 20 years.
Pardon?
I haven't operated a food truck. I've been in the restaurant business for 20 years.
Oh, okay.
I have worked in Kitchener, yes.
No, but
I've worked
so-
in Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge.
Do you have a food truck now?
Yes, the schmuck truck.
And you just got into it?
It's been a year.
Okay. I'm trying to understand what you would like to see, and I just want to make sure I understand. What you're trying to what you would like to see is that you pay an annual license, and that you are then allowed to set up shop wherever you want, pretty much in the community, within
reason.
within
yes.
parameters. You would like a 10 to 30 meter restriction, whereas now it's 200 meter.
Mm-hmm.
But and you want to be able to go from one location to another.
Yes.
At your.
Yes,
at your
within reason, yes. Obviously, my whole point is I would like to hit the business park areas where they don't have food. That's my biggest issue, is being able to go into those different areas. Like I said, we don't want to operate in front of restaurants.
Okay, thank you. I'm still not clear on how you compare to a brick and mortar restaurant. You really have different types of food, do you not? You're more of a fast food?
Quick service. I don't like the word fast food.
Okay. Good quick service. But
We
so
provide quality, top-notch food. I mean, we have red sealed chefs that work for different food trucks. So, I mean, we source local product and we use the best local product out there to put the best food in people's mouths.
Yeah, I love food. It shows. I'm not questioning that, but it's a different type of food than a normal sit-down brick and mortar restaurant.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schmuck. No further questions.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Dave Betts.
Hi, I'm Dave Betts of the Great
Afternoon.
British Bake. Thank you for letting me take the time to address the committee today. What I'm going to touch on in my presentation is going to be the 3 points that you raise as challenges on food truck operation in the report. So what I'm going to do first is talk about the enforcement of business licenses and the difficulty. For us, I think our industry is probably the easiest one to follow. We're on all sorts of social media, Twitter, Facebook. We're on web pages. We put out our agendas a week in advance. We're not a covert operation. It doesn't benefit us to just turn up somewhere on a street corner and hope people turn up. That doesn't work for us. We need to drive demand. We need to drive people to attend. And the only way we can do that is by social media, is by forming as a group. So you would have no problems knowing where we are at any given time. On the second point about public health, I've got some facts and figures from my own operation from last year. During 2013, we were on the road for 16 weeks. During those 16 weeks, we had 3 scheduled health and safety, public health inspections, and we had 5 random public health inspections, 8 inspections in a 16-week period. I also run a commercial kitchen, and we are inspected 3 to 4 times a year. So on an inspection once every 2 weeks, I think we are very well regulated by public health. And you can also check us out on the Waterloo Public Health site to see the inspections and the results of the inspections. As far as the competition is concerned, and this one's one we come across a lot as a food truck industry, we hear a lot from restaurants that we're like glorified chip wagons. We just buy a truck, we fit it out, and we start serving, and we open our hatches and we make millions. The fact of the business is that we have to have licenses to operate. Just on an annual basis, I have to get a TSSA, ESA, fire, health, MTO, insurance, and food handling to operate my food truck. So I can't just turn up and operate. These licenses are hard to obtain, and we have a lot of field inspections to get these licenses. Our food truck season is only 8 months versus 12 months. That's if we're pushing the boundaries versus a restaurant. So we have to make our money in that much shorter time period. We pay annual fees and we pay event licenses and event fees as well. So we pay double fees to attend in cities for the same type of event. Our license doesn't mean we can turn up to a jazz festival or a rib fest and just turn up without paying any more. We have to pay significant fees to attend them. Our costs to run a mobile food kitchen, which is what we are, is extremely high. We have a lot of higher risks to operate our business than a bricks and mortar restaurant. If we are turning up to an event that we paid for and we have a puncture, we don't make any money. We pay out the money for the event fees. We've got wastage on our truck, and we've got damage to our reputation. So all of these things are very important to us in terms of the risk element versus a restaurant. If we have an engine blow and we're off the road for 3-4 weeks, we're literally taking huge losses. And some of us food trucks, and I think every food truck behind us, has had difficulties sometimes where something goes wrong with our vehicle. I think the thing about bricks and mortar and the costs, I run that commercial kitchen, as I say, and so I'm aware of some of those extra fees, the provision of washrooms, the costs of providing sanitation, different hand washing facilities, all of those kind of things as well. But there are great examples of where food trucks benefit restaurants. Last year, the Food Truck Festival held in Kitchener with over 5,000 people actually benefited the restaurants in the surrounding areas where people didn't want to wait. At Beertown, at the Oktoberfest up in Waterloo Public Square, Beertown was overloaded with people when we were all there as 8 food trucks operating at the same time. At the So Hungry event that Ruben touched on, that's an enormous boon to that district in Hamilton, restaurants and food trucks alike. And any city that has got a well-thought-out policy for food trucks has enabled it to operate side by side with bricks and mortar restaurants to the benefit of the entire area. So the proposal that I read in front of me here does treat us as a hobby industry rather than a professional business. It is great in terms of the So Hungry type events, which I think will be fantastic for Kitchener. But it doesn't provide us with a method for income or for making a living here in Kitchener. So all of us food trucks are given a challenge. Do we base in Kitchener and move forward, or as we all want to behind you here, or do we go and find our living somewhere else? And Kitchener is looking to really drive a fun environment downtown. At weekends sometimes, you can come here and it's very quiet in the downtown areas. Food truck will bring a lot of people down to the area at different times of the year as well. So all I ask you as a committee is to partner with us, help us, include us, involve us. We're here to help you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Betts. Questions, Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, Dave, can you tell me why you touched on the health service inspections? I'm curious about that. Why would they say in here that, maybe you can't answer this, why would they say they have difficulty doing health inspections, particularly random inspections? Sounds like you've had a lot of those.
For us, I can only speak on my own experience. It's very easy for us to have them, and many festivals we've had that random inspection where a public health inspector will turn up during the middle of service and they will do all the right inspections that they need to do, and they will challenge us on how we're preparing food and handling food. So I'm not sure where it has come from, but it's certainly not my experience.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions, Mr. Betts. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Up next, we have, and apologies on the pronunciation, Natia Dragusano.
Thank you. Yes, Nadia Dragusanu. My name is Nadia Dragusanu. I am the owner of Café de Mode Creperie and a resident of the city of Kitchener. And I'm here today to speak in favor of food trucks. Last summer, I participated in the mini food truck festival here in Kitchener, and the response we received was overwhelming. It was very positive. It was an eye-opener. It told us that the public is ready for food trucks. I stand before you and ask to make a vote to accept and allow food trucks to operate at designated locations throughout the city. And here are some of the reasons why I believe we can work together. One, small businesses grow a local economy. License fees charged to food trucks. Food truck owners can be used to support development and infrastructure. Many of us food truck owners support local farmers and partner up with local businesses. I know I personally strive for healthy eating, and most of our foods come from farmers market and locally. Many of us food truck owners offer gourmet-style cuisine, so in line with nutrition, healthy lifestyle, healthy eating. So we're going away from the fast food industry where everything is more on the non-healthy side, and we're actually trying to educate the public on healthy eating. All food truck owners, operators have supported local charities by participating in food truck charity events. Many of us have invested our life savings to start up a food truck business, and if city bylaws are not amended, could go bankrupt, may not be able to support our families or even our mortgages. Food trucks draw crowds to a downtown core, and again, the Mini Food Truck Festival, there were several blogs about just the masses that came to the city core and the businesses around the BIA that were also supported and benefited by this food truck festival. Due to the nature of our business, and because we are seasonal, with peak operation in the summer months, we inevitably support youth employment, a topic considered to be a priority in the 2013 Ontario budget. Cities such as Vancouver, Hamilton have already amended their bylaws to support this new food culture and continue to grow in this area. So I asked, why can't we follow some of what they've done and look to support in food trucks? Hamilton hosts a very popular food truck event, So Hungry, as you've heard from previous delegates, generating thousands of dollars, which goes back into the local economy. With an unemployment rate of about 7.5% in Ontario, I believe there is room to grow businesses in this region. There is an opportunity to help us entrepreneurs grow our businesses, improve our local economy, and support our growing and diverse communities and culture. We do understand that making changes to existing bylaws will have its challenges. However, change is necessary. It is a necessary aspect for growth, and nothing worthwhile is expected to be easy. Our city is growing, and therefore our bylaws must be amended and, where necessary, created to reflect our growth and potential. We are here to work with you to ensure that this process benefits the city, our local communities, our families in the best way possible. I am sure that you will agree with me that the existing argument against food trucks cannot show that they are a bad idea, but only that it requires proper planning. We as a city have the opportunity to work together to get it right, to learn from existing food truck models in other cities and build an improved model that would work better and even perhaps be exemplary for other cities. So let us continue to improve our diverse culture.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'll turn your lectern back on for a moment. Okay, please wrap it up. Thank you. Oh, you complete? Oh, great, thank you. Are there any questions of the delegation? I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you kindly for coming in, Nadia. Up next, we have Mr. James Howe. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of City Council. I'm here as a citizen of Kitchener to say that Kitchener needs food trucks. Kitchener needs food trucks because they contribute to lively, vibrant streets and public spaces. This doesn't happen by attracting only foodies, and food trucks should not be confused, most of them, with fast food. That happens. The vibrant streets and public places happen because food attracts people. People of all kinds. People are also attracted to where they see other people. Food trucks are outside. When people like the food, they can easily be seen, and the multiplier effect kicks in. Too often, the streets of downtown Kitchener are more quiet than we would like to see. Even with the increases in offices and local residents downtown, food trucks can be a catalyst for putting more people on these streets. While you may be concerned that food trucks are bad for restaurants, I see restaurants as benefiting. A friend I follow on Twitter went to the Food Truck Festival in the summer and ended up at the Boathouse. That same day, I noticed that Imbibe had to call in more staff because of the overflow of people from the festival or who were interested in having a craft beer after they ate. People may also discover sit-down restaurants they will try when that is what they prefer. Think of food trucks as mobile food startups. They can and do become brick-and-mortar establishments, such as when Breadheads started as a mobile pizza oven and later opened on the Duke Food Block. Or they give us an option to expand, such as Kaplansky's Deli did in Toronto. Downtown is only one potential beneficiary of food trucks. They could contribute to enhancing the success of many other public places, such as McClellan Park, or outside of school hours, the Forest Heights Pool and Library area. The decision before you today is whether food trucks will remain a novelty in Kitchener, or whether the city will be open and friendly to them. What was recommended for 2014 in the report before you is little better than the pilot program 2 years ago, which was only modestly expanded last year. That approach keeps food trucks as a novelty. After a 2-year pilot program, it's time for Kitchener to allow food trucks opportunities to operate on city streets and properties 7 days a week. Right now, there are no opportunities to do so. None. Adding any is better than what the report recommends. If the City of Kitchener wants to move past this pilot project without keeping food trucks as a novelty, let's find maybe 10 places on city property which any food truck can use. Make those spaces available every day, and any truck can use them for a set number of consecutive hours. No more than half those spots should be in the area covered by the downtown Kitchener Business Improvement Area. Ideally, it'd also be great, though optional, to have the city help find 5 to 10 opportunities for regular food truck use on privately owned property. Local food truck businesses can help to identify these locations, and local restaurants could be consulted as the final list is developed. We're drawing short in terms of time for consultations, so I would try to do this as quickly as possible, recommend trying to do this as quickly as possible, and then after Thanksgiving, consult all stakeholders, including the citizens of Kitchener who are purchasing food, about how to move forward long term. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Howe. There are some questions. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you, James, for coming in and bringing another perspective from a resident's point of view. Have you yourself availed yourself of the opportunity of food trucks during your regular...
Yes, many times.
Okay. And do you see this as a walkable option based on, I mean, there were some suggestions about the Huron Business Park, Huron Natural Area, McLennan Park, other areas of the city that may be not serviced by any bricks and mortar. Do you see this as a walkable option as opposed to people getting in their cars and driving to bricks and mortar kind of restaurant?
Well, certainly that is a benefit. I know as a parent of young kids, it might be of interest to me to be able to buy food from a food truck at McLennan Park instead of having to put them in a car and drive them down to Ottawa Street somewhere, for instance. It helps to make that whole park, for instance, a more of a successful people place. Successful people places require approximately 10 different land uses in order for people to come and congregate and stick around and appeal to a whole bunch of different types of people.
Okay. You mentioned 7 days a week, and I guess it hasn't been clear to me in this report that we were doing anything less than that. To your knowledge, and I may have to ask staff to confirm or not, food trucks are only allowed during certain days of the week?
I don't have a copy of the report in front of me, but as I understand it, it's recommending 16 hours. That's 1 hour a week for one food truck in front of Kitchener City Hall. It's talking about having 3 food truck festivals instead of 1 food truck festival, and trying to incorporate them more into other special events, as long as they don't, as long as restaurants are not a primary beneficiary of those special events.
Okay.
In other words, outside of those 3 opportunities, you can't operate a food truck in the city of Kitchener unless it's a special event and you're having a special event license. You cannot, for instance, go out to Huron Business Park and find a spot on the side of the street and set up shop.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand the issue better. I think you've put forward that we're not going far enough with what we're coming for. My biggest concern is how do you have a level playing field with the brick and mortar restaurants? How do you get to that? Can you?
Well, that's where I go. Where else the city of Kitchener, there's very few, if any, other instances where the city of Kitchener controls competition between different types of businesses. So I think, having some rules and regulations to try to take into account the positions of different stakeholders is good, but I don't think the city of Kitchener should be deciding who gets to sell food in Kitchener.
Yeah, I don't have a concern with that. We should not deal with competition. I think the best product's going to win out in the end. I'm just saying though, it costs a lot of money for a brick and mortar place to be in business. How do you level that playing field?
Well, right now it costs a lot of money to operate a food truck, and they don't have the opportunity to operate in the city of Kitchener sufficiently to run their business. We've heard from 2 of them that they're either working in Hamilton or wanting to work in Hamilton because that's the only way they can stay in business. So they're not even on the playing field. So how can you talk about making it level?
Well, that's my concern here, to make it fair and level. And
but they're not even.
Is the $300 fee, is that prohibitive? Is that what it is? Is it the fact that they can't move to wherever they want to go when they want to go? What is it? How do you make a fair playing field?
They're not on the playing field.
Thank you.
They can't operate. outside of those three very specific and limited opportunities.
Okay. Councillor Glenn Graham.
James, thanks for your insights. I just wanted to ask you about the timelines that you would propose. So in terms of consultation, what you see as an extension of the timelines for further dialogue. If you could speak to that a bit more.
Ideally, I would have hoped that that all would have occurred by now. When we saw such a tremendous response last July, I immediately asked when the city would be considering enhancing the operation of food trucks. And I was told a report would come to council sometime in the fall, and then it became November, and now here we are in February. I was quite frankly surprised that the report, and we've had it confirmed here today, the food trucks were not consulted about what the city was going to be recommending. So all that kind of homework should have been done already. In terms of having business for the spring and summer, I mean, if you were operating a seasonal business, you would want to know already what your conditions of operating were. So I'm suggesting that somehow over the next month and a half that something that at least offers opportunities to operate 7 days a week in at least something like 10 locations be arranged. And then in the fall, we can do a more proper consultation.
Thanks. That's what I thought you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions. Just one clarification, Mr. Howe, if I could. You don't have any personal, unlike some of the other delegates, you don't have any vested interest in this. It's just from a community perspective. That's your concern.
I like food. I like eating food from food trucks. I'm a big fan of active, successful public places.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation. Up next, we have Mr. Michael Drucker.
Thank you.
And Michael did circulate a handout. Everyone should have a copy of that.
Chair Davey, members of the committee and staff, I'm pleased to be here today to speak to you, but I'm quite disappointed by the recommendation before you to continue to not allow food trucks on city streets. Food trucks have much to offer the city, and I do not believe the objections raised are sufficient to outweigh the public interest in their availability. Food trucks are very popular and for good reason. They do require much less capital to start up than brick and mortar restaurants, making them an excellent vehicle for risk-taking and innovation in food retailing. They are able to be demand responsive in a way fixed stores are not. The same food truck can go to an office park during lunch, a bar district at night, and a park on the weekend. Trucks can operate usefully in an area that cannot support a conventional restaurant, or enough of them, due to demand being extremely peaked, and they can operate in areas such as parks which have seasonal demand and little infrastructure for brick and mortar establishments. Food trucks bring in diversity and spontaneity to the food retail offerings in the city. They liven up the street and give people a reason to get outside and enjoy the city. Now, I would like to address some of the specific concerns raised in the report. For one, that the mobile nature of the trucks makes it difficult to inspect them for health and business licensing. Other delegations have already brought this up, but this strikes me as a bit of a cop-out. Cities across North America have been able to figure this out, so I think our innovative city can do likewise. For food trucks to have business, customers must be able to find them. Surely the same techniques are available to inspectors. If it came down to it, the city could require food trucks to provide an up-to-date data feed on location, which would actually be quite useful. But in practice, Twitter serves this purpose. Another concern is from restaurants who are worried about competition. As a resident of the city who enjoys eating out, I'm concerned that the city would make it a priority to protect existing restaurants from competition, rather than making it a priority to provide the public with more and better retail choices. There is nothing preventing a restaurant from opening up next to an existing one, which is another way of providing that same kind of competition. Part of the concern is that food trucks have an unfair advantage over fixed location establishments. That is, frankly, an odd objection for the city to consider. Surely, if food trucks are able to deliver better or cheaper food due to lower overhead or any other advantage of a food truck operation, then this is a boon to the public rather than something against which existing market players must be protected. At any rate, I would argue that it's not so straightforward to say one has an advantage over the other, because fixed location retail has plenty of advantages over food trucks in protection from the weather, seating areas, table service, and so on. But this is a facile division into food trucks and local businesses, which I found kind of frustrating in the report, because it misses the point that food trucks are local businesses, or at least they would be local businesses if we let them exist in any meaningful way. Food trucks can also be used to quickly and cheaply try out new ideas and find a market, as some of the delegations alluded to. That can mean opening up retail establishments. So it's not a fixed sort of, you're on one side or the other in terms of format. In Boston, a few years ago, I started following an interesting initiative called the Clover Food Lab. At that time, it was a food truck doing locally sourced, freshly prepared, fast, healthy food. And they grew to be quite popular, and since have gotten to be 10 trucks and 5 brick and mortar restaurants. So things cross over in both directions. And conversely, as I said, restaurants can start up food trucks as an outlet for innovation and to just serve their customers better. You may have heard of Ish and Chips, which was a restaurant in Waterloo that burned down. They have opened up a shop in London, Ontario, but they are planning to start up a food truck as well and bring it back here. So that's an example of going the other way. Trucks can colonize parts of town that are in flux, where there is demand, but where there may not yet be retail space, and where it may still be too risky for a brick and mortar restaurant. At 72 Victoria Street South, where I used to work, there's very few lunch options, but there's a lot of demand. There's also plenty of space where you could have food trucks potentially. The same thing goes for industrial or suburban areas where food trucks can really help to improve the land use. I think demand for food trucks is growing, especially as more people live and work downtown. I think, to skip to my conclusion, I think Kitchener should support choice, diversity, and innovation, and I urge you to apply those same values to the realm of food retail.
Thank you kindly for your presentation. Are there any questions of the delegation? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mike Pitton.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Thank you for having me. My name is Mike Pitton. I'm owner of Southern Smoke Truck, a food truck in Hamilton. And as of fall of last year, we opened up our second truck, the Hamilton Funnel Cake Factory. Ruben, we are a tight family of food trucks. I'll give you some quick numbers. In Ontario, there's roughly about 80 or 90 food trucks that are licensed right now, and it's expanding. My background is in engineering, and I'm a licensed mechanic. My engineering job was taken away from me from an American company. I had a love for food, and my only outlet was to do a food truck. There's been some talk about what the cost incurred on food trucks is, and I'm going to give you a little lowdown on what's happening in Hamilton. Because of our bylaw restrictions on where we can park our truck, we need a commercial spot. Last year, Southern Smoke Truck spent $42,000 plus TMI for our lease location where we keep our truck. On top of that, we paid for insurance for the building, and we paid for insurance for our truck. There is a lot of costs that are incurred in running a food truck. I actually opened up the food truck because I thought it would be easier than a restaurant. I'm sadly mistaken. When our season starts, I'm 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Not only do I run the trucks, I'm also chairperson for the Ottawa Street Market in Hamilton, which helps host the So Hungry event. Why that actually works is because there's a working relationship between the food trucks and the BIA. There are also BIAs in our city that are not for food trucks, and although we are by law we are allowed to park in those BIAs, we choose not to. Most of the food trucks don't want to go somewhere where they're not invited to be in anyway, so it's not a concern. But that does not warrant changing a bylaw because a BIA is pushing for that. As far as I'm concerned, if it's not a nuisance, a public safety or public health concern, then we should be able to park where we can park as long as we're legally parked in that spot. Again, I'm just here on the support side, and from being in the business now for almost 3 years, really I would ask that if there's any questions on what's happened in Hamilton, that I'll leave it up to you guys and keep my thing short. So I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Pitton. Are there any questions of the delegation? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, sir. And the last delegation on this item, Andrea Hannigy-Kim.
Thank you. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Andrea Hannigy-Kim. I co-own a food truck in town called West of Seoul with my husband, Christopher Kim. I also, I'm currently on maternity leave, but I also manage a restaurant in Uptown Waterloo, and I'm also a local educator at Conestoga College in the hospitality and restaurant program there. So I really kind of see the food industry from many different perspectives. I just sort of want to touch on an issue that the last delegate briefly brought up. I believe Councillor John, I'm sorry, I can't see your last name.
Councillor Gazzola?
Gazzolo. You've touched on a number of times the issue of making it a level playing field. So just to touch on this, I think most of us here would agree who've eaten at many of the locally based food trucks that we're offering a high quality product. So we're not offering something that would be comparable to a fast food restaurant. Therefore, our cost of food is going to be quite similar to what a brick and mortar establishment is going to pay for their cost of food. Many of us are sourcing locally, we're sourcing good quality meats, such and such. We also have very skilled workers on our truck. We can't pay a student minimum wage to be assembling burgers like 20,000 other restaurants across North America do. We are paying, I know from personal experience, students who have freshly graduated from Conestoga College who, paid a lot of money for their own food education background. So we're paying our workers a quite respectable living wage also. Our commercial grade appliances, not only in our trucks, but for those of us who also have to rent commercial kitchens, they run on gas, electricity, just like an appliance in a restaurant. So the cost that we're paying to use our appliances, they're oftentimes almost the exact same appliance. So they're using the same amount of utilities, costing us the same amount of money. Fees for events, this is another one. I would ask you to take this into consideration when you are looking at licensing fees, etc. It's easily done for a food truck to pay upwards of $500, sometimes $750 to be in a 3-day festival. I don't think many of us need to use a complicated equation or calculator to figure out that we could easily pay more than what a small takeout style restaurant would pay in rent for a month. And we don't have a permanent location. Last year, just as an example, the Uptown Waterloo Jazz Festival charged upwards of $1,200 to be a food vendor at their event. So that's quite comparable to rent for a month for some spaces in the Waterloo area. Many of us, as you know, with a vehicle, you can't just leave a vehicle in the snow all winter long. It requires proper care, storage. So therefore, a lot of us are paying additional expenses to have our vehicles stored properly. And I address the rent of a commercial kitchen. So to give you an idea of an equal playing field, as somebody who is very hands-on in helping run a very successful, independently owned small restaurant in the Waterloo community, and as somebody who educates on how to do that in the community, I can honestly say that the playing field definitely is not unlevel and an advantage to food truck owners. On another note I wanted to touch on was something that comes up in terms of where trucks can be parked. We talk about being able to go to parks, office spaces. I think a big initiative for the City of Kitchener is to make not only our community a healthier and greener city. We see office workers who, oftentimes work in business parks that have 0 to no food options, and if there are, they're quite unhealthy. Having a food truck that sources local and prepares high quality, healthy food is providing a great service, helping keep our labor force healthy, Also, in terms of parks, I don't know how many times I go to a lot of local parks where there's swimming, there's outdoor activities, and I often see young children running around with French fries, ice cream, and slushies. I personally, as a new mother, would love to take my daughter to parks soon that offer food that are full of nutrition, that's exciting, that has a unique palate. So I think food trucks really provide the opportunity to do that, whereas a brick and mortar restaurant clearly cannot travel to those locations. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor Gazzola.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify my question on the level playing field.
Okay.
I'm not concerned, and I don't question the fact that you have high quality products, you have skilled laborers, all of those things, and that's good. And in the end, the best product is going to win out. We're in a free enterprise system. My only question is, brick and mortar places pay taxes. So that's what I want. How do we equate that to your fees? That's the only area I'm concerned about.
Yep.
And it is interesting to note, and I didn't realize these things, that you do have to pay substantial fees to go to an event.
Yes.
Which is a sort of a tax.
Every event there's tax, so it's $750 to be at the event plus the tax on that.
And I can appreciate. So that's my area of a level competition. Go for it.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to address. I think some people were maybe wondering.
So do you?
Sorry. So what's your question?
Can I go back? So how do I get a level playing field when it comes to property taxes and fees for mobile trucks?
I think you could look at the hours that a food truck could be operational in comparison to when a brick and mortar restaurant can be operational. Maybe the square footage of a truck compared to the square footage of a restaurant. Those are examples of how you could look at the fees.
Okay, and that's good. And that's the sort of thing that, that's the sort of thing that there's some measurement of.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
And sorry, just to add to that, like I said, the spaces that we rent are taxed as well. So that's another way.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation that has a bit of a different slant to it. Coming from an environmental perspective myself, the one pitfall I do see to food trucks is the pollution, the air quality issue around the truck, because you're talking very passionately about offering good, healthy options. But when a person comes to buy the food at the food truck, of course they have to, most of the time, and I stand corrected if you know differently, the truck has to remain in a running situation.
The truck itself is not, like your motor is not running. You have a generator that's going to be providing your electricity, and you're going to have propane. Sometimes it depends on the truck, they vary, but propane gas will be running your appliances. At least I know that's the way my husband's vehicle operates. Okay. But the actual vehicle itself is not idling or anything. So there's
Thank you for that. I appreciate that correction, because I wasn't sure if that was the case, because I know that I've seen some where the vehicles are idling, and I'm thinking, well, this is counterproductive. You're trying to provide good food, but your customers are breathing in the idling air. So really, you're doing no more output than a bricks and mortar restaurant would be, because your exhaust is going out the roof.
And we're not heating or using air conditioning for a large space, so they're arguably quite smaller in terms of the carbon footprint. It's quite lower. But yeah, that's a great question. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think the fact that people can walk to you when you're parking in here on Business Park is one area that is, abuts my ward. And you're right, there's not much there for people to go and eat. So great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. Just further to the question of Councillor Gazzola on a level playing field. And you mentioned that if you're at certain events, you got to pay a fee for a weekend or whatever it is. And then next weekend there's another event somewhere else in another city. You got to go and pay another event fee, etc. And over a period of the summer, from, let's say, even from spring to fall, you could be paying a whole number of event fees plus other costs that you would incur.
Yes.
So maybe taking it to the next level in terms of trying to understand in terms of what a commercial business pays. You said you're also an owner of a business in Waterloo.
No, I'm not the owner of a business in Waterloo. I'm an assistant manager I'm currently on maternity leave,
Okay.
but so I manage a restaurant that's a small brick and mortar independently owned business.
Well, you may have some knowledge then to compare the two, that of course a commercial restaurant operation pays commercial property taxes.
Yes.
For a year, and it's whatever the level is based on the size of the restaurant, whatever the criteria is. But then also all the event fees that you would pay if you were trying to operate, let's say 6 to 8 months of the year, doing all these event things, or operating during a week, as some of the other vendors have mentioned in certain locations. Which one would cost more?
It really depends, to be honest with you. I mean, I know people in Kitchener who have about a 30-seat restaurant that pay $1,000 for a space in Lancaster for rent a month. And to give you a comparison, we're paying $750 for a food truck event that's also going to take place in Kitchener, and that's for 3 days. So to give you an idea in that way, a food truck can easily have, I guess if you want to call to be an event a rent fee, to rent that space for that set time, if you were to break it down by an hour, it's substantially higher. If you would compare it to what a restaurant pays in rent and break that down for their hours of operation. So to give you an idea, the payment is food trucks pay much more per hour to be operational than many restaurants would.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
Councillor Rabinovich?
Just one quick question, and thanks for coming in. And it's a follow-up to what Councillor Fernandez asked, and it's the environmental issue.
Yes.
Right now, you're obviously using generators and so on.
Yes.
Partially because you're always being forced to move around. But if there were some permanent locations identified, would that then allow, for example, the food trucks to use a plug-in
Definitely,
instead?
quite easily at a lot of events. They like to do that because you're eliminating the noise from generators, and then also you don't have the gas from your generator that's going to be around in the air around the vehicle. So of course that's a fantastic idea, especially in parks. You're eliminating the noise that a generator could create.
Yep.
And yeah, environmentally it's much better. So having designated spaces in parks, in business areas with plugins is a fantastic solution to that. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you, because I know I've seen it in other cities, and that was one of my concerns as well. Thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Just a quick question,
Yes.
same one I asked the other delegation. In your experience, has there been any problems with health inspections or random health issues?
Problems? The food truck, I'm not on the truck very much. I'm more of a quiet, financial, silent partner, so to speak. But no, we've never had any issues. We have to, anytime we go to an event, we have to submit health forms. Where in detail we need to explain how our vehicle is going to be run, how our dishwashing system is going to take place. We've never had any issues. A food inspector has randomly showed up and has scheduled an inspection. And we've personally had a great relationship with our inspector from Waterloo Public Health, and there's never been any issues.
Thank you. Judging by the health of your daughter, presume that's your daughter, you should open a food truck for babies.
There you go. That's my next, maybe in another lifetime.
Thank you. There are no further questions. I appreciate your
Thank you
presentation.
very much.
Okay, so there are no further delegations as well. I will ask at this point if anyone wanted to ask any questions. As noted, Ms. Weber from the BIA is here. Would anyone want to ask any questions? If you could ring in now, actually, I'd appreciate that. Yeah. Councillor Rabinovich, yes? Ms. Weber? Oh, sorry. Pardon me.
A couple questions of staff and the BIA, so they can both, I guess, move themselves to a microphone. That would be great. On the staff end, and maybe I'll also point out to the clerk that I have a written motion, and if he can, Colin, if you can pass these out. That would be great. The questions of staff, Ms. Harris, when we're measuring distances on a property, are we basically measuring sort of any point on a property line to the closest point on another property line, or are we measuring business location to food truck location, essentially? Because on some properties that can make a huge difference, like a shopping mall as an example.
Ms. Harris?
Currently, we measure from property line to property line.
Okay. So if we were talking about something like a mall location, you know, that's multiple acres in size, and if they were amenable to it, or let's say a property across the street was amenable to one, it could create a problem, or vice versa, based on that, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And in terms of a timeline, the motion that I've just handed out, originally I had April 7th committee meetings, but in consultation with staff, I understand the 28th would probably be the soonest you could bring at least a start of this back to us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, could you repeat it? The 28th of March?
April.
April, okay.
And if we needed, when I say that, part of this involves dialoguing with the BIAs, that would potentially take additional time, I would think, in terms of, because that's an issue that's probably the thorniest part out of this whole thing.
Yes, and having a good consultation with restaurants as well would take some time.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Then for Ms. Weber, I know a couple of delegations have referenced the fact that the BIA is opposed to food trucks, and my understanding is that's not quite the BIA's position. So maybe if you can tell us where you're at on this issue.
So to be clear, the BIA, the Downtown Kitchener BIA, does not have a position on food trucks. We have a very diverse membership, which includes restaurants, and even within that sector of our membership, there is a real diversity of opinion on this issue. And so we did have a restaurant focus group this past fall where we provided some common feedback from that group to staff, and some of that feedback was reflected within the report. However, we are very open to having discussions with the different stakeholders and would certainly put efforts forth to invite our members, certainly from the restaurant sector, but also I think other sectors would be important to have their feedback. We have some major employers in our downtown and folks that I know that are going out and eating at the food trucks. So I think we'd be happy to have those discussions as a follow-up.
Okay. And the other question I have for you is, when it comes to, I know a few people referenced festivals and special events and so on, and just in terms of the whole level playing field notion, when your restaurants go to a festival as well, even though they're paying property tax, they do have to pay a fee as well at a festival?
So if it's a festival or event that is not organized by the BIA, excuse me, they would, as an individual vendor, need to also be subject to vendor fees. The BIA does sponsor some very large events that occur in our downtown, and as part of our sponsorship, our bricks and mortar restaurants and other businesses, retail-based, so on, may have an opportunity or a subsidized opportunity to be a part of it. But if the BIA was not sponsoring those events, then they would be, I believe, subject to the same vendor fees with those event organizers.
Okay, great.
Councillor Banovich, I'll just give you a heads up. You have less than a minute.
I'm done, so okay. When you're ready for the motion.
Okay, thank you. Other questions of staff? Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, of staff.
Yes.
I guess I have one of them answered, and I wondered who controlled this issue. Is this controlled by the city or by the BIA? This whole issue that we're talking about.
Ms. Harris, did you want to? Thank you.
Special events, the licensing is controlled by the city. The place of refreshment vehicle bylaw is also controlled by the city.
Okay, so it's all controlled by the city. When it comes to the public health inspections, that's a regional issue, is it?
The health inspections are regional, but it's to obtain a license for food trucks, restaurants, etc. Before you can obtain a license, you must obtain health approval.
You must obtain what?
You must obtain the approval of Waterloo Regional Health.
Okay, and have we ever had any indication of a lot of health problems because of the vehicles that we do now have?
No, in most cases they've gotten their health approvals.
The last one, my last question deals with, it's really theoretical, and it is, does the city have any jurisdiction when it comes to competition?
Not sure that, Mr. Wilmer.
Through the chair, I think the only time that that competition comes into matters that are the responsibility of City Council is through zoning, and in planning applications where particularly where retail is proposed, if it has a material effect on a planned commercial area like a downtown, then that is an area where the OMB and the council of the day should be taking into account the impact on a planned commercial area. It doesn't mention the word competition per se, but that is the intent. Okay, and that's why we do retail impact studies for new commercial areas.
But those issues are covered under our planning responsibilities. If an area is zoned, you could theoretically, within a 2 or 3 block area, have 10 restaurants if they fit within that zoning. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so we really have no jurisdiction over competition. Yeah, thank you.
I'm seeing no other questions. Councillor Vrbanovich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so the motion that's before you includes the 2 components that are in the original report, both in the first and the last paragraph, with a number of things to staff to look back at and come back on. So those other recommendations, and I'll just quickly go through them for the benefit of those in the audience. In addition to the special,
I'll pause you for 1 second. Thank you. I was going to ask if we can get up on the screen. Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. So they are that staff consult with the industry and other affected parties by the April 28th committee meetings or earlier, but I understand that earlier is not likely, which would consider the following: possible food truck zones at McLennan Park, Huron Natural Area, Huron Industrial Park area, Bud Park, subject to discussions with Kitchener Soccer, because I think they have some concession rights there, and others that staff may identify. Possible food truck zone in the former Brom Street Yards Innovation District area, and as well as the Kitchener Operations Facility with appropriate regulations and license fees for possible commencement to license in the 2014 calendar year. And then begin a formal discussion process with our BIAs, and I say BIAs because we actually have 2 of them. There's the downtown one, and there's also one in Belmont, and I don't know if that's something that should be looked at, but they might as well be part of a discussion about an enhanced role beyond special events that food trucks could play in those areas for a report and possible licensing later in 2014 or 2015. And I put a longer period of time there because I recognize in the downtown zone in particular, that's the thornier one, and it's going to take a little bit more time. A possible reduction to the existing 200-meter and 400-meter distance separations listed in the bylaw, which would apply based on best practices in place or being considered in other cities. Because if you think when you start looking at that property line to property line, you can all of a sudden start really excluding some properties that don't necessarily need to be excluded depending on where restaurants are. And I think staff can give some thought to that and think about how to address that going forward. So that's the motion I would bring forward, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Comments, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I will support the motion brought forward by Councillor Vrbanovich. And the reason why is because I see that there is a great demand for food trucks. And it's just not a trend that's just going to go away. It's a business that can enhance brick and mortar establishments. Local food trucks have an appetite to support local charities which benefit the greater community. In addition, I recognize that there is more to operating a food truck than what the perception is out there, and that there are more than just a food cart. The motion forward also, I feel, can provide a balance and sensitivity between food trucks and brick mortar restaurants. Food trucks have the special ability creating vibrancy in a particular areas that are maybe lacking it, and we need to embrace that.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. I was going to make a motion to defer so that we could do this, but this is similar, so I'll be glad to support it. I do think that we also need to review, and I'm not seeing it in here, so perhaps Councillor Verbenovich can speak to this, whether or not there's a review of licensing fees for the whole city. I understand that you're speaking specifically to a certain area around Bram Street, Yards, Innovation District area, things like that. But I think we need to look at the whole scale for licensing fees. I do believe that we can do better. This is a good start, and I do appreciate all the vendors coming in because we've learned a lot today. We've learned about the cost of business. We've learned the value you bring to our community. And I think that as an innovative community, we do need to be able to be flexible and to look at ways other cities have brought this in as a way to be a catalyst for activity. We're always looking for ways to energize our city. I think you do that, and we should be working with you as partners. So this is a good first step. Thanks for, I'm sorry this is late in the day, and this is a bit of a hurry up, but this is an opportunity for us to build that relationship and partnership you spoke to. And I think that once we get this right, we will have a very good long-term relationship, and you can only add to the vibrancy of our city. So I will be supporting this. I would ask Councillor Verbenovich to consider expanding the review of licensing fees to the city as a whole.
Thank you, Mayor Zaire.
Thank you. In general, I can support this. I do have a concern, though, about the paragraph about Bram Street Innovation District, because it's parts of that area are also included within the downtown BIA. So the next paragraph about the BIA impacts the previous paragraph. I take some comfort with the word possible, starting that phrase, but I do think that the Bram Street area is a bit premature in terms of this study, and I'll leave it. I mean, I'm not going to ask for it to be taken separately, but I think that comment, I would hope, would be taken into consideration in this review, and I really have some serious concerns about jumping at that one. But I agree with the comments that have been made in terms of the energizing and all that sort of thing, and that's why I will support the recommendation. But it's one paragraph I'm not prepared to, I wouldn't be prepared to say yes to that in an ultimate decision.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yes, I too will be supporting this motion. I think it's a good step forward. It was a good learning experience hearing the variety of delegations that have shown up and provided different perspectives in terms of their operation and what their thoughts are and opinions. And it helped me better understand the challenges that that industry has out there with setting up a business. It would be good to have moved forward, though we're indicated that we may be behind the ball by several years from other municipalities and cities. I also have traveled to various cities throughout the States and Europe and have seen these types of restaurants or truck-type operations, and I thought they're pretty neat. Don't cater to all of them because it's a matter of taste of food that you may like or don't like, but those that I do wish to explore, I do attend, and I think that's good. Of course, a truck vendor is going to be much different than your typical hot dog cart or sausage stand on the corner. I mean, they can still be there, but you provide a sort of a different nature of service, and I think that's what's lacking in this particular area. Exploration with the BIA, I agree where the comments are there, and I think Belmont Village should be explored as well. I haven't talked to them about this nature, not too sure what their position would be, but I think they'd be interested in exploring it because I know we've talked about restaurants in the Belmont Village, which is my ward, in terms of doing something different, and this may be an opportunity to explore it further. So yes, I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, I will also be supporting this. There's one big thing that I see that could potentially come back for the 28th, and that's really to an opportunity to start a pilot project and maybe taking one of the areas that's suggested outside of the downtown, like McLennan Park or the Huron Natural Area or the Huron Business Park, and really doing that as a pilot this year and seeing how that works, and then being able to report back in the fall or in the winter, so that we can see how that worked and move forward. But it's a step in the right direction. But looking at all of these opportunities, I think is important. One of the other things that I think we need to include in this motion, or at least give direction to staff, is from the report, two of the points that there didn't seem to be much appetite for the Mondays food trucks, but if the industry is willing to do that, I think we should probably give that direction to staff as well at this time, as well as to start the planning for 2 to 3 festivals throughout the summer, as well as integrating the food trucks into as many appropriate events, so that all that planning can really start, in addition to looking at everything that's included in this motion. So I think that direction is probably important to pass along today, if that's okay with Councillor Vrbanovich, with the mover. But I'm supportive. I was a little bit, as comments have been said before, I was a little bit surprised that we weren't taking larger steps this year with regards to food trucks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'll support the recommendation that's before us. It's basically a deferral of the topic, and I think we need to look at all of these issues. I think we need to look at policies that affect the whole city rather than just name a few areas. I think it has to be, it's obvious that what we've brought back here today really hasn't considered an awful lot of matters that should have been considered. I'm really disappointed in that we really pride ourselves in public engagement, but we just seem to have missed it here. We're having our public engagement meeting today, which we had slotted a half an hour for. Sending this back to staff, I think we've heard from the public, or we've heard from some of the public, and it's obvious we need to do a lot more work in this area. I'm supportive of the general concept. I think that it does add a lot to our community. I too, as you can tell by my oversized, do love food. So it's an important issue, but it does affect the whole city. So I think we need to, when we're looking at things, deal with the whole, just as opposed to parts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. I think the additional recommendation is better than the one we have. It addresses a lot of the issues that the food truck vendors talked about, but I'm a little bit concerned that it may not be soon enough for them to be prepared for the beginning of the season. So help me understand again why the 28th of April was chosen, and then if you can answer that really quickly.
Mr. Chapman? Oh. Through the chair, I would just point out that if we were to hit an April 7th committee date, you've accelerated the timeline for agenda preparation, so we would basically have 17 working days from Council's ratification of the recommendation today to finalize a report, undertake the engagement, and bring back all recommendations on what will be a complex issue. And 5 of those days are March break, and so a number of staff will be away, as will members of the public in that time period. So effectively, it leaves 12 working days to prepare the report that you've requested.
Okay. I guess, I mean, without going back to all of the vendors that are here, I hope that that's going to give them enough time to rally if they want to be able to get out to some of these other zones. A couple of other zones that I was thinking should be included was the Southwest Optimist Park. Because although there is a small plaza across the road, they are flooded and can never handle the amount of people that are going there during a ball tournament that happens almost every weekend. And the Victoria Park on the far side, not so that it would give the new owner of the boathouse any competition at this time, but competition is good. It's free enterprise, but the far side has absolutely nothing by the park pavilion and the playground. The other one I was a little bit concerned about was the the 200 to 400 meter distance separation. I know we're going to be looking at this, but I'm not clear what best practices exactly mean. So I would have preferred a bit more clearer understanding of what, I mean, are you referring to what other communities do? Or are you referring to what the suggestions were from the one of the delegations? Do you want to respond to that?
Councillor Rabinovich?
I can. There's a number of things that various people have said, and I'll respond to them, but just I'll focus on this one now. By best practices, I mean what other communities have done from their experience, also obviously considering what these folks are saying, and staff will ultimately need to balance all of that out if it's different and bring a recommendation to us.
Okay, that's good, because I really think that we have to go much further than just looking at this. I think that the 2014 season is coming quickly, and I know that we heard already a couple of times that there are truck vendors who are on the border of claiming bankruptcy and closing, and I would hate to see that happen. They've taken a lot of their time today to be here to educate us on food trucks, and I really appreciate that. I think that's really valuable information for us to understand about the value you bring to our community, the opportunities for people to try different foods in different areas. So I thank you for educating us. I think that education is always a good component. We can make a knowledgeable decision. So I'll support this with the couple of amendments if that is agreeable at this time.
Okay. We'll get to that in just a second. First, we'll go to Councillor Etherington.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I will also support this motion. When this returns, I would request staff to investigate and get rid of the suggestion that they have difficulty policing, from a health point of view, food trucks. That does not sound like it's a fact, and yet it's a very strong fact in our report. We should either check it out and keep it in, or check it out and get rid of it.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, and pleased with the suggestions that are put forward by Councillor Rabinovich. I think this is the right direction to go in relooking at the policy of how we do this. Especially looking at some of our natural areas and larger parks, similar to McLennan Park. This is something that I've noticed a need myself, where these areas are actively used, but there's obviously a deficit of these type of services that would benefit those that come to the park and other events. So I'm glad to support this, but one aspect of concern I had early on, obviously, was the differences between how brick and mortar restaurants have to operate in comparison to the mobile vendors. But I think the presentations have explained well how the industry works and some of the difficulties that they face also. So I look forward to some of the further detailed report that will come forward, and glad to support this for now.
Okay, before we go back to you, Councillor Rabinovich, just some clarifying points. There was the suggestion by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, which I'm hoping you got that, and there was another couple of options thrown out by Councillor Fernandez as possible locations. I'm thinking in terms of compromise, you don't need to figure that stuff out today. So if you wanted to, maybe if you like, a suggestion would be to change the motion to say explore possible food truck zones, and then council and staff could take into consideration all the locations, including McLennan Park, that were suggested.
Sure. So, I mean, just what I quickly went through, because I think I captured all of this on the issue of the special events and so on, which Councillor Galloway-Seelock was talking about, including sort of the weekly kind of event downtown and so on. That all, as I understand, and Mr. Bloom can correct me, is what they were already contemplating in the current motion. And so that's why the current part of the motion, that the city continue to license food trucks as special events, is still in there, and that would allow staff to continue working on that stuff because that's already been in their work plan. On the second issue, which Councillor Glenn Graham raised, and thank you for raising it because it got lost in the cutting and pasting. What I did actually is now in the second paragraph, it reads that city staff consult with the industry and other affected parties with the report by April 28th with appropriate regulations and license fees, which would consider the following. And then, so that really looks at it in terms of the whole area. In the third paragraph, I've added Southwest Optimist Park and Victoria Park, even though they were included as other areas, but at least they're listed now, and there's some clarity to that. As Mayor Zaire said, on the Brom Street Innovation District, I think that's one that staff would need to tread lightly on, and it specifically says for possible commencement, because it does border onto that downtown BIA area, the whole part is in it? Okay, so I think that's one that we would have to tread lightly on, because that admittedly is going to be the most challenging part of this whole thing in terms of how to deal with the downtown on a permanent basis. I think there's a number of things, and having that dialogue between the industry and BIA and so on is what needs to happen, and I think everyone agrees the best solution to this is one that both sets of businesses come to jointly, as opposed to having council impose something that potentially will make one group or another group unhappy. And so I think that's what needs to happen on that front. I guess, and in looking at it, I guess the one thing that I will point out that one of the vendors mentioned to me is in Waterloo, actually, in the fees that exist, there's actually a BIA component that's built into the fee, and so that's something that is part of that they may want to consider as they go forward and look at that issue. But we'll leave that aside. So just very quickly from a final comment point of view, I think as we look at how we want to build a strong economy in the city of Kitchener, it's as much about supporting small business entrepreneurs like the food truck operators we've heard from today, as it is encouraging the kinds of economic growth we're seeing in the technology and the digital media and other sectors of our community. I think this is something that has always generated a great deal of community interest, and I'm pleased that both Mr. Howe and Mr. Drucker were here today to talk about that. The reality is that this is more than a novelty. The reality is that this is becoming across North America an integral part of vibrant communities. And as a city, we try to build a culture of innovation and creativity, and this is just taking it into a new area. And so I'm encouraged by the support that's around this horseshoe.
I intended to let you finish. I'll be very brief, though. I will support the recommendation. I'm happy to see where it is. The only rationale, the only reason we're not, I think, going all out in terms of food trucks is the concern that some of the brick and mortar people have that food trucks are going to come in and eat the brick and mortar's lunch, which is probably the most appropriate metaphor I could think of. But I don't think that's the reality. I think this is more about growing the food market than necessarily competing with one another. And I think the recommendation here before us can have staff explore it. And I appreciate Councillor Gazzola's comments as well. I think I'm not sure that staff necessarily realized how important this issue was to the community. Otherwise, there probably would have been much more public discussion. And looking at the time now, we're just over 2 hours into this when it was supposed to be 30 minutes. So this is going to get looked at the way that it should be, and I'll be happy to support the motion. So I don't see any those in favor? Okay, recorded vote's been called. Okay, voting is open. Those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. And apologies for the delegates that are waiting. And it is the downtown development charge exemptions. And we have Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I want to declare a pecuniary interest as I have property downtown.
Okay, and Councillor Singh?
Yes, similar conflict of interest due to family owning real estate in the core.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll start with the delegations to this item. The first delegate we have is Marianne Wasilka.
Chair Davey, members of council and staff, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm here this afternoon to speak to two topics, actually. One is similar to your Development Charges Act, urban planning, and the Finance Department or Committee's unintended contribution to density and sprawl by offering subsidies for sprawl, and your Kitchener Civic's participation process. I believe that decision-making most frequently occurs at the planning committee stage and not actually at council meetings, that by the time I would get to a council meeting, most of the discussion and hard work of political process and democratic processes occurred at a committee level. So in the fall of 2013, I submitted a letter which I had sent to Tom Galloway about development charges and the unintended effect of actually encouraging urban sprawl through the use of your development charges fees. So I would like to say that staff was very helpful. I would sincerely like to thank them, but the process does not always allow for pinpointing the date when you will be discussing development charges. So we determined that this might possibly be the meeting when they would be discussed, and so I asked off from my place of employment and received the time off. I cannot afford to take another day off. So I'm here today to speak to a related but not specific issue to development charges. I'm also a bit concerned about the 5-minute issue of delegation because this is a very complicated issue, but I will be concise. First of all, it's a new issue, development charges, and how it contributes to or can contribute to low-density land application and urban sprawl. First, there was very little discussion of it in Ontario, and now there seems to be more interest in how development charges either provide an incentive to low-density land applications or discourage it. There's a letter, the province of Ontario through its environmental bills has began a process where they're soliciting input into the issue of the Development Charges Act. And as part of that process, a group has said that they would like to see the increase of transparency in development charges process. They relate it to the municipal government charges in the development process as discounting is allowed in a black box for most citizens, that most citizens do not understand how development charges apply to them or to their daily lives. That the government of Ontario should produce a yearly annual report outlining how each municipality's eligible development charges amount, how much they are approved for, and what they actually charge. So going back to the issue before you today, you're looking at waiving the development charges within a core area. And that's not specifically what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is how we actually encourage urban sprawl through our Development Charges Act. There's sparse data on the calculation of low-cost versus low-cost density and how development charges encourage it, and high cost density. They're saying that when you provide low cost land use, there's higher municipal costs to it. New figures estimate that 39% of infrastructure and service costs are paid for by the existing taxpayers and not by the developers. There's growing support for changing the fees that are charged from marginal costs, which tend to marginal costs, which are more related to actual costs than for averaging. When you average costs of development over the entire city, what you do is you lump everybody together. And high-cost land use is actually subsidized by low-cost land use. And I guess that's it.
Oh, no, you have 30 seconds more.
Well, there's way too much. The Eco Justice System, the Environmental Defense Unit, the North Wollmead Forest Application Alliance, the Ontario Nature, the Pembroke Institute for Appropriate Development, and the Ontario Farmland Trust are all addressing this issue. It's complex. They have several indicators. I can't cover them all.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Stelka. There are questions. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much, Marianne. I really appreciate you taking the time, and certainly we want to hear you, and this is an appropriate venue to hear about development charges in general, so we're glad you're here. In terms of your concerns, what would you like to see happen? It sounds like it's true, the city's not asking developers to pay the real cost of the urban developments, and so are you saying that the 39% subsidy that are people living in more intensive developments should end, and therefore they should pay the real cost of their development? Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking for a move in that direction. I'm asking for council to recognize that your Development Charges Act is actually subsidizing urban sprawl, that's actually subsidizing the use of agricultural land and conversion of land to low-density land applications. Developers choose a space that meets their financial needs. It does not meet the needs of your municipal taxpayers. They're looking at their costs and their land use, and they're consumers. They're not looking at the cost to maintain or service on a long-term basis. So basically what I'm asking for you is that when you're reviewing your Development Charges Act in the future, that you try to remember the conversation and the letters that I've submitted, and that at one point I may have been a lone voice in this, and now there's significantly more interest in it, because people are starting to understand that the finance department is actually not in support of urban density, and it's not support of planning issues.
Thank you, and I believe that our city is taking this seriously and will reflect your concerns when we have a report coming back to us later this year on this issue. So thank you very much.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, Marianne, and thanks for your letters in advance of this. This is an issue that I've been really passionate about too, because I agree with you. The suburban areas that we continue to develop further and further away we are not charging enough. And tell me if I'm incorrect in what I'm understanding you're saying. It doesn't pay for itself. They put in in the houses and the streets, but then they walk away, and there isn't enough development charges charged to those developers to recoup the costs of all of the services that those suburban areas have. Is that my understanding from you?
Yeah, I just want to be careful here too. We're talking about the downtown development charge exemptions. We're not talking about the DC bylaw in general. So that question really doesn't.
I just want to know if I understood what she was saying.
I'll allow the question. I just don't want to go down too far a road when it will have absolutely no material effect on the current recommendation. But please, Marianne.
That's correct. And when you have what they call averaging, what you do is you average high cost with low cost. Whereas if you looked at what they call marginal financing, I believe that's the term, is that your actual costs are in consideration and not the averaging. And as far as the waiving of fees within the inner city, it doesn't serve my purposes because it's not related to cost. It's just an incentive that you're providing. I'm saying, let's look at what the cost is and let's apply the cost to development charges. It's a beginning to say, what's the cost? The developer should pay for it and the consumer should pay for it.
Okay, so now you've crossed over into what our chair was concerned that we would not go into this area, but you are actually now speaking to the report that's before us.
That's correct, because what you're doing is actually waiving all costs, and that's not related to the charge. It's not. it's an incentive, and I understand why you're doing it, but it's not related to the actual costs.
Okay.
And I'm saying let's move to actual costs.
Okay. Thanks for coming in
Thank you.
and raising this up, because it certainly is good to hear that not only myself is concerned about what's happening, and that you're providing me additional arguments against our development charges as we step forward and review them. So thanks very much.
There are many more people environmentally who are interested in this issue.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I am quite familiar with development charges, and based on my roles in the past. However, my question to you pertains to what we have before us as a recommendation from staff that sort of talks about it being also subject to the 2014 development charges background study that'll be coming around shortly before June to council. So where you're coming from, should this recommendation that we have today be deferred to be taken together with the development charges at that point in time?
It would be my recommendation that yes, you take them all together.
Because what I understand then from what you're saying is that we're sort of jumping the gun to allow some exemptions, then they will reconsider the rest of the development charges in 3 or 4 months from now.
I would say that if you're going to review something in 3 to 4 months, that you review the whole kettle of fish then. And that if you say we would, and say in the past we waived all fees and we absorbed those costs for the core area, for whatever philosophical reason you did it, is that when you change that philosophical reason, that if the core area costs more, that they would also pay more.
So if we do look at the development charges study in a few months, would you or your other groups that you've identified be appearing to question, comment, appear on that item?
If I was able to and I was allowed to, I'd be very happy to come back and speak to it. But logistically I don't generally work during the day. So I'm saying that the logistics of civic participation for me are limited, but also that some of the papers that I started working on and we started researching came from the Regional Healthy Communities Coalition in 2010, and this was all groundbreaking information. Not groundbreaking, but it was new. It was new. Is this an idea? Are the development charges actually feeding urban sprawl? Or at least not reducing it? So this is new. These are new concepts.
And that's a question that needs to be addressed somehow.
Yes. And
Okay.
the province is starting to look at it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, one more question, Ms. Feliska. Councillor Rabinovich.
Well, just very, very quickly, because I think this may help Ms. Wasilka, just referring it over to Mr. Chapman. But I think staff are well aware of a lot of these DC issues that you're talking about, and I know they're rethinking a bunch of this stuff. So I'm wondering if staff can touch on that to help Ms. Wasilka out, and also maybe connect so that she can input at a more convenient time for her into the process.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I've met once before with Ms. Wasilka. I'd be happy to do it again on this issue, and certainly to respond in writing to the issues that she's raising as a part of the reports that come back to committee. But through that conversation, I think what we'll find is that we agree on most points. One is that the current provincial legislation requires us to discount the charge, the number of mandatory discounts that we are required to impose, and we don't agree with them. So there are discounts on soft services, discounts for historic service level, discounts for excluded services, and we don't believe those should be there because it reduces the full cost of development. We also agree that we should not average out low-cost and high-cost services. We're one of very few, and maybe one of the only municipalities that actually differentiates between central neighborhoods and suburban areas in the calculation of the charge for the very reason that Ms. Wasilka has identified. Could we go further? It really becomes a question around the cost versus benefit of isolating charges by very specific areas, but certainly something I'd welcome an opportunity to dialogue further about. And lastly, I think has been rightly pointed out, the issue of the downtown incentive is a separate issue. The policy rationale has been brought forward by economic development staff, and ultimately there's a cost to the taxpayer if council wishes to see that process continue. But you have been dealing with that outside of the DC process. And I would just remind committee that we are coming forward with draft DC rates on April the 7th. We're basically finalizing them now. It's important that committee sets its mind to the issue of the downtown exemption because we need tentative direction from you for the purposes of bringing that information forward. In the absence of direction, we'll continue with the previous approach. If you see fit to change your minds, we still have a limited window of time with which to revise the calculations and update that information. So by no means is any direction today definitive. It simply provides sufficient direction for us to finalize the calculation of the charge that we'll bring forward on April the 7th.
Okay, and that's covered under the first line of proven principle, correct?
That's correct. And certainly you could change your thinking once you see the whole background study, but at the end of the day, we need some indication from committee in terms of the basis on which the calculation should be done.
Thank you. No further
And again,
questions?
I would like to thank staff at the city. They've been very helpful.
That's great to hear. Thank you for your presentation. Up next, we have Mr. James Howe.
Mr. Chair, members of council, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the revitalization of downtown Kitchener is in full swing, but now is not the time to remove incentives for development there. The city needs to continue making a strong effort to finish this turnaround. As a resident of downtown Kitchener, I fully support extending the exemption on development charges for the core that is before you today. Since the proposal is for the extension to go until 2019 after the LRT is running, I believe this to be the last time this incentive should be required. So at first, I believe that it would be prudent for council to end funding for the exemption with taxes and instead select option 2, which exempts the charges without being funded by taxes. Upon reflection, I'd like to see some solid numbers on option 2 before supporting it. A solid tax revenue business case can indicate whether option 1 or option 2 is better. If council has not yet seen those numbers, I would suggest that you do. Please don't turn this decision into downtown versus the suburbs. Yes, strong, healthy neighborhoods are required right across Kitchener. As the revitalization of downtown Kitchener moves towards completion and more of a status quo of maintenance of keeping it vibrant, the city can turn its attention more and more to the health of its neighborhoods. In terms of the expansion of the area, I'm pleased that option 3 to expand the area exempted to land within a 10-minute walk is not recommended. People living in that zone are unaware of this potential change and have not been adequately informed nor consulted. Until I read this report, and I'm a member of the Central Frederick Neighborhood Association executive, I had no idea this option was even being considered. I strongly support the proposal, though, to extend the official downtown core east to Betzner. East downtown Kitchener requires some love and attention if it is to be vibrant and provide shopping, food, and services required by people living in its residential areas. In fact, it could use its own community improvement plan. Right now, that would mean a western boundary for east downtown at Cedar Street. But there are good reasons in this case to extend the downtown core's boundary east. The most obvious is that there is a development proposed for just outside of the current boundary. The development finally fulfills the promise made when the market was built that it would spur redevelopment in East Downtown. That's enough reason for council support adding this area. Hopefully then, we'd see the project to be a catalyst for enhancements to East Downtown Kitchener as developments see opportunities presented to it by its mixed-use designation. But let me suggest one other reason to extend the boundary. The name of the area is the Market District. To me, anyhow, that implies that the market is roughly in the center of the district, yet the market is on the very edge of it. It's right on the eastern border of the downtown core. Expanding the district east fits the goal of having the market be a catalyst for the economic development around it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Howe. Any questions of the delegation? I'm not seeing any. Thanks again. Oh, sorry, actually, no, one question, Councillor Fernandez.
Sorry, I thought about it as you were going to walk away. You clearly read the report that we have before us today, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see the chart on 4-3, which showed the boundary and the estimated DC revenues and the difference? So the cost that it would take?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you understood that there is a cost implication to expanding the boundary.
Absolutely. If you're exempting people from charges, the city is not taking in the money that's exempted.
Okay.
I understand that.
Okay. Thanks, James.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mr. Paul Pupolo.
Members of Council, like I have already provided to you, but I can give to the clerk some additional copies if some don't have a hard copy of my presentation that I'll go through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of Council, and Your Worship. I'm here on behalf of Fusion Homes. My name is Paul Pupolo. I want to just take you through, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to highlight the letter and highlight a few points as I go through it. I think the letter is sort of self-explanatory. As you're aware, we've been involved since November 2011. We made a number of presentations regarding the downtown financial incentive to review. Also, we've had a chance to review the report that's prepared by your staff, and we have highlighted the importance in our documentation of maintaining the incentive programs and making it applicable to key areas of the downtown. First thing I want to do is basically, I think we've gone over a number of various approaches for the downtown incentives, and I'm going to, hopefully it'll, go to the, there we go. There are basically four different ones, and I won't go too long through them, but first one, of course, was to maintain the same DC exemption and keep the boundaries the same. That was one of the options that was discussed. Number two was to include a site-specific Market Square neighborhood, and I refer you to this chart. And this chart, Mr. Chairman and members of Council, is taken from the Downtown Kitchener Action Plan, which was approved by Council in March 2012. That was an action that was basically put forward. Clearly what it shows there is expanding the area number 3, the Market Square, and if I can read very briefly from the initiatives on page 16 of that report, it talks about implementing the strategy which includes that area, and it says here, providing in financial incentives with a focus on the 4 new areas of focus. And you can see the 4 new areas that have been identified, and our client's land is essentially in the Market Square neighborhood. And it says here to focus on those 4 areas, the city will review its financial incentive programs to ensure they support and enable the achievement of these objectives. Clearly, Council has, through that action, Kitchener made that direction. The third one, of course, is to look at a phasing over a certain time period, over certain areas. And then the last one, if I can have Colin refer to, is to expand the boundary to reflect a more geographical approach. And what I've done here is in the area in Hatch is the area that is in the downtown core, essentially taking the hub at the one corner and the Cedar Street LRT at the other end, and based it on specific criteria. And I think these options have already gone through in a lot of detail. But that would really look at criteria-based approach, a larger area, a focused geographic area. This map was prepared by your staff. I have included the hatching marks to show a more focused area on that. Just again to go through the phasing of the plan, I just want to take you very quickly through it because I think there's some key elements in it. Maybe Colin, there we go. So the first phase is essentially 80 units, 82 units, would include some townhouses, 6-story to 8-story building on King Street and on Charles. Phase 2 essentially would be the mirror image, another 80 units, and it would occur on Cameron and a 6 to 8-story building on King Street. And the final, of course, would be the 15 to 17-story building with some commercial facilities in the area. In each of the buildings, we are looking on, especially on King Street, some commercial facilities. In terms of the size of the project, it's roughly about 300,000 to 350 square feet. In terms of the phasing of the development, and I think Larry Kotzeff is here with me, he'll explain a little bit more detail, but phase 1 is to be looking at generating some taxes back to the city in 2017. Phase 2 would be 2019, and phase 3, 2021. Just using Corey's approach on taxes, we're probably right now we're generating about $65,000 a year is what being paid. When it's fully developed, it would probably be generating about $1 million worth of taxes on a per year basis. To remove the to recover the DC exemption, what we're saying is that it would be recoverable within a 3.6 year period. And just to summarize, I think, Mr. Chairman, we feel that the incentives are required. We feel the Market Square is should be supported, and then on page 3 of my report, I include a number of reasons why the inclusion of the Market Square would meet and support the objective: diversity, a catalyst, align with the LRT, provide on-site retail, provide streetscape, stimulate the occupancy of empty commercial space at the market, and I think also number G, I should mention, there are no expansion of water or sewer facilities required for this site. I think that's just a discussion before with Marianne about the DC bylaw. We do not need any enlargement or any expansion of any facilities.
Well taken, but can you please wrap up, Mr. Pupolo?
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any questions of the delegation? I'm seeing Councillor Rabinovich.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for coming in today. A couple questions in terms of where you're going with this and what you're suggesting. If we look at your map that you put up with the hashed areas,
I'll have Colin go through it. Thank you.
That's it. You talk in a way about the sort of the broader boundary, the 10-minute boundary, but then it doesn't seem to necessarily go to that or just use that 10-minute boundary that links it in some senses to the proposed LRT, because it ends at, I guess this is Sterling, as opposed to necessarily going farther. And I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit about your rationale for that.
Okay, this is, I just want to clarify, this is from the city staff's map, which is called the Planning Around the Rapid Transit. And what they essentially did is took the concentric circles from each of the stations. You can see the outside boundary, the dashed red lines being the actual 10-minute just from a straight line. What I think staff did is actually walked each of the site and looked at what are the stable neighborhoods we want to maintain, and then the orange is the area that I think they want to focus in for redevelopment and opportunities within that actual 10-minute physical walk to each of the stations.
But the hashed area is staff's area, or
No,
your
as I indicated, the hatched area is what I put on the map there.
Okay.
I just want for
So I guess I'm just trying to understand why you're ending it at Sterling as opposed to Betzner or as opposed to Ottawa.
I think essentially I was focusing on the downtown core, and I essentially took the hub and Cedar as the major focus. I mean, that line could be drawn out to Ottawa Street all the way to the expressway too. There's been some people that have made that position known to staff as well to expand that far.
Okay. My other question has to do with adding onto the area. I mean, one of the arguments that we hear out there is that people who are buying land and so on are doing it, you know, sort of, or the market price of properties is playing out based on the exemption, or you know, the existing exemptions that exist out there. I'm wondering if what you can give us your perspectives on that and how you think that's impacting or not impacting the potential for development of this property.
Yeah, two parts to that question. I guess number one is that there have been a number of modifications to the CIP area through the years. As I've indicated, the first one, of course, is Action Kitchener 2012, which was approved by Council, which established those 4 areas, giving some direction to ourselves, the industry, as well as the community of where they wanted to grow. There has been some, Auburn, I know when they brought their lands in, there was an expansion to that one. That's the Arrow Lofts, which I think was a very positive move to get that area. I think the city is asking for an expansion to the boundary to include some of their lands. And number 3, fourthly, I guess, is One Victoria did ask for an additional 2 stories. Not a problem, but it adds to there has been change. So planning number 1 has been evolving, has been changing. There has been changes happen in the CIP area, and it's a constant evolving matter. And you're constantly buying and selling within that evolving the market as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pupolo, I really appreciate you coming in today, and I'd like to ask you what exactly you're asking for in terms of your preferred extension, if you will, to include the development that you're looking for. What preferred, is it geographic or is it unit-based? What model are you looking at?
Very good question, Councillor Graham. Number 1 is, I think what we did is we wanted to show there are 2 different options, and I think from a holistic point of view, this is the more practical in my mind as a professional planner. However, if we are saying if that isn't the case, we would prefer the extension on the Market Square, which is, I think, the previous. Go to that last. Colin, if you can just go to the last slide there. Thank you. So basically, the other option is to extend the boundary to include essentially what we're talking about is the area which is basically the Market Square, which is bounded by Cedar, Charles, King Street East, and Betzner Avenue South.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what would be our preferred.
Okay. Because I'm on the clock here, I'll just go through a couple more questions with you. In terms of the taxes, you talked about the taxes that the city is reaping now and then what it would realize later after development. Could you go over that figure again? I think it was 65,000, was it? Or?
Yes, and maybe I'll have maybe Larry come, because we've gone through this in quite a bit of detail. Essentially what we're saying is right now we're at 65 with the existing operation, and if we develop the 300 plus or minus units plus some commercial, there will be generated about $1 billion per year for taxes. So Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Councillor Graham. Existing taxes at approximately $65,000, as we articulated. And you'll remember that the 3-phased approach will bring taxes or realty taxes based on development incrementally to the city. So basically looking at phase 1, approximately 80 units with some commercial, our estimate is in the order of about $270,000 in realty taxes. Similar for the second phase, which is a mirror image along Cameron and King, and for the last phase in the order of about $420,000 in realty taxes that'll be realized, just under the $1 million mark in total.
Okay, thank you. Could you speak about the price per square foot and why you're not developing now, why this is important to you?
Councillor Glenn Graham, sorry, Mr. Kotzeff, it might be easier just to save some time if you just wanted to make your presentation, we can continue with the questioning of both at the same time. With that,
okay.
So if you want to just make your whole presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I will be brief. I think delegation number 2 was very eloquent in terms of some of the assets of a proposal of this nature and extending the boundary to Betzner. If we could just recall some very major points, maybe 3 of them, as to why we're appearing before you today and previously. They really relate to some key issues around the Market Square area in terms of giving it some momentum at this point in time. The whole idea of initiating development in that area sooner than later was one of the whole purposes of really initiating our discussions here. And then, of course, the LRT and some of the implementation mechanisms around that were key. So, importance to the market, importance to the demographic, importance to cityscape, urban design, and streetscapes. Ability to provide realty taxes to the city earlier. And to the community at large, I would suggest there are some benefits from an employment point of view, and moving people into the city that are right now commuting for jobs that are located in the city. You'll recall that this is a brownfield site, and we have had the certificate of property use now approved by the Ministry of the Environment. We're just about to file the record of site condition. And again, I just want to clarify a point with respect to the DC exemption for members of council. And the idea here is that the total value of the DC exemption does not occur on day one. It occurs at the beginning of each phase of the development when building permits are in fact applied for. So, phase 1, 80 units plus some commercial. Let's just say it develops and is producing revenues for the city in 2017. The initial cost of the DC exemption would be made up when that phase of the development is starting to pay or start to pay back. So it's phased both in terms of the exemption and paying back the pot of money for the exemption. And of course, the city in its recommendation is also suggesting a different way of perhaps funding or looking after this whole issue through the capital program with more discretion rather than directly from the tax levy. So again, we're dealing with some increase or front-ending some timing to enhance the market area in advance of the LRT to give that area of the city some momentum. That's my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you kindly. We'll go back to you, Councillor Glenn Graham, for questions.
Thank you, and I guess that addresses my question about why you're asking for this now. So you're saying that the cost to the city is the cost of the money that we're foregoing for the DCs, and the carrying cost really for the period until you pay it back. It's not the 1.231 million.
Well, I think the 1.2 million on page 4.3, as I understand it, reflected the area down to Betzner, not only this development. So it allowed for some additional DC exemption, if you want to call it that. My only point that I wanted to make emphasis towards had to do with, in fact, the timing of the exemption relative to the taxes coming back to the city in one form or another. So the exemption comes at building permit stage. So you have to go through all your approvals to apply for a building permit, and then there'd be the DC exemption for that portion of the development. So if it followed as proposed, the DC exemption would apply to the first phase, then ultimately the second and the third phase when building permits are applied for.
You've asked for 6 years, Mr. Kotzeff, so the report talks about 2019. Could you live with 2019? Would that still get the project done?
Perhaps I could just put a little slide up on the screen and I'll just run you through it very quickly. Do I just put it... Yeah, that's good. So what we've tried to do here is just sort of outline the various phases over a period of time and sort of from a practical perspective how this would unfold. So phase one in the first row would indicate 215, you've got your site plan approval, do your pre-sales for phase one, permit 216, begin construction, you deliver phase one in 217. Similarly for phase two, that pre-construction begins in 216, site plan approval pre-sale 217 with 2018 permit and delivery 2019. So the last phase, you could see what we were targeting, and it's certainly a function of the market conditions and absorption. We were targeting for permit activity 2020, which means that we would construct and there'd be revenues coming back 2021. So the impact of moving, say, from 6 years to 5 has an effect on the last phase. And that's the delicate balance, Councillor.
Okay. My last question is about sponsorship. If we're talking about the Market District, would you be willing to participate as a partner in the Market District by sponsoring events in and around the market, like the Piazza, to animate that square?
Yeah. Councillor, if you look at the company's track record when we inject ourselves into communities, it's not a one-time effort. Like, we inject ourselves into the community for purposes of living with the community and being in the community for a period of time. And we do participate in events as you've described, yes, and I would see that continuing.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
I do have an amendment. I'd like to, at the appropriate time, bring forward the amendment, so I'll just make you aware of that and I'll hand it out at the appropriate time.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to start off by apologize for not getting to meet you, but the last few days got really busy. So, but I am interested. Are we looking here? Is your development rental units, or are they units that you're going to sell, or what?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, the units are non-rental units. Let's put it that way.
They're non-rental. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. You've stated that it's a brownfield area site. Has it been cleaned up?
It has been cleaned up, as I mentioned, over the last 1.5 to 2 years, and we've submitted all the requirements to the Ministry of the Environment. They've approved what they call a certificate of property use, which allows certain uses on the site. If there's any remediation measures, they specify that in the certificate. And then the last leg of this process is simply to document what I just talked about in the form of a record of site condition, which is about 1 or 2 months away, and it'll be filed with the ministry.
Were you eligible for any grants in that cleanup of the brownfield site?
We haven't applied for any to date. We're exploring that opportunity, but we haven't applied.
Are you familiar with the city's policy?
I'm more familiar with the region's policy, Councillor, than the city's.
So does it look like there's a possibility there?
There could be a possibility for the cleanup.
You talk about the taxes, 65,000 now and $1 million in a few years. It's hardly you shouldn't really have to think about it, but is that $1 million going to be profit to the city?
Well, first of all, if you look at it from 2 points of view, if you're getting $65,000 a year now, and you eventually get $1 million, you've got to back it out. So you back out what you're getting now. And then over a period of time, there will be profit to the city once it takes care of the DC exemption, and you're getting 100% dollars on the tax, realty taxes. So I'm not saying that in the first instance, $1 million becomes increased revenue to the city. It's staged, but I think the whole point of this exercise is that something of benefit to the city begins sooner than later to enhance the market, etc.
Well, I appreciate that aspect of it, but I'm just want to clearly understand that if we get, in 2 or 3 years, we get another $250,000. Does the city have any more costs, or is that just clear profit?
Well, from a hard services point of view, I think Mr. Puplo has already addressed that issue, where we believe the hard services of the boundary are there. Again, DC bylaws deal with soft services and what perhaps might be impact of the city on soft services, and that, of course, is a debatable point. So there might be some additional operating costs to the city over a period of time that would have to be calculated.
I normally find that collecting taxes is not a profitable operation. If we collect $1 million in taxes, we have to somehow end up spending $1.5 million. It's different than running a business. Let's look at the worst case scenario for you. What happens if this extension doesn't go through and you don't get these exemptions?
Well, there won't be a hurry-up offense.
So you're telling me you'll leave it there and gladly pay your $65,000 a year?
And see what happens.
And how long would you do that for?
Well, that's a business proposition we'd have to look at, but I think what we would do is at least wait for the LRT to be implemented.
If you get the exemption, does that mean that the selling prices will be lowered? Or?
Well, the whole issue, we've had this discussion previously, the issue around the DC exemption is an ability for us to compete. Because of and we've discussed it at other times, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we want to get into the detail, but the whole idea of the retail per square foot price of a condominium unit further to the north, I'll call it maybe to the west, at the Victoria Street, King Street hub, their retail prices are the same as anywhere else, whereas in our particular area, they're not. And there's no way at the present time in the King Street East area in and around the market that you'd be able to capture that kind of a retail square foot price.
I think you've answered my question.
Pardon?
I think you've answered my question.
Thank you.
I did spend a lot of time when we were first talking about that, looking at that very aspect as to the kind of return you should be making. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Mayor Zaire.
Thank you. Some of my questions have been asked or alluded to. One of the issues here, of course, is the linear nature of our downtown, and the longer it becomes, the more difficult it is sometimes to operate. What was the date that you bought the property? I've forgotten. I know you've told us before.
November 2010.
2010. Okay. And the taxes to be yielded from this, and that was just the city's portion, is that correct?
The total of the taxes that I made mention of?
The $1 million figure. Was that the total
the
taxes?
$1 million figure would be taxes generated in total, and then there'd be the shares.
Right. Okay. So the turnaround then of the DCs, the payback, I think you said 3.5 years or so.
3.5 to 4 years in there.
Right. That's for the total taxes, but based on the city's DC exemption only, correct?
It's on total taxes and for both exemptions.
Okay. And then maybe this will be a question for Corey. If it were just the city's exemption and the city's portion only of the taxes, do you know what that payback would be? It wouldn't be.
It'd be. I think it is approximately. It's $900,000 to $950,000. The city's portion of the DC exemption for the project as a whole.
It's about 3 years. Okay. So maybe someone could. Who's behind this, Corey?
Mr. Bloom, I'm thinking around 3 years, but...
Through the chair, I'm just remembering back to the incentive review discussion paper. I believe the cost to the city for the development charge for this type of a project would be in the nature of $1 million, and the tax revenue on an annual basis would be in the nature of about $300,000 to $350,000. So you do the simple math, it's about 3.5 years for the city to recoup its cost on the DCs through the city's own tax revenues. I think we calculated the regional number as well. The regional number was longer. I think theirs was in the nature of 4.5 to 5 years before they recouped their costs.
Okay, thank you. So You partially answered my questions with those that were asked by Councillor Gazzola in terms of, well, so what happens if the incentives aren't there? And we've had this personal conversation, so it's not going to be a surprise, so I want to ask it in public as well. But you knew that the incentives weren't there when you purchased the property, including the comments that Mr. Pupolo had said that there was reference to in the city plans in 2012, but not when you purchased it in 2010.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, we have had this discussion previously, and our answer has been things change, number one, and number two, things have changed in the community improvement area in terms of rezoning so that there's more units permitted, which makes the situation even more of a delicate balance outside the area. So what I'm trying to say is that the existing rules have changed within the community improvement area as we see them, which makes it more difficult to enter into a development stage at that property sooner than later.
Okay, because I seem to recall a previous time that we had talked about this when asked the question, well, would you still develop it? And the answer was yes, without the incentives. So are you saying today it still is yes, but only later?
That would be the intention, certainly, but it would defeat the purpose of why we were here in the first place to have things happen.
Why you're
yeah.
Here. Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
box you in. I'm just trying to
I understand. And yes, there'd be a delay. The intention would be to develop at some other time once the development within the CIP, the community improvement area, therefore, is more fully developed. Then you can maybe, you're not competing with those in the core, if you know what I mean. So, yes, we delay it. The intention would be to eventually build. Depends on the market situation and how quickly things happen in the downtown core.
You have about 15 seconds left, Mayor Zer.
So in the phasing, can you comment about the comments that have already been talked about phasing it, and maybe it expires in 2019, so you would not then get it on phase 3?
Well, unless the take-up was quicker. If the council was going to reduce the period of time to 2019, I mean, that's a delicate balance. I mean, we would hopefully have to expedite our site plan approval process in order to catch that, because it's a considerable piece.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go back to Councillor Glenn Graham, and apologies if this had been asked, I had to attend to some business on my phone here, but looking at it from the other perspective, if we were to go longer, but not exempt any further than it is existing for, say, 2 years, how does that impact your plans?
So just so I understand you, Mr. Chairman, you're suggesting that if it was a period of time that went through to 2019 and we need more time, how would it affect?
Right. No, well, the question is, I guess part of the concern here is the competition.
Right.
And some heads up or some time to understand the changes. So my question is, if we were to approve exempting down to Betzner till the end of 2019 as proposed, but that didn't come into place until 2016. I'm seeing here on your screen that you're looking for the permit in 2016, so I'm curious how that would actually affect. So it's a committed thing that we would do, so you have that certainty, but you wouldn't be able to apply for the permit until 2016.
Correct. That's
so
correct.
Does that impact your plans in any way if council were to approve that?
Well, this is the timeline that we originally projected in our own right. If it's squeezed, we have to assess it and hurry it up.
If it's squeezed from the 2019 to earlier, but if we squeeze it or if we don't put through the exemption for a couple of years within the expanded area, that shouldn't affect your plans.
I hope I'm understanding you. If you're saying that if you don't extend the exemption area today, but delay it,
right,
it'll delay the project.
Even if there was the certainty of it being exempted. So I guess what I'm saying is, what would happen if we approved the existing area for DC exemptions, and then the additional area didn't come in, like it was approved already, we approved it when we did this work, but it wasn't approved until the 2016 timeframe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So defer the expansion until it's permit ready?
Exactly.
I think the answer would be, it would be okay if there was certainty.
Okay.
But if there's not certainty, then it makes it difficult.
Okay. Mr. Chapman, could you comment?
And on that very point, there needs to be certainty because it has to be addressed in the DC background study and bylaw. So council would need to make that determination essentially this year and then commit to that window between 2016 and 2019 through the bylaw you'll pass this year.
Okay, so we could do it.
Correct.
Okay, back to Councillor Glenn Graham for bring forward a motion. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Kotzeff.
Thank you.
So certainly that's new information, and I gladly hand out the motion here. Oh, thanks.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. There is another delegation. Yes, sorry. Please hold off. I was. My apologies to Mr. Benninger and Mr. White. Did you both want to present? If you want to present before we ask questions of either of you, is that ideal? Okay. So, Mr. Benninger.
Mr. Chairman?
Just one response for Mr. Pupolo on one question.
Very briefly.
On the overall question of phasing, it's important to know that when we're planning for the entire site, Mr. Chairman, and then so therefore it's important that we understand the relationship between each of the components. I think what Mr. Kotzeff showed to you is that 6 years is actually even very aggressive in our time frame. 5 years would be very tough. So we would have 1 year for getting the approvals, 2 years for construction, then you move into your next phase, 2 years, and then the next 2 years. So that's how the time frame has worked. So it's important to know that we're looking at it from a holistic point of view, and then we would phase it from that.
Very good. Thank you. And Mr. Benninger, when you're ready, sir.
I did leave some extra copies there for stats. Well, thank you very much for allowing us to come in at this late time. I'm here today representing the Ray of Hope on a property that is currently on the market for sale. And with me is Harry White, the CEO of Ray of Hope. Our request is that if the City of Kitchener is expanding the current boundary, that this site is included. And I'd like to take the next few minutes to support that request. First page, I'm not going to go into all the details that's on that page given the limited amount of time. It's just an executive summary of the property, but it is a 3.2 acre site that's currently 90% cleared. There's a small building on King Street, but it's for all intents and purposes it's a vacant site. It fronts on two major streets, King Street and Charles Street, and it has an access point from Sterling Avenue. It's in a high-intensity mixed-use corridor zone, MU3, which I believe the City of Kitchener actually put in place in the last year or so through their planning processes. Formerly, it was I believe it was a commercially zoned site, a CR site. The LRT route is planned to run along Charles Street, literally right in front of the major portion or the major frontage of this site, and it is literally just seconds. It's 100 meters, 300 feet from a transit station. The next page has a map that is I took from the staff report for today that was provided to you for today's meeting, and it shows the current boundary, the fusion development proposed area, and the proposed exemption area based on the 10-minute walk boundary. That little circle that you see there with the arrow is where the Ray of Hope site is located in relation to that boundary. As you can see, it's literally you could practically hit the boundary line with a rock from this site. The next page is simply just it's a survey to show you the site, the schematic of it, the access from Sterling Avenue, the frontage along Charles and King. The next page, what I've done here is I've provided an example of of what a development would look like on this property, what the development charge exemptions would mean in terms of the municipality and what the revenue would be. And one thing I want to say is that I've used what I consider to be a very conservative example on this site. The site does allow for 4 times coverage, and I picked what I thought was a market site in terms of what you could build on the site today reasonably, and which turned out to be a 1.7 times coverage. So I have used a conservative example in the financial model. So if you looked at the current opportunity, because this site, of course, is in the central neighborhood, and it does currently have some exemptions to it. This full exemption would provide a savings of $853,400 using that 250 residential units and a 40,000 square foot commercial space. That would be the amount of development charges that would be saved by the developer. The tax revenue generated for the same development over a 5-year period would be $5,312,035. I base that upon $3,450 a residential unit and approximately $5 a square foot for commercial space, totaling $1,062,407 a year. The city portion of that, if I'm correct, and I will admit I just put this together this morning, so if I'm slightly off, I think the city portion is 31.8%, which would amount to $1,689,227. That's $337,845 annually, and the payback would be approximately 2.5 years. One thing to point out is that this property is currently generating $14,045 in annual taxes, of which $4,466 is the city of Kitchener. So you'd move from $4,466 to $337,845 annually. Of course, I think it's worth pointing out that there's a total of $5 million generated. So beyond your benefits, the province, the school boards, and so forth would benefit from the balance. The City of Kitchener Rapid, the next page, speaks to parts. We're in the recommended focus area of parts. The subject property, the next page, shows us where we are to the LRT station. We're within 3 stops of the hub. So if you look at how many stops,
Could I ask
Victoria,
you to wrap up, Mr.
it's 3 spots. The next matter, the next page is an article from the Record on Tuesday, June 25th, 2013. As something that would be of community interest to you, with the sale of this property, the Ray of Hope intends to provide a gift to the House of Friendship for $1 million. So $1 million will immediately go back into the community on the sale of this property. In summary, we've got a responsible owner here. Over the last 3 or 4 years, Ray of Hope has spent approximately $400,000 to obtain a record of site condition. This is a brownfield site. Without getting into a lot of detail, the way this has been done, there will not be a need to draw on the DCs, the DC exemptions, because of the cleanup. Record of site condition is being achieved through a risk assessment. So we've taken the heavy burden of the Brown Incentive Program off the table. This is a good financial investment on the city's part. If you wait and delayed this by another 5 years, let's say, you would have lost that 5 years worth of generated income of $1.6 million. You'll never get that back. The development of this property on this site will support investment right alongside an $800 million investment that's being made by various levels of government, and it will support it now. It would be a catalyst to improving a neighborhood that also needs love. If you get a good drive around this neighborhood, there's lots of opportunities to provide love in this area. It does support the city's vision of the area, going back to parts and the reurbanization and so forth around transit stops. It is a logical expansion of the boundary. If you take a look at where the LRT comes to, it comes to Ottawa Street and turns right, so just past this property.
Okay, Mr. Benninger, you've gone far over your allotted time, so we'll go to questions if that's okay. Mayor Zaire.
Thank you. Peter, thanks for coming in. Are you asking for a site-specific boundary change, or are you asking us to consider a major boundary change?
Well, thank you. That's a perfect segue to my conclusion that I didn't have time for. The conclusion is the request that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee Council expand the boundary to include the Ray of Hope site with the current development charge review.
So it's site-specific then?
No, I'm suggesting that you take the boundary to Ottawa Street.
Oh, all right.
It's a logical argument in terms of if you look at where Parts is and where you're.
So in order to not lose the, I think you put the figure 1.6 million or whatever the figure was, we'd have to be generating that income from taxes fairly soon. So,
no, you don't really have to.
So are you suggesting that there is activity on the property?
We do have activity on the property, but I think it's to me it's not. As Fusion talked about specific plans, what I'm suggesting is every year that you delay it, it's going to take that much longer to get it going. So if I had a developer in 6 months from now that's going to start his plans and it takes 2 years to get that going, I'm going to suggest to you that is going to be delayed by the fact that the development charges would be different for this site than it would be for sites that are right across the road. So that's the way I believe you would delay it and delay it forever.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, just one question. Does Ray of Hope own other properties up to Ottawa Street?
Yes, they do.
They do. Can you tell me a little about those?
Well, I believe their facilities are operated on other properties on King and Charles. Harry could tell us about that.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, sorry, I forgot my earlier indication. Mr. White, do you want to just make your presentation, then we'll get the questions out of the way at once?
Okay.
Do you mind?
I really hadn't prepared a presentation. I was here to kind of support Peter and to answer questions. And so
Very good.
For Councillor Etherington, I'd be happy. 3 years ago, we acquired a property, 659 King Street East. We invested pretty much $1 million to purchase that from another agency that was floundering. And that has become kind of our headquarters for our programs in the city and for our ministry. We've invested close to $500,000 in upgrading that property already, and we'll be starting next week another additional renovations downstairs that's $350,000. So that's kind of our home, and we expect it to be our home for some time. 5 years ago, we purchased a property at the corner of King and Ottawa to be a headquarters for our youth addictions treatment program in the city. And we just went through another $100,000 renovation on that over this summer to create additional space for expanding that program in our community. So we definitely are a major property owner along the city in that section of King Street. We've only ever purchased the properties or had them donated to us, as in this property, to create services for our community. We've come to the decision to sell the property through conversations with our board and the philanthropists that originally donated it to us, because we recognized that our work around youth addictions was going to be primarily community-based work, focusing in schools, not needing new bricks and mortar. And so that's why we agreed with our philanthropists that a great way for us to support the community when we sold the property was to actually actively reinvest $1 million with House of Friendship for their program on Ann Street, which is supporting women's addictions in the community. So yes, we own several properties along there. We're invested in the community and support the community in a variety of ways. And this is my first time to address Kitchener Council, but we do a lot of work in the city and we get no support from the city itself apart from tax exemptions as a nonprofit and a charitable organization. And we're engaged probably feeding 200 to 300 people a night in our community center and providing a lot of other supports for people in our community and in that area. So I don't know if that's...
Thank you. Councillor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much. Peter, just going back to the slide that shows the whole property there, and it looks like there's a section of it that actually comes out onto Sterling.
Yes.
So I guess my part of my question here is, in terms of the boundary, is this all one contiguous property?
Have the titles merged on that?
Currently, the titles haven't merged. That was intentional because when we acquired the properties, there was significant brownfield issues, and we didn't acquire them all at the same time.
Right.
So actually, where the King Street site itself is, we actually purchased and created a numbered company that owns what was Kango Kitchener.
Right.
Because we didn't want to merge them at the time because we were hoping to, you can see in that property, there's a large section of it on the kind of bottom right-hand corner. There's a complete remediation was done on that site in the hopes that we would build an addiction center for youth at that time. And so they haven't merged yet.
Okay, so I guess part of my question is, and maybe this is more appropriate for staff, but I'll ask it of you. If the boundary came as far as Sterling, is that addressing your issue, assuming that the properties are merged? Or does it need to, or are you arguing Ottawa Street because of potentially the other properties as well, and you just philosophically think it should go there?
Well, I think first off, I mean, if you could do it that way through staff, it would restrict the access. Then the developer would have to, enter the site off of Sterling Avenue, I would think, or have an entrance that way, which I'm not saying is impossible, but it just adds another level of interest to the site and to the development of the site if you were looking for that access. I think, for us to say it should stop at our site, I don't think is the right thing to say. I think if you look at it logically and you look at properties further up the road, and you take a look at the LRT, by the way, the region's already expropriated part of the property for the LRT, and it turns right at Ottawa Street, and you think about all the lands that are there, whether it's the old Canada Cottage site or MTD or some of the Onward sites and so forth, and you think about what's going to go on in this neighborhood and the catalyst that the development on this property could be for that neighborhood, it makes logical sense to bring it in.
Okay, thank you. And just on that, just for a point of clarification, the LRT is turning right at Borden, is it not?
Yes. And then, sorry, and then it swings back.
Coming back.
Okay.
I just
Ottawa.
wanted to make sure
right.
that something didn't change that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
Okay, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. Just a couple quick questions. Is Ray of Hope planning on developing this site themselves?
No, we're not business developers. People that own large properties and do that, that's their expertise. We serve the community and people in need. And, but we recognize that's why it's best for us to sell the property and to find someone that's appropriate to actually develop it.
Okay. I mean, I'm familiar with the work you do, Harry. We saw each other on Saturday, right?
Yes.
So essentially you're asking us to change the boundary so that the sale of the property would the value of the property would increase. Therefore, your hopes would be that the sale of the property would increase the revenue you would receive.
I don't know that I'm not the real estate person. I don't think that it will increase the value of the property itself. It will make the development on the property much more realistic in a shortened time frame. And I think that's really a similar message that you've heard from the Fusion Group today. Essentially, our expectations is the property values probably don't change that much. But how quickly and how cost effectively can you bring market level units onto the market? That's the developer's concern, I believe. So I think and why we kind of came today was it really puts us at a disadvantage to try and sell the property and find a good developer when they're going to be challenged to actually move the project forward because of the same inconsistencies between the downtown core and if it got extended as far as the Fusion property, and then we're still just beyond that. But it would create the challenges for the developer.
Do you have a buyer for the property already?
How much money do you have, sir? No, we
not
don't.
that much, Harry.
No.
Sorry, Peter
No,
was...
it's not
not
sold.
currently.
Not currently, no.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Glenn Graham, do you have a question of the delegation? Okay.
Thanks very much, Peter and Harry. And I guess I wanted to clarify, this is hypothetical, that you don't have a developer like Fusion ready to go with your proposal. So this is trying to enhance the value of the property for your benefit. Is that right?
No, I
For
don't.
sale?
To repeat what Harry said, it's not going to change the asking price. The property is listed for sale. It's not going to change the asking price. What it's going to do is, as Councillor Gazzola said a little while ago, is level the playing field. And if you can imagine the playing field, and with the map that I've just drawn you, we're literally right on the sideline. As a matter of fact, it's like being on the bench, and we've got a star player, which is this site. This is a shovel-ready site, completely remediated in terms of its RSC and its risk assessment, ready to go, ready to create taxes for the developer that wants to come along, and we will be put at a disadvantage, and somebody that would suggest they may want to wait, like Mr. Kotzeff just said, that they may want to wait. It's really the same sort of thing. And I guess what we're saying is, yes, that's a reality, that's a fact. Is it logical to move it to Ottawa Street? Yeah, we think it's logical to move it to Ottawa Street.
One of the things I'm struggling with is the fact we've been engaged with the Fusion Homes folks for a number of months and tried to get our heads around it. But this is a bit of a bombshell, I have to admit, seeing this before us, and it's a big deal. So is this new information that's just, you're coming to us now? We haven't heard this before, I don't think, have we? You haven't presented on this before?
No, we haven't presented on this before.
Okay.
No. I think some of the comments that were made by councillors, if they were properly reported in the record last week, weren't heard before either. And that was the strong consideration of extending the boundary beyond the current area. So I think that shed a new light on things.
How time sensitive is this approval today?
Well, it's as time sensitive as if you're extending the boundary, it's very time sensitive.
To the extent that there's a project timeline like the way the other project has? I mean...
No, for the same reasons we've identified, that to create that level playing field. Because if you don't do it, it could sterilize this property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would now... I would probably ask, actually, Councillor Glenn Graham, if you wanted to put a motion on the floor, and then we'll have questions of staff and comment at the same time, if you could.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure if perhaps we could use the overhead. Colin, do you have a spare motion, or do you need one? Basically, and this didn't contemplate the other presentation at all, and so I'm not sure where to go with that. So in terms of the recommendations by staff, I'm proposing that paragraphs 1 and 3 essentially would remain, and that the second paragraph, and I'm open to proper language on this from the clerk, because it didn't include the numbers of the bylaw here, but essentially it's recommending that we extend the geographic boundary of the incentives to Betzner. And I'm not sure if you want me to speak to it now, or should I wait?
Yeah, speak to it now, please, if you could. Oh, yeah. We'll speak to your rationale first, and then we're going to get to questions of staff for all of
Certainly.
council.
Okay. I certainly believe that while King and Victoria is being very successful, that this is a world away. And the city does have an interest in the market being successful. And I believe that we've looked at the market district language in terms of the buildings around the market for quite some time. If you look at a pure market model, it hasn't taken up. There hasn't been leasing of those buildings around the market and the marché. And the East End, certainly on a price per square foot, I do appreciate what the delegation has said from Fusion, that it's not something that they can develop at this point. The only question we have to ask is, would this benefit the city? And I believe that this would, specifically around the market, because the market is certainly hasn't been developed around the streetscape and enhanced to the same degree that the other investments in the city have. And the other aspect is that I think that this is a gateway opportunity for the city. So I would encourage council to support this inclusion because I believe that it does benefit the city, not only economically, but also in terms of the vitality and animation around that area. I believe Fusion would have some part to play in terms of animation of the market, but also in terms of retail. So I think that this would increase the density of our downtown. I think it would be of benefit to the downtown as a whole. And I do believe that these people would be shoppers of any potential supermarket as well. So I think that on the whole that this does meet a number of objectives that the city is trying to achieve. And I think that would we not do this, it would take 5 to 6 years for this to achieve some kind of catalytic momentum. So I would think that this is a good investment now, and I would encourage the members of council to consider it.
Okay. Before we go further, we actually haven't had any presentation or comment from staff. Now that they have full context, if they would like to make any comments before we get into actual questions. Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, just wanted to clarify that we were asked by council to consider other options when we were dealing with the development charge component of the overall downtown incentive review. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through those conclusions, but basically there was two things that we looked at. One was the approach, essentially how do you finance it? And then the second was the boundaries itself. So just for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into those, but happy to answer any questions that folks have.
I appreciate that. Councillor, questions now. Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you. Thanks to staff for the work that they did on this, because I think looking at the expanded boundary was one of the things that I was after when this came to us last time. I guess the part that I'm still struggling with, and I'm wondering if staff can elaborate on their rationale, is why we're not making a closer link to parts around your recommendations. I think if we're making some fundamental decisions, or if the region has made some fundamental decisions around the LRT already, and that's going to impact our official plan and everything else going forward, why from a policy perspective are we not integrating these various recommendations more so? Because one, quite frankly, supports the other. And I'm not, quite frankly, sure that I agree with, while I agree with the need to expand it, I don't agree with the rationale necessarily behind it without making those linkages.
Mr. Wilmer?
Through the chair, I think you're quite right, Councillor Verbenovich, that there is a link to rapid transit planning and the planning around rapid transit stations. I think the position that we're taking is that the investment in rapid transit itself is the incentive to develop in rapid transit station areas. And that's the reason why we're suggesting the third paragraph, which is that we now signal our intent to terminate the incentive. So when rapid transit is up and running, we shouldn't need any financial incentives anymore. To get us through that period of time, that's what we're talking about here, is maintaining the type of incentive and the boundary of the incentive.
Okay. And that may in fact be the case. I mean, I think it's what we all hope will end up being the case. But I just think from a planning perspective, the rationale around this needs to start linking that stuff together better in terms of how all this is coming together. On the issue of expanding the boundary, if we went beyond Betzner to whether it's Sterling, if that includes the property in question, or it's to Ottawa Street, which would make logical sense around trying to capture that LRT station as well. Could that stretch out? I'm not sure what those north and south boundaries are on each side of King Street right now, but could that stretch out essentially to Ottawa Street without going the full 10 minutes? I mean, is that sort of an in-between somewhere between the expanded to Betzner and expanded to the 10-minute walk? Because a 10-minute walk would start incorporating all sorts of other neighborhoods that aren't on the table right now.
Could you, if you could clarify the question, I'm not...
So if you can bring the map up.
I understand what you're asking, going to Ottawa Street, but I don't see any member of staff looking to respond this time either, so I think there's some confusion as to the question. You're saying, is it a middle ground between the 10 minutes and what we're doing now? Then I don't...
Right, essentially right now you're going one block, I guess, on either side of King Street. So you're not following the logical line that's already there.
He's got 2 minutes left, actually.
If you look at this right now, the proposed expansion is right here, right? But the existing boundary lines, the light line, are right there. So I guess what I'm asking is there a rationale why we wouldn't have gone, or an explanation for why we wouldn't have gone to Ottawa Street in that way, just continue down to that same boundary line?
Okay, who would like to speak to that? Mr. Bloom.
Through the chair, perhaps I'm maybe not understanding the geographical references. The reason we didn't go up to Weber Street on sort of the north end was that most of those, everything north of the properties at front, King Street, are predominantly single-family homes. They're stable neighborhoods. There really wasn't redevelopment types. That's why the study area around the Fusion development site was limited to really properties on either side of King Street. In terms of bringing that line, which currently we've shown at Betzner, I think there's two things to consider if you want to extend it all the way to Ottawa. First is that will increase the cost to the city because development that would have happened in there would essentially becomes lost development charge revenue. And then the second consideration, and we talked about this at the last time, was the need to focus intensification in the core. And the wider you make the exemption area, the wider you're going to spread out the any kind of new intensification. And that can, in some instances, not necessarily bring about the type of immediate density you need to support certain policy objectives, whether that's attracting a grocery store or other type uses.
Okay.
Councillor Rabinovich, you're just out of time. I will come back to you.
Okay.
Just note, folks, a couple things. First of all, I'm not sure if this is going to end up in a deferral or something like that, but I think the important part here from staff's perspective is they want to know where council sits on this. So if you can make your comments as to your positioning, I think that would be beneficial at this point. Councillor Gazzola.
I would like to save my comments. I have a couple of questions of staff. So I just want to better understand the whole issue here. And you referred to in your report what happens if we stop this immediately. Could you just go over that for me? If we were to say at the end of, I think the DC bylaw runs out till June, if we were to stop it there, what does that mean?
Mr. Bloom.
Sorry. Through the chair, if these development charge exemptions were not in place or were not continued, I suspect you would see a number of developers who are currently in the process of either building or soon to build but haven't gotten their building permits would reconsider whether or not they go ahead. So you may, in fact, cause a halt to projects that are currently being considered in that time frame.
So what do the developers have to do to get this exemption? When does the exemption go to them? When does the payment go to them, or when don't they have to pay it? Pardon?
Mr. Bloom. Oh, pardon me. You can just leave your microphone on, Mr. Bloom.
Through the chair, yeah, the development charge is paid at the building permit. So anybody who wouldn't have gotten their building permits by the end of June would lose out on the exemption.
Okay, thank you. Just two questions. I want to try to understand. You talk about two alternatives. An alternative one where we continue with the exemption and basically going that route, all the taxpayers in the community really pay for that, right? That every taxpayer in the community pays for it to make up for it, right? All right? Wrong?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, under both scenarios, the taxpayer pays the exemption. Under one scenario, we're completely exposed to the actual rate of building permit issuance over the next 5 years. And experience of other municipalities has shown that when they terminate their exemption, there can be a run of building permit applications immediately prior to the end of the exemption. Under the approach we're setting out here, basically we will exclude the downtown from the DC background study, and we will simply pay the growth-related cost of those capital projects through the capital budget. So we will not be exposed at all to that uncertainty around what will happen immediately prior to the end of that exemption period.
But if we exempt them using number 2, that means that they don't put any money into the pot, does it not? And it means all the other developers around the city have to make up the pot?
No, the DC Act would prohibit that from happening. Essentially, we will have to increase the CC share of every capital project for the anticipated rate of growth in the downtown period. So under one scenario, we basically have to fund an exemption from the operating budget. In the other scenario, we build it into our capital budgets for all projects over the next 5 years.
I'm still not clear of, now if there is a development in the downtown, we would have to pay for that. The taxpayers would have to pay for that.
Presently, and under the first option, yes.
Yeah. But if we go the route where they have to pay they pay money into the development fund, and that's used throughout the city. That's not restricted to the downtown, is it? The funds, any development charges that come into the pot are not site-specific. They're for the entire community.
We do segregate between central neighborhoods and suburbs, so there are a large number of engineering works in the central neighborhoods that are excluded from the calculation. Or sorry, engineering works in the suburbs that are not the subject of the downtown calculation. I think that the bottom line is either way, we're able to figure out what the growth projection for the downtown period is over the next 5 years. And under the recommended scenario, we're simply going to fund that for the downtown capital projects from the tax base. Under the old scenario, we would have to fund that exemption every time the building permit was applied for.
Okay, then what you're telling me is that the downtown is treated as a site-specific area.
The exemption applies only to the downtown, yes.
And work in the downtown is a site-specific. Monies, you deal with the downtown calculations completely separate than from the whole pot.
They're treated the same as all central neighborhoods, so they're part of the central neighborhoods area, but we isolate it further for the purposes of defining who is eligible for the exemption.
I'll have to mull it.
14 seconds to spare. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I still don't quite understand how the funding happens in option number 2. I understand that it's out of the capital budget. The taxpayers, though, still pay for that. But what does that mean? Does that mean that there's deferrals in our capital project in order to cover these costs? Or how does that work?
Might be helpful to use an example, Mr. Chapman.
Under the current scenario, which is option 1, we basically anticipate if a project is fully developer funded, that will be recovered through development charges that are paid across all of the central neighborhoods. And so we'll fund that project with DC monies as they come in. If we provided an exemption, the city will pay that share of the DC funding into the DC pool to fund that project when it goes forward. Under option 2, which is what's recommended, based on the amount of growth we anticipate in the downtown, we are going to remove that from our DC forecast, remove that from the budget for the project, and basically allocate capital out of current tax-supported funding to that project, and we will fund it through the capital budget. So essentially, in passing the DC bylaw, the cost to the taxpayer will be the same. What the recommended approach does is ensures that there's certainty around that cost, whereas the current approach means if there is a run of permits immediately prior to the sunset of the exemption, which has happened in other municipalities, we're completely exposed to that, even if it doesn't bear correlation to the actual project costs in that 5-year period.
Okay, I understand that now. But where are we going to generate that money? Does that then mean that we have to increase the tax levy in order to increase the capital portion of those projects from the DCs?
Through the chair, we'll have to fund it regardless whether or not you continue, or regardless of option 1 or 2. And we propose, once you give us direction today, to come back through the DC study process and identify how that would be funded. And essentially, because the whole calculation is being reset right now, it's premature to comment on whether or not there is an impact because there are many, many variables. So it's entirely possible that there is no impact. based on what's happened to the service levels, to population growth forecasts, and that sort of thing. But we've identified a number of strategies by which we can accommodate that funding requirement. But that really is a discussion that needs to happen when you've got the full DC study in front of you.
Okay. The reason I'm trying to understand, because if we attempt to increase the boundary, what's that impact then going to be on the homeowners across, the tax levy across the city? Like, how I see the chart there that says the expansion of Betchner, but we don't even have the expansion to Ottawa on here. How are we expected to make a decision on the costs that impact the residents of Kitchener?
So fundamentally, the larger the exemption area, the greater the impact of the taxpayer under either option 1 or option 2. Essentially under option 2, it means that you would have to allocate more CC funding, capital out of current funding, to fund the exempt share of those projects. And at some point, you'll require so much CC that it will have impacts on other CC funded projects in the capital forecast.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. Certainly the questions that Councillor Galloway-Seelock asked helps me understand a little bit more. But in the option 1 that you talked about, there was a statement that said a similar situation was faced by the City of Waterloo when it discontinued its Uptown Core exemptions. So what was that situation that occurred? In my understanding, the risk is magnified, but what else happened when Waterloo did that, when they set aside, when it ended?
Through the Chair, I think it's essentially the issue that Councillor Gazzola was alluding to, questioning when is it that a DC exemption is applicable or is recognized, and it's a building permit issuance. So if you have developers that contemplate doing works in the year following the end of that exemption period, it's entirely possible if they're far enough advanced in their planning process that they'll bring forward their application for building permits to get them in before the exemption expires. So in a sense, they're being fast-tracked or brought forward. Our understanding from the City of Waterloo when they ended their downtown exemption is that exact thing happened. There was basically a run of building permit applications before the exemption expired. It exceeded what they had forecast and placed a considerable strain on their DC reserve.
Okay, so even though permits are in, that doesn't necessarily mean that the building is shovels are going to go in the ground. Is that not correct?
That's correct, but under option 1, which is our current approach, regardless of what the true capital costs are or when the projects are happening, we basically cut a check from the tax base to the DC Reserve Fund based on the value of that building permit, or the DC applicable at that building permit. And so I think what we're saying now is that if we know what the population growth forecast looks like, it's better for us to fund the exemption to that level based on that certainty than to be totally exposed to what happens essentially in the final year of that exemption.
Okay. And right now what we're looking at is 2019 as the sunset date for the exemptions to happen.
Correct.
That's recommended, and our strong recommendation to Council is that when you pass the next bylaw, be clear in the bylaw and the background study around your intention, because it will take time for developers to respond. We think if it's open-ended, within the current 5-year bylaw, you may as well add more time in the next background study, because it would be very awkward for Council to only give 1 or 2 months' notice of its intention at that point to end the exemption.
So if our intention or our individual desires would be to set the sunset clause at 2016, for example, would that be enough time to prepare for the possible influx of building permits? Like, have we looked at sort of I guess my broader question would be, have we looked at what would happen if we set a 2016, a 2017, a 2018 sunset?
Under the recommended approach, you will not be exposed to that risk at all, so the timing really will not impact that issue. I think you could almost proportionately reduce our costs. So the sooner you sunset the exemption, the less population growth will benefit from that exemption and the lower the cost will be. But again, the recommendation before you basically provides certainty around what that cost is, whether it be over a 3-year, 4-year, or 5-year period.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Yaneski?
To staff, a couple of questions. In our DC kitty, are we in a surplus or a deficit?
We're in a deficit, and current projections are that we'll continue in deficit until about 2015.
To 2015. Okay, thank you. The answer Corey Bloom gave in regard to the payback period from one of the delegations that presented their scenario in terms of the time that they would go forward with their development, get the exemption, get development completed, and then tax money be coming in. You're saying the payback period was how long?
Through the chair, I actually was able to find the data that was in the previous report. If a unit is, if the average price of a new unit is $250,000, then the payback to the city based on the money we're putting in for the development charge, it would take us approximately 4.3 years of tax increase before we see that money back. So that means the units were fully occupied and the taxes would be paid for 4.3 years.
Okay.
And Mr. Chapman, you want to add?
I would just like to caution council on the issue of looking at payback from tax revenue for the DC exemption, because I think the discussion may have been oversimplified on that issue to this point. So I'll offer two considerations. One is that looking at the payback on that basis assumes that there are no incremental operating costs, and it's the issue that Councillor Gazzola alluded to earlier. And we know that's not accurate. There will be costs to service the new development, and that's not taken into consideration when expressing the payback on this basis. Granted, we know that the cost to service infill development is typically lower than greenfield development, so there is some efficiency there. But I think the greater issue is that thinking assumes that the growth generated by an exempt development is entirely incremental to the city. And I think it's probably incorrect to say it's entirely incremental, and also incorrect to say that it all would have happened otherwise. I think it's fair to say, though, that while a new development may spur on some additional interest, at the end of the day, we have to accept that there is a finite limit to the amount of demand for a new development within the City of Kitchener. And essentially, by fast-tracking an exempt project, you may simply reduce demand for projects that are already funding or paying development charges. And so I think there's a risk to oversimplify it on either end of the spectrum, but I would caution council against relying too heavily on this notion of property taxes paying back a DC exemption.
Okay, appreciate that. The question I was coming forward to on this is that if the developer, if we continue and have this approved and there is an exemption provided, the money that will be coming back, that we're talking about the payback period, is taxes, and that money goes into where?
Essentially, it's the annual assessment growth that you rely on to support the annual operating budget.
Right, and it comes into the general revenue.
The general levy as assessment growth.
Okay.
Yes.
And how much money of all that money will be coming into development charges from this development?
It would be paying no development charges.
At all, because it's an exemption?
Correct.
So really, the money that we're talking about coming, tax money really goes to general revenue, and no money goes into the development charges, which is in a deficit right now.
That's correct. Now, that said, we do have to fund the exemption, so it is the property tax base ultimately that's funding that exemption.
So, exactly. Thank you.
Mayor Zaire?
I'm really struggling with this one, not in understanding it, but the decision process. Because the difficulty with expanding a boundary is where does one stop? And we have had this boundary now for an extended period of time, and most people know what it is and what it has been. I also understand the concerns that are being expressed about the East End, and therefore that it could use some assistance and encouragement for development. I get that. However, if we move it 1 block, 2 blocks, or 3 blocks, well, why not go to Ottawa Street and sort of the next block over, because we're talking about a distance between a station. 1 block further is, I forget what it is, but you know, it becomes that kind of a boundary creep that is difficult to control. I know that I'm going to pick up on one of the comments that Councillor Glenn Graham used. It's probably going to be for a different purpose, though. And he said, what's best for the city? And so what's best for the city is probably to minimize the risk that we have. And in the two options that are in, this is first of all just assuming that the boundary doesn't change. And as I'm understanding it, the least risk for the city is option 2. Because we will not necessarily then have that panic towards the end of the 5 years, 2019, in terms of an unknown dollar value and getting building permits out within the existing boundary. We know that if we extend the boundary, that the cost is going to be greater. And I came into this meeting, and as I was thinking of this over the weekend, was to still find some sort of phasing in of this process. But I do understand the development timeline that is there. And so it may not even help. Phasing in may not even help the development industry in its what they're looking for. So I'm almost sort of abandoning that thought. And you know, one of the things that, pardon a digression here, but when I'm speaking to school kids, they say, "What's the best thing that has happened? What do you like best about being mayor?" And it's helping people. Well, what's the most difficult task that you have to do? And that's saying no to people that you know could even be friends, you want to help, but difficulty in saying no. And that's where I'm finding it myself right now. That I think the report that staff has before us gives us certainty. Yes, it will likely slow down some development for certain parcels of land, but I'm not convinced that they will stop it. It will be in a different timeline. And so, as I say, I came into this, I'm really struggling with it, but that's the current position which I'm landing on. And so the question would be to you, Mr. Chair, or Councillor Glenn Graham. I'm assuming that he was moving the recommendation with that one amendment, because I hadn't heard a mover of the recommendation that was in the...
Yes, Councillor Glenn Graham moved the sheet before us, which is essentially staff's recommendation. There's some context, and then extending it to Betzner.
So that being the case, then you would have to ask for the amendment to be taken separately.
There wasn't a mover, sorry. So he moved that motion as a whole. He moved the original motion with this exchange.
I'm asking then that the amended portion that he was asking for be taken as a separate.
Certainly.
To be voted on separately.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to think on that because I'm not sure it doesn't. I think it might change dramatically, but I'm going to move along while I think of it. Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. This, to me, it's a major development decision, and most councillors, maybe staff, to me, have been blindsided by the Ray of Hope request. I don't feel comfortable making a decision on such a major change in my ward, knowing absolutely nothing about the Ray of Hope proposal. I don't like I was going to vote against the report we're looking at, the status quo, and the recommendation in today's report, because I too want very much to see long overdue improvements and upgrades to several of the East End communities that also form part of my ward. The same kind of improvements we've seen in the West End of my ward, including the tannery, the developments on King and Victoria, and soon the area around Bram and Victoria. So I'm very much tempted. I would like to move that we defer this until staff and council have had a chance to address the whole equation here, because I don't feel I know enough about it to vote on taking this boundary to Ottawa Street.
Thank you. People back in the queue here, please be brief. Councillor Rabinovich.
Thanks. I still have the rest of my questions for staff, and very quickly. If the boundary were to change, and if we look on the three amounts that you have on page 4-3, so there's the current boundary expanded to Betzner, expanded to 10-minute walk. If we expanded to Betzner, but actually expanded to Ottawa Street, just along sort of that King Street corridor that you referenced, essentially the one that you're proposing right now, would the amount essentially be somewhere between number 2 and number 3 there? Does that make sense, Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, makes sense. I might have to rely on Mr. Pennard. Really, this is driven by potential development in that area, drives this cost, and I'm not as familiar with what may or may not be planned in that area. So the answer from Mr. Pennard is that we would have to go back and look at how many units they would anticipate to see moved into that area based on this exemption. So there isn't a clear answer today.
Okay. Question number 2, just to be clear, further to the questions, Mr. Chapman, that Councillor Galloway Seelock was asking. Old habits die hard. Apologies. With respect to how this impacts sort of DCs and the overall budget. So the hole in the donut approach that you're recommending would not necessarily, we don't know how it would impact our overall DC budget to fund projects elsewhere in the city that need to be done? Is that what you said? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Okay.
Right.
Or maybe you didn't answer that at all yet.
Through the chair, we will only know that for certain once we finalize the DC background study, and we're on a path to bring you draft rates on April the 7th, and I believe the public meeting on April the 28th. So I would suggest that, and we need to have a new bylaw in place basically before the summer recess, or else we'll be without the ability to charge development charges as of that point. So I think we're optimistic based on what we're seeing that enough has changed within the DC capital forecast that we should be able to fund the type of exemption we're looking at here. But the fine calculations will only be done once all of the inputs are known, and Council's decision on this issue is a key input, certainly.
Okay. My last question is actually to you, Mr. Chair, and you referenced in one of your questions earlier this notion of a 2-year delay on part of it, and I just want to understand what your thinking was behind that.
The rationale some of the comments I've heard was concerns about competition and council and staff not really providing much of a heads up if the boundary were to change. And to be clear, that wasn't staff's approach, but obviously it's before us now. So from the community, there's some concern if we implement a new boundaries without any notice, then that could upset some of the certainty that we've been talking about. So that was my question in terms of, I guess you can call it phasing, but my understanding from staff is that we can do it. We could delay any new expansion for a couple of years without any adverse effects.
Okay. Well, I guess if I may then just very briefly comment on, because I too am of the opinion that we should defer that Councillor Etherington is getting at. I am of the view that obviously this initiative needs to continue until 2019. I'm also of the view that the boundary needs to be expanded. I tend to like, as I've said earlier, that this should be linked more to our other planning policies than is coming across here, and that continues to trouble me somewhat, but I think that's a broader discussion for another day. For me, the rationale behind expanding is that, in my view, while we have seen progress throughout the downtown in terms of building the strength of our neighborhoods, through the city center, which includes King East. That end of the downtown still needs some love, quite frankly. It needs it in some ways where that support will only happen through something like this. And we need to not look at it purely from the perspective of the costs associated with it, but I think we need to take a holistic, sustainable community planning kind of approach to this issue. So not only look at, what does it cost us and what are the additional tax revenues going to be, but how does it impact on other issues? If we start addressing some of the issues in the East End through more people living down there, how is it potentially going to help us in terms of some of the social services costs that we don't have, but maybe the region's dealing with? Policing costs, how does it impact that? How does it impact us in terms of the farmers market and the Kitchener market rather, and the fact that it may not require as much subsidy in the future if we're seeing additional people living in the core. So I think we need to factor all of those things in making this decision. So for those reasons and the new information that's come forward today from Mr. Benninger and the Ray of Hope folks, I will support the amendment or the deferral today so that I can consider some of these factors between now and when we deal with it again.
Okay. And sorry, I haven't actually had a motion for deferral. Was Councillor Ethington, do we bring that forward? Okay. There's still 4 people in the queue. In the interest of fairness, actually pretty much everyone has spoken already that's in the queue. Okay, just very quickly, and again, if you can, before we vote in the deferral, if you can comment on where you're standing, I think staff would appreciate it.
I have...
Sorry? That's actually a good point. Councillor Etherington, deferral till what date? I would suggest council.
I'm really in the hands of staff on that, Mr. Chair. I would suggest at the end of March, I believe there's a council meeting there.
Would staff comment? I know they want to have the direction in place as soon as possible. Mr. Chapman.
Essentially, what we need from committee today is direction on the basis on which we prepare the background study. If we don't get that from committee today, our assumption will be status quo on the core area exemption, and then I think we would still need direction from you around the options that you want us to be further evaluating. Our concern all along has been that basically if this issue is deferred, you'll be forced to deal with the issue at the same time you're looking to adopt a background study in DC bylaw. So certainly we're in your hands on it, but absent any direction today, we'll prepare it on a status quo assumption with some options, gleaning as best we can from the conversation. But you're best to defer it to the DC background study process, because by the time it would come back to committee, we'll already have finalized documents and circulated them for public input and review.
Okay, so sorry to clarify then, so we may as well just defer it to the DC background study.
If you're inclined to defer it, yes, because we're bringing draft rates forward to on April the 7th, and our public meeting is scheduled for April the 28th. And so our content will essentially be finalized by the point at which you'd be looking to defer it to anyways.
Okay, and if it was deferred to council? Same, next week? Because I'm just saying, like, there might be some information that we specifically want. Like, I can see some information that want it back. Like,
so if you're looking for an update to the information on 4-3 to include some other scenarios, I'd look to Corey to confirm it, but my sense would be that we can at least have that for the council meeting next week.
Through the chair, yes, we can attempt to obtain that number. I would clarify that staff's position won't change. Our position is to keep the line at Cedar. So, really, the only thing that's missing here is that value in 4-3. If you wanted to know the financial implications of going even further.
So I think the indication here is the numbers to Sterling and the numbers to Ottawa Street for council. Councillor Etherington to council is fine for deferral.
That would be good.
So again, I still have 5 people in the queue. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I have a question. I just want to understand with regards to even if we were inclined to grant the exemptions to Ottawa or wherever, it doesn't really matter, would they still have to pay the region portion of their DCs?
Mr. Chapman?
That remains an open question. The region's approach in the past has been to follow the approach of the lower tier with respect to downtown core area exemptions. The region has yet to take a position on whether or not they're even maintaining their exemption in their upcoming background study. Signals we have from the region are that they're not contemplating a significant increase in the size of their downtown boundary, so it's entirely possible the Kitchener Council could expand our boundary, but the region, even in a best-case scenario, may simply hold themselves to the boundary they had in the previous bylaw.
Well, I think that's really important that we have that information as well, and any information we may be able to get on the inside of the region I think is important. I'm just going to make a couple quick comments. I think one of the reasons the Ray of Hope was here today is because, and not before this, is purely because they didn't ever think that we were going to extend our boundaries. And now that there's talk about extending our boundaries, they're here. And if we talk about expanding our boundaries to Ottawa Street, then the next block is going to come, and the next block is going to come, and the next block is going to come, because where do we really draw that line? I also think that people who purchase property know the risks. Our exemption area has been in place for a long time. While it would be nice to help improve all areas, there's many other areas in the city that probably could benefit from having exemptions from DCs. And I think asking the residents of Kitchener across the whole entire city to continue to pay for these exemptions is asking a lot. We've put a lot of money, unless I represent the suburbs, and we've put a lot of money into the downtown, and we're just asking for more from those people who are living in the suburbs. And so I really don't think that I can look at extending the boundaries, but I will support a deferral to get the information. Just, I think, regardless, we're making the decision next Monday anyways, so I don't mind a deferral, but I'm really not in a position, unless something comes really clear to me over the next week, that I'll be supporting any boundary changes with regards to the DC extensions.
Mayor Zer?
Yes, I'm sorry that I was going to originally ask for it be next week, and I think that is now in place. And I will vote for the deferral. There was one other thought that I had, and maybe staff could also include this in the information, and that would be simply quite the opposite of what I've been talking about, in saying, is it possible to put into this next iteration of the DC bylaw that during the intent is signaling it, as they suggest, ending in 2019, but that in a period of time in there, I don't know what that date would be, that there be a review of the circumstances with the consideration being given to an extension of that time frame and or an extended expanding the boundaries, because the circumstances in 5 years could be completely different than what we're looking at today. So that would, I don't want an answer today, but perhaps they could get that information as well.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I want to make a few comments regardless of the deferral. And in the final analysis, I won't be supporting the deferral because I've done a lot of consideration on this for a considerable period of time. And as far as extending the boundaries are concerned, that to me, there's no end. You can just keep going and going and going. So that's not even a question for me. I am not in favor of carrying on with this program. We've been talking for a number of years of stopping it. We keep going forward with it. There's and I did, when we've talked about this, I've done a considerable amount of research as to what it takes for a developer to make money on their developments. And I'm really struggling with the necessity to carry this on. I know in the past we've needed to have some help to stimulate growth in our downtown, but I think that has changed. And you know, the day of stimulus funding are starting to change and to stop all over the place. So. The other thing, and I do want to refer, and Mr. Chapman has referred to it, this payback cost, you know, tax increases, these new tax dollars that are coming in don't come in free. And no, they won't. We won't use up all the tax dollars, but there are additional costs. So to look at these payback periods, it's really erroneous. And we're in government. We're not in the business of making profit on the taxes we collect. The more taxes we collect, I assure you, the more costs we will be incurring. I don't want to be parochial. I think you have to look at at the interests of the entire city. We have to look at the total picture. And I think we've done that in the past for a considerable period of time, but now I think it's time to start looking around the city. I represent an area that contributes a great amount of commercial and residential taxes to our coffers. And there has never been any stimulus funding for that area. And that's fine in the past, okay, because we have to look at the whole body. But now we have to also keep in mind the parts of the body. I know there's a concern that if we stop this today, there will be a rush on our funds. I think we can deal with that. I mean, I look back and we came up with monies to rebuild the bridge on Margaret Avenue, a $6, $7, $8 million problem overnight. Overnight we seem to come to find that money. So stopping the project now does force people to get off the pot and get moving, and to me that's a good thing. And so if in the interim we have to pay out a few more dollars immediately, I think we can live with that, and I think we can deal with it. The other point I want to make is that the LRT is there, the new LRT is there to support transportation to a certain extent, but a good reason also for the LRT, that's $1 billion boost to the development industry. And I think the proponents have made it very clear that there's a big boost to the development industry. So that's quite a stimulus in itself. So at this point, I'm saying no deferral. Let's get on with it. Let's stop the program with these development charges that we have now. Staff can then go ahead and finish their work. The community knows where we're going, and we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much. And there's no doubt that we need to look at the health of the whole city. I agree completely with that, and I think that certainly the downtown has had some important investments. Where would we be without them is the question I would put to you, because our brand, our whole identity as a city is defined by the downtown first. And I agree that we need to look beyond the downtown. But at this point, we do have a job to finish. And this isn't corporate welfare. This is about a benefit to the city. If you look at the market as beyond the economics of it, the market district requires an injection, I believe, to support what's going on in that East End. And we do have the market there. It's certainly come a long way from when it started, but I do think it could benefit from increased development. It's also where I would be willing to draw the line, because you can talk about where the line would be drawn. Well, we've already drawn the line at one point. We've made that decision. We discriminated based on certain criteria. We can still consider an extension of that based on new criteria. The market is a special case. I think it does warrant our consideration to go beyond the current boundary by that one street, or to Bensner. So we have to look at it holistically in terms of the benefits beyond the economic, in terms of the social vitality, of all the sustainable elements that are going on in terms of activity in that end. I do think that the market itself is a separate case. So I would encourage us to look at this on that basis, not as a slippery slope where we're going to stop, but just to look at this as an opportunity to help that market area. So I would support the deferral. I would also encourage the support for the proposed approach number 2, and I think at the very least next week we could support that and give some direction to staff. I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Wilmer, comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just having heard the discussion, and in the interest of perhaps focusing the discussion next Monday, if this or a portion of this is deferred, it seems to me that the information that Council or Committee is asking for between now and next Monday all relates to the second paragraph of this recommendation. And that, so my suggestion to Council is, if you're going to move and consider a deferral, that relate to the second paragraph only, and that you make a recommendation on paragraphs 1 and 3, because it doesn't seem to me that that's an issue, and that would, I hope, streamline the discussion next Monday night.
I would look to Councillor Etherington to comment. Could you move the deferral?
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that, Mr. Chair. I believe that the thrust of that does relate to the second paragraph.
Okay, so the motion then would be to approve the first and third paragraphs, and the second paragraph would be deferred. Okay, Councillor Etherington, you had rung in to comment?
Yeah, I'm a little confused here. We're commenting on the deferral or the whole thing?
Essentially, you're not supposed to be, but like I said, staff needs some clear direction to get to put the future work together of where council's sitting, so I'm trying to accommodate that.
Okay. Yeah, first off, I would move that paragraph 2 to be taken out.
Deferred, yeah.
That's the deferral. And then I had some comments, general comments on the...
Now's the time.
The whole issue. And my priority has always been the communities in my ward. In this case, it's the East End. I think for many years we've ignored the East End. We've watched it decline. While the West End flourishes. Now, I don't blame anyone for that. It's just the way that things have taken place in way of development. I'm really not interested in developers. I have very little interest in development subsidies as well. But I recognize that the whole situation is here. And I agree with Councillor Glenn Graham that the Kitchener market, if ever you want a good example of why we need to do more in the East End, you just look at the fact we can't even get tenants, even now, in the front end of that building, while the West End continues to boom. That's the community situation. But I also recognize that to taxpayers, there's a multi-million-dollar consequence in expanding these subsidies. Obviously, it will cost us lost revenue, but with subsidies, it will also, with the fusion development, recoup tax income on the properties that otherwise, to me, will just sit there and rot and become an even worse East End eyesore for many years. So for the sake of those East End homeowners and businesses and business operators, I plan to support, when this comes back, I plan to support the expansion. The purpose of the deferral is because I don't know where to take that expansion to. I was ready to take it to Betzner, but now with the surprise developments here, I'm no longer sure. So that's why I want that deferral. Thank you.
And Councillor Yaneski.
Well, this has been a rather interesting debate, opinions. It's been a struggle that I guess we're all going through, and myself as well. Question comes, I have met with a number of the developers and consultants who are in the audience, as well as those who have contacted me and are not here tonight as well on this issue and provided me their opinions, as well as a whole bunch of residents who have also indicated to me their position on just spending taxpayers' money and developers' money and development charge money and Edith Fund money and downtown money, any type of money. How much do we keep spending, and how much money do we keep investing? We've spent over the last 10 years with the Edith Fund over $110 million, and there's interest on top of that. It brings it up maybe to about 150. And then you've got all the other millions of dollars that have been spent on the downtown improvement to the core area. I mean, it looks great, and I think it's wonderful. But again, it's the downtown, it gets the preference. And then there's all these incentive programs and facade programs that are being offered for improvements and incentives, etc. And again, it's coming from the taxpayer, Joe Citizen himself. And here we are today talking about development charges, and we really have no citizens at all here who understand what's going on. We do have one delegation here who quite educated and presented a position on development charges that we should be considering, and that's wonderful. But just a general Joe citizen has no idea what basically we talk about development charges and how it's being spent and how we use the money to address all this thing. And I just want to bring to council's attention that we have been dealing, as I mentioned during budget time, with OPM, other people's money. And here we are dealing with it again today. Do we take it? Do we not take it? Do we give exemptions? What do we do? It comes back down to the general taxpayer in the end. Expansion of the boundaries, I think it's wonderful. But there's a cost to it. And how much are we going to keep paying out? And just, we started out where we are right now, and then we want to move it a little bit over to Betzner, and now we're going to be all the way down to Sterling Avenue, and then suggested we go over to Ottawa. Oh, Christ, maybe we should just open it up and have it to the whole city. Make everybody happy. And I know my residents in the Belmont Village area, who's also a core-type development similar to downtown, they'd be happy to have exemptions as well. And it's not even in the equation here. I've also gotten calls from, as I mentioned, from other developers, and who have also expressed a concern to me in terms of how much money are we going to be providing exemptions to in the downtown core. The greener pastures area have to pay the full rate, and they're saying that, well, we do because we are selling houses, but how come the downtown and other areas, the core area, get the exemptions and they don't? I'm sure the central part within the expressway area has a reduced rate to a degree, but those in the outers don't, just like going shopping. Do you get a 10% discount, 20% discount? Well, the downtown people get a 100% discount. That's what it comes down to. And then you want to provide a discount on this or an exemption. And since no money will be coming into the kitty, to the development charge kitty, it was also just pointed out we're in a hole. And there's no money coming in, and we're going to be in a hole till 2015. I can't understand how we can just keep doing this. It just doesn't make sense. In the end, I'm not prepared to support any expansion, any deferral. I've heard from my taxpayers. I've heard from the developer side of you. I have to make a decision. And I'm not supporting anything at all.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I get very concerned when I see that we are continuing to support and help business and development, whether it's in the greenfield areas or in the downtown core. We've had a long subsidy for the downtown core businesses. I think it's definitely time for us to be helping the outlying areas. Business creates business. If it's an area that developers want to develop, they will develop. I'm sure the incentive will be helpful. The incentive for anybody would be helpful. But I think if you buy the land, you know that there's no incentives there, then you need to understand that that's the way it is. Yes, things change, times change, but I think that there is also reasonable and respectful and common sense approach in terms of where we are spending taxpayers' money. And I think that the outlying areas, the suburbs, are saying enough is enough. Put some money into our infrastructure in the outlying areas and let the business and the development industry manage their own incentives and develop when they're ready to develop. If it takes a little bit of extra time, it will take a little bit of extra time. It will get developed. I believe that the light rail transit will probably be its own incentive. Whether it comes in 2017 or 18 or 19, it may slow down development a little bit, but sometimes that's not such a bad thing. Sometimes it just means that we are taking a better and more prudent approach in how we develop our areas of the city. So I'm not sure whether I'll support the deferral, but I don't think I'm going to support an expansion of that boundary next week. I have to really be convinced.
Okay, I'll just be very brief, so staff has an indication of my direction. First and foremost, I would want to be clear that come 2019, there are no further exemptions to downtown Kitchener, period. In the interim, I think that we definitely need to extend it because there are some plans in the works that are banking on this, and it would be, I think, very, very detrimental at this point to possibly throw a wrench in plans where we could see significant assessment growth, which, let's be clear, assessment growth offsets taxes from the suburbs. I represent a suburban ward, a very, very suburban ward, and one residential tower that goes up brings in $300,000 a year, 0.3% of our current tax levy. So to cut that off at the knees at this point, I think, is just asking our residents actually to pay more in the future. I also would support the idea of expanding the boundary to Betzner with the stipulation that it not come into effect for a 2-year period, again, for the competitive reasons of letting the industry know exactly what we're doing with plenty of notice. So those are my comments. I think what we'll do is we'll take the deferral on paragraph number 2 first. So we will vote on the deferral. Those in favor of the recorded vote's been called. Those in favor of the deferral on paragraph 2? And opposed? Okay, we'll now vote on the balance of the recommendation, which is paragraphs 1 and 3. And I assume recorded vote as well. Those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Okay, I'm going to actually ask committee if there's anyone that has any questions or comments about item number 5. If there are, then we'll defer it to this evening. If not, I can take it as a motion now. We can move on. Does anybody have any questions or comments on item number 5? If not, I would like someone to move it, please. Moved by Councillor Verbanovich. Those in favor? Opposed? It's carried unanimously. And I move on to the final item, number 6, just for the benefit of committee as well. There was suggestions we defer this, but we do have some people here that we'd like to hear from on this item, so we'll be going to it. Mayor Zaire.
Just so we can think about the rest of the day, before we go into this last item, there are scheduled, we had an hour and 5 minutes for Community Infrastructure Services, which was supposed to start at 3:30. I don't know if there are any, we had one delegation, I don't know if that delegation is here. Yes, he is. And you say we have delegation here for number 6 as well?
That's correct.
And I'm wondering if we should be hearing the delegations, and then we, so that we can stick to our timeline for dealing with the special counsel, or we're going to be in trouble getting to our 7 o'clock timeline.
We will be, I suspect.
So what I would suggest we do is hear from the delegation on this item, and then hear from the delegation on the Community Infrastructure Services Committee. That's on item number, it's the Kennedy and Palmer Streets reconstruction. And sure. Then we can see how much time we have left, whether we can get through any of this, or we put it off to this evening after the meeting.
With the permission of the Community Services Chair, I would be happy to do that. Yes? Okay. Okay, so we will take Mr. Drucker first on the Open Government Initiative.
Thank you, members of committee.
Thanks for your patience.
I'm pleased to be able to address you on behalf of Open Data Waterloo Region, which is a community group focused on supporting better open data policies for municipal governments and other entities, as well as organizing events in the community. So that included a large conference last year called Go Open Data, which was attended very well by people from across Ontario. So I would just like to offer support for the City of Kitchener's open government and open data initiative. So we're very pleased to see that coming forward. The open data policies specifically are very good, especially the open by default approach, which will obviously take some time to work out, but that's really where some of the best value comes in open data, where open data is not just a website, not just a catalog of some data sets that are updated sometimes, but an integral portion of the way the municipality operates, where data is made available to the public as well as other stakeholders, both inside the government as well as other governments, as part of normal procedures, unless there's a reason to do otherwise. And so that's the right level to build in open data into the government from our perspective. The important things to do there are to actually follow through, to ensure that departments are all going along with it, that you don't get somebody sort of continuing with a silo mentality, and to make data available with a permissive license that encourages groups and developers and data journalists to make use of the data, to share it, to incorporate it into things like OpenStreetMap, and to just provide for a better interaction between government and the public. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. 2 questions. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much, Michael. I really appreciate you coming today. Do you imagine a time where all municipalities will be collaborating potentially with other orders of government to share data, so that there would be perhaps a clearinghouse where if you searched on trails, you would get trails and on the whole of Ontario, that kind of thing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that is absolutely where we're heading. I think it's very early in the open data world at this point for that, at least in this country. But absolutely, that is one of the biggest opportunities in open data, which is breaking down the barriers between governments, not just between the government and the public. So first step is to get a lot of different governments on board. So here we have, we will now have the City of Waterloo, the City of Kitchener, Region of Waterloo. I believe there's some interest in the City of Cambridge. We also have the University of Waterloo, and there's some interest among other organizations. So there's a lot of opportunity to get data out there. And once there's enough data out there and there's policies that are getting more and more out there, we will have a lot of benefit from clearinghouses like that.
Great, and I expect that you'll be helping us understand when that time is and coming before us again. So
yeah, Open Data Waterloo Region is very happy to provide feedback, and we've provided feedback before to City of Kitchener staff on their initiative.
And just my final question is, if we're an early adopter, is there anything we've missed? Are there any gaps that you can see that you can share with us? Anything else we should be doing?
I think the initial collection of data sets seems very solid. I think the biggest challenge with open data is getting over the internal hurdles, which I cannot speak to at the City of Kitchener. That's up to your staff organization. But the biggest piece of advice is not to reinvent the wheel necessarily. So see how other communities are approaching this, and don't try to invent your own license. Don't try to come up with some reason not to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second here. Councillor Urbanovich, and there's 3 people in the queue.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot for coming in with respect to this, Michael. Just very briefly, in terms of the organization Open Data Waterloo Region, who's part of it, and just tell us a little bit about it.
I don't think he's on.
There you go.
It's a small informal group. There's maybe a half a dozen or so people working on event organization, but we have about 70 people, I think, on a mailing list, and it depends on the event how many people we get out. But it's nothing huge. So.
No, okay, well, no, but I think it's important because it's also a key group that we can reach out to as part of our ongoing work in this area. That would be the only question I have at this point, and when the time comes, if I can make the recommendation.
Certainly. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I don't have any questions of the delegate, and I was going to ask to move it, but I guess I've lost out on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. I do have a question of staff.
There will be questions of staff and staff presentation as well. Okay. No further questions, Mr. Druker. I just will say that I share your enthusiasm for this item.
Thank you, much appreciated.
There we go. Okay, there are no further delegations, so I would pass it over to staff at this point. Pardon me. Sorry, I'm thinking of times. Sorry, Mr. Ross, do you want to come down and speak on item number 5, the reconstruction of the sidewalk? Apologies for the delay, sir.
Yeah, thank you for letting me be here today. So my name's Terry Ross, and I've lived in that area since 1965, off and on. Just a few blocks here and there, but I've always gravitated back. And I'm one of only a few people who have lived in that area for more than 20 years on Kennedy and Palmer Avenue. I would like to start by thanking John Seep for coming to my home last summer and actually explaining the plans to the area and his ongoing communications between us. Also thanking Frank for answering my questions, as well as other councillors on staff who I've met at different locations, and a lady named Diana for calling and registering me for this meeting. However, I was not informed until the 19th of this month of the agenda to this or the report for tonight. So it's been a little bit difficult to get the neighbors together, and there's 39 neighbors, trying to get us all together so we can address our concerns. I'd like to go into the report that you all should have, page 5.2. It talks about the Ion Station stops on Borden, Charles, Mill, and Ottawa. None of those areas have sidewalks now. So how are they going to get to my area where you want to put in sidewalks? Those areas are also not listed for future sidewalks on pages 5-8. I would think that a sidewalk's needed to get to the Iron Horse Trail, to get to the Palmer Kennedy area that's been reported into the report itself. The cost has been estimated at $36,500. It seems a little low to me because it doesn't take into account items that were mentioned on the 27th at the public meeting that was held at the Mill Courtland Community Centre. It was discussed that night that number 182 Palmer would need a retaining wall, and I would think a retaining wall would add to the cost because the sidewalk will be 1 meter below the present grass level. It's not listed in the plans in the report, and I was told that modifications can still be made. I estimate that there's about 300 meters of sidewalks to be installed at the new locations, and that's why the $36,500 seems a little bit low. 200 Palmer will have a parking issue. Right now there's no sidewalks. Their cars almost come out to the edge of the road. If you put a sidewalk in, they're going to be overhanging. Page 5.5 talks about the Ohio Buckeye trees that are on Kennedy, that they won't grow to full height and are undeveloped. They will be removed and replaced with a new species. The photos are, you can see some of the trees in the report. I also have photos I brought with me that I took last summer that shows very blooming and healthy trees. While I respect what Lindsay has said about that and her professional opinion, we the neighbors disagree with that. Page 5.6, the pedestrian charter quote. While pedestrian charter does not speak to the locations of the sidewalks specifically, so therefore we presently have sidewalks on one side of the street that are now used, but many just walk out of their driveways and cross to their homes on Palmer, or for example when they come down Palmer from Kennedy or from Courtland towards Kennedy, they start walking down the road. They don't use the sidewalk because they're going to the Iron Horse Trail because it is a direct route. They don't want to walk down the sidewalk and take a couple more steps the other way. Page 5.7, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Quoted, while the AODA does not specifically state that sidewalks are required on both sides of municipal roadways, it does speak to physical barriers. So the barrier for every citizen is the amount of snow this winter. Our street is small, we have large banks, and no more locations to put it. With additional sidewalks will be less space to place the snow. I was at my daughter's home in a new subdivision earlier today. They have sidewalks on both sides. The snow is higher than my SUV, and it's already been removed once this year. So we should have the right to choose in our area since we're existing citizens in an older developed area. Page 5 and 8 lists future sidewalks, but nowhere does it list the ION locations. They are mentioned, but does not mention Mill Street. The road is not, it does not mention for future sidewalks the Mill Street or Ottawa locations where the road has no sidewalks at all. What it doesn't mention in the report is also that Kennedy is supposed to shift north by 1 foot. And I was told this is because the hydro poles are too close to the edge of the road. And I have contacted Kitchener Hydro, and they don't have any rules on proximity to the road. In summary, we feel our property resale values will go down because of this. All of us, it will cost us our usable space. On Kennedy, number 2, 4, and 6, we now have people, we will have people walking a couple feet from where we sit in the summer. We do not wish to have these proposed sidewalks and boulevards. They will eliminate our parking, eliminate the use of the front portion of our yards. And we are like older neighborhoods. We mingle in the front. We do not hide out in our backyards. There will be lost parking for 11 on Kennedy and 10 on Palmer. Not all of us have garages. The garages that are existing are usually on the sides that have the sidewalk. Thank you for allowing me to present our opinions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross, for your presentation. Questions of the delegation? I have a couple in here, but I think only Councillor Etherington. Did you want to have questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gazzola. I thought you had queued in for the previous item. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, my first question was I wondered what your thoughts were on the sidewalk. I think you've answered that one. How many neighbors, how many residences are affected with these sidewalks, would you say roughly? Did you say 39 or something? Or?
I took the number 39 from the report that's in the agenda. There are approximately, if you're counting just where the sidewalks will go in, there are one large rental unit, 2 small, and 3 other rental units, as well as all the single-family homes.
You know, I was just curious if you knew of the 39, what percentage of those people were in favor of the sidewalks, and how many were opposed to them?
Out of all the people that we could get out to the November 27th meeting, every single one of them were against it.
That one's easy to figure.
Yeah.
What street do you live on, Palmer or Kennedy?
Right on the corner of Kennedy and Palmer. I already have 150 feet of sidewalk to shovel.
And just over, does Hearst Ave, do they have sidewalks now or not?
There's sidewalk on one side, and the other side is a former business called Tugan Express with no sidewalk.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
You indicated you just got a copy of this report about a week ago, roughly?
That's correct.
Okay, and you weren't able to muster up all the residents as a result of the concerns they had last year at the open houses that you had. So would you want them to come back and defer this item so you have a better presentation, or what's your objective on this? Or come back next Monday night, or leave it for another 3 weeks or something? What's your thoughts?
Well, on November 27th, when we were at Mill Courtland Community Center, I discussed if we could get a meeting room to get the neighbors together, and Mill Courtland said, yes, we can do that. And I thought I was going to have more time to be able to get all the neighbors together. It's difficult. People work during the day. Myself, I actually work out of the country quite a bit, so I'm not around, but I have been back for a week. It would be nice to have more time, to have more representation, like we had here with the Victoria Park area. There was a number of residents that were here. I was able to make contact with one of my neighbors, Brad Callender. He owns one of the rental units down the street. He is concerned, and I printed off his letter that he had for everybody. And there are a number of concerns. We have older people who can't make it out, and we have a number of young people who work the day shift and who can't be here either because of the time. So any kind of leeway would be great, especially if you decide today you want to vote for this, where we haven't got enough people here to say no.
Well, what would happen is that if we make a decision today, that recommendation of today would go to next Monday night, and then you and your residents and whoever else you want to bring could come at that Monday evening and speak to it and make your pitch. I'm not sure what the ward councillor wants to do on this, and I'm going to leave it to him as to whether he wants to move forward with it or defer it, and then we'll sort of follow from that direction as to whether how it will unfold. So I'm sympathetic with you. I think it should be deferred, and it should give you an opportunity to get your troops together and come down here. That's what we're here for, public engagement. But I'll leave it to the ward councillor to see what he's going to do.
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Terry a couple of questions. I was at the meeting. How many actually attended that November 27th meeting, Terry? Do you have any rough idea?
Yeah, it's in the report. I believe it was 8 to 10 people that were there.
Okay. And when you say there are 39 people affected, how many, do we know how many are opposed? Have they been surveyed? Or?
At the time of the November 27th, because I had enough notice, I was able to give a letter to everybody in the community. I printed it off, went to everybody's house, put one in every rental mailbox because I had no idea how I was going to get a hold of the owners of the buildings. Everybody that was able signed a letter that they were against it, and I brought those to the November 27th meeting as well.
Yeah, I remember that. And I'm confused. The people were notified by our staff of the meeting today on February 13th, but you didn't get yours till the 18th. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. I thought Diana was going to send me an email to let me know when I could see the report or what the agenda was, and I only got a response back when I emailed her on the 18th, and she responded on the 19th.
Right. Mr. Chair, in answer to Councillor Yanetsky, I would certainly, I seem to be deferring a lot today. I'd recommend we defer this because there are a lot of people in that neighborhood who very much oppose this sidewalk proposal, and I'd like to see some of them here at one of our meetings.
Okay, and that'll be dealt with when we move to community infrastructure services. Appreciate it. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's okay. I had something similar to what Councillor Etherington asked a question, so it's already been answered.
Okay, and if there are no further questions, okay. We're not taking questions to staff until we deal with the item later. Thank you. There are no further questions, Mr. Ross.
Would you like me to leave the letter from Brad so that everybody can see it?
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to the presentation for the Open Data Initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'll wait for Diana to bring up the PowerPoint. You have the slide deck in front of you. In the interest of time, I'll be very brief in terms of my comments and really leave more to committee members for a line of questioning if you have a specific interest. You may recall that we were here, Yuri Konga and I, back in October at a strategic session to introduce the city's Open Government Initiative. And today's presentation follows up on that, really to focus on what's happened since that point in time and bring forward two specific recommendations. So there is a threefold purpose for the presentation today. One, to talk about what we did and specifically our approach to public engagement. Secondly, what we heard through that engagement. And lastly, what we're doing. And we're seeking direction on two things. One is an updated accountability and transparency policy, and the second is an action plan for the next 4 years to support that. Some of these things may look familiar. As I mentioned in October, the discussion really revolved around the definition of open government, what it meant for the city, and what some future directions may look like. And essentially, it's a belief that governments have a responsibility to citizens to be accountable and transparent and participatory. As we mentioned then, a lot has already been done within the City of Kitchener, but there's room for us to continue moving forward under the three guiding principles that are shown in the graphic up on the screen. Council supported the direction back in October, and you gave your blessing for us to proceed with public engagement, which has been our focus over the past couple of months. So as I mentioned, stakeholder consultation was a major focus for us. There were 6 activities that were undertaken since October to first confirm our framework, second identify actions, and lastly obtain advice, and specifically, as you heard from the delegation, around the open data launch in terms of potential priorities and opportunities for collaboration. So the 6 activities were first a discussion at a joint meeting of all advisory committees. Secondly, an online survey specific to this purpose. Third, we added questions to the Environics survey of 1,002 city residents. We had discussions with a number of undergraduate and graduate university classes during Local Government Week. And lastly, multiple discussions with with the open data stakeholder community. All of the results of the consultation are summarized in Appendix A, and I'll speak briefly about them in the next couple of slides. So as you see, if you look at the appendix, there was a lot of input received through those 6 channels, and so we took some time to analyze and synthesize all of those findings to understand what the key themes were that were emerging from all 6 of those channels. And these are the 5 key themes that did emerge, and they found their way into our updated policy and our action plan. And I don't want to belabor the discussion, so I won't walk through them in great detail, but I thought I would just choose one of them and basically demonstrate to you how the feedback we elicited did find its way ultimately into the findings you have today. So first we met with advisory committees, and you can see here the question that we posed to them, and it was one of a number of questions, and essentially we were asking them to identify strengths and gaps in terms of participation approaches undertaken by the city. And here are the 3 key themes that we heard from our advisory committees. One was the need for us to simply improve awareness. Secondly, to improve access to information with a focus in online information. And further to that point, they expressed an interest in further exploring opportunities for electronic engagement. They were careful to say that that's not the be-all and end-all, that we need to maintain a focus on traditional methods, but our major thrust going forward should be on improving e-participation. In terms of our online survey, we asked citizens to rank order a number of different actions for open government, and they're listed here. And if you look at the results, essentially what we heard is that developing new ways to encourage public engagement and participation was the highest priority through the survey that we undertook. So we took that question a bit further in the survey, and we then asked people to tell us how they would prefer to participate in the activities of government. And loudly and clearly, we heard that email and online participation were the most preferred options. And this is maybe not surprising, given it was an online survey, that we would hear from those participating that electronic methods were preferred. But it was also interesting, if you look towards the right, the third most popular response was social media. And we did see the response rate improve on that one as we further promoted our efforts through social media. And so it's clear that our efforts to engage people through social media in the survey influenced the result and the response from citizens. And lastly, we asked in the other direction, how is it that citizens would like to receive information from the City of Kitchener? And again, perhaps not surprisingly, electronic means of information sharing were preferred over in-person or hard copy. And it was interesting to note, if you look at the 3 largest bars, there was no clear preference between the electronic means, between social media, the website, or email. So clearly, we need to be making use of multiple channels when we're providing information electronically to citizens. So as you know, we completed in around the same time frame the Environics survey, and the difference between the Environics survey and the online survey that we conducted is that the Environics survey is statistically significant, so there should be a higher degree of confidence with respect to the results. And also there was not a selection bias in that it was a telephone survey conducted by the polling firm, so it should not indicate a disproportionate number of people oriented already to electronic participation. So in terms of the question, that we asked citizens, again, the question was around how they would like to give specific input on policies that affect them. And the survey told us that citizens would like to see new ways to provide input, primarily online. And as I've mentioned, this is consistent with the online survey result, but it does not have the same selection bias that perhaps that online survey would have had. In terms of the local university students, we had the opportunity in Local Government Week to provide a presentation to a number of classes, and at the end of that presentation, engage those students in a dialogue around open government and open data. And we asked them for their perspective on how they've been involved in the past and also what opportunities they see for us to improve participation in government. We received some great feedback, and again, the focus in those conversations came to rest on electronic engagement with citizens around civic issues. There was interest in the use of online tools, including budget tools and also the ability to vote online. And it was interesting because that was tempered or balanced with a recognition on the part of students that there are challenges associated with implementing technology, resource limitations in government, and so I think they were pragmatic in terms of the feedback that they offered. So it was clear to us as we digested all of that feedback that there was a very clear theme emerging as we talked to citizens throughout all of these channels around how to better engage and improve participation in government, and I trust that you see it even based on the quick overview I've given. And so to follow this example through, here are the means in which that feedback specifically found its way into our policy and action plan. So as you look at the draft policy, you see that we've reaffirmed or perhaps even strengthened our commitment to citizen engagement as a key factor in open government. But we're silent in the policy on the specific means, and that's because we expect and fully anticipate that over the 4 or 5 year life of that policy before it is reviewed again, a lot will change in terms of how we are engaging citizens, particularly using electronic means. So the action plan includes clear statements around the actions for 2014 and then 2015 and beyond, the ways in which we'll use electronic means to enhance participation via the website, but also through other channels. And so this focus on electronic participation, on electronic engagement, is one of the 10 priority actions that you'll see defined in the action plan, and we believe that we can trace that back very clearly to the feedback we've received throughout the whole process. So returning to the other 4 themes beyond participation, you can see them listed on the slide. They're detailed on pages 6-2 and 6-3 of the report. So I had some description for each of them. I won't belabor the presentation, but certainly if you have questions, I'd be pleased to respond to it. But I would just pick up on the 3rd bullet there, and you heard the delegation allude to it, and that's the notion that the city will increasingly move towards a position that's open by default. And this really means that we provide information and data publicly unless there is a legal or an ethical constraint or impediment to doing so. And I think, as you heard the delegation allude to, part of this is a cultural shift that will be supported by training on an ongoing basis, but a part of it is very technical in terms of how exactly we can take data that doesn't lend itself right now to public dissemination and, as a matter of course, prepare it in a way that lends itself to being shared via open data. So the first thing you're being asked to approve today is a revision to the accountability and transparency policy. And again, this is essentially the whole reason why we're here. In 2007, when the policy was written, it outlined the expectation that it would be reviewed within the next term of council, and so we've done that. The policy is included as Appendix B, and in the report we talk about a number of enhancements that have been made. Again, they're summarized on the slide. I won't go into them in great detail, but would be pleased to respond to any questions. So the policy is really a statement of intent. It's the action plan that outlines the work that we propose to undertake over the next 4 years to really deliver on those policy commitments. And we're very proud of the actions that have been defined. We think it's a reasonable plan. It only includes, well, I should say only includes 10 actions, but they're 10 large actions. And if we're successful, I would suggest that we will significantly advance our commitment to openness over the next 4 years. The action plan is included as Appendix E. And today I'll just highlight some of the priorities for 2014. And perhaps speak about one example in each area. So one of the 3 principles in our framework is participation. In 2014, we'll focus on formalizing and developing a community engagement policy for the city. Although we have a policy statement that was approved a number of years ago, we do not actually have a policy that governs community engagement, and so we'll look to develop that. And in support of that, we'll research a number of tools for online participation, perhaps attempt some pilots, really so we're in a position as we launch in the new term of council in 2015 to make better use of electronic means of engagement across the entire organization. Accountability is the second of the 3 principles in our framework. And so for 2014, one of the priority actions that we'll undertake is to engage in a broader community assessment of the feedback we received through the Environics survey. So you'll recall that accountability emerged as a key theme and as a new theme in the feedback from that survey. And so in conjunction with Compass Kitchener, we're looking to engage the community more broadly to better understand what was meant and why that has emerged as a key theme through that survey. The third element of our framework is transparency, and our key initiative in 2014 is the launch of our open data portal and building awareness around the launch, and I'll just touch briefly on that over the next couple of slides. But you'll see on the whole that we're looking for your endorsement of the action plan to guide our activities over the next 4 years. So in terms of the open data launch, you approved in general a framework back in October, and we've been engaging with stakeholders since that point in time and have developed a detailed implementation plan, and you have the executive summary for that plan in Appendix F. So in terms of consultation, we included specific topics in the advisory committee meeting, in the online survey, and as alluded to by the delegation, we've met with the open data user community, with the local universities, municipalities, Communitech, and city staff to look at our needs, our priorities, and opportunities for collaboration. So part of the work we're continuing to do is establish the parameters for our launch. We're anticipating that we'll go live publicly in April, and so we're down to the short strokes in terms of that. We've identified a number of data sets based on feedback, input, and other considerations. They're identified in the report, and those will become our priority in the near term. And we're working on the portal that will basically be the front end for that open data via the city's website. So as I've mentioned, we're looking to do a lot of communication and engagement around the launch, which will happen in April, in conjunction with partners to raise the profile for the initiative. I'll just speak about a few of the things that have happened. In fact, Saturday was Open Data Day, which is an international event. A lot of activities happened around the world, and in Kitchener, the Quartz Labs Makerspace Open Data Waterloo Region holded their own event. We were pleased to be represented there to provide our initial 20 data sets for that user group, and basically use it as an opportunity to provide a preview of our launch and receive some early feedback. I mentioned in an email to Council a week or two ago that the City is proud to sponsor Communitech's Database Challenge event in March. And this is a critical thinking challenge event in which universities and college students are invited to basically develop solutions using open data to real-life problems. They'll be judged and will be a part of that competition there. I'm sure you heard about the recent federal announcement concerning funding for a Canadian Digital Media Network, which will be in fact located here in downtown Kitchener. Dr. Kevin Tour is the lead for that initiative, and we'll be meeting with him next week to talk more about how the city can support their efforts and how municipalities can ensure that we're all working together to basically provide seamless open data across the country. We envision lots of other engagement activities as we move forward with the launch in April, but here are just a sample of some of the things that are already underway today. So this concludes the overview. I know there's a lot of information there, but hopefully I've been able to speak to some of the highlights. There are two recommendations before you today, one for the policy and one for the action plan. And as one last comment, I'd like to acknowledge the work of our steering committee and our project team, some of which are represented here today. All of this work has happened in the space of about 5 months, including significant engagement, and so they've certainly committed a lot of time and effort to the initiative. And Catherine Dever, who is seated to my right, was the project manager and certainly did an excellent job in coordinating all of the efforts. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be pleased to respond to your questions.
Thank you. Very good presentation. A number of questions. Councillor Ioannidis.
Through you, Chair Davey. Thanks, Mr. Chapman, for your presentation. I guess the question that I have is regarding open data by default. Can you elaborate a little bit further? What does that mean exactly? Like, is it something that staff will implement something on a work order and that will be available instantly on the web for someone to look at? Is that, like, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Through the chair, I think it is essentially a commitment to move in the direction to say that all data is public data unless there's a compelling reason why it shouldn't be. And I would think that we're starting from a position of strength. You can appreciate there are some municipalities that would basically force any request to go through freedom of information, and that's their bias. I would say that our history has been in the other direction, that we'd look to facilitate the provision of information. So I think that's part of it. The other part, though, is ensuring that when we're producing data, we're thinking about how it will be easy to provide that as open data. Whereas right now, a lot of the data sets we have would require cleansing and new approaches to maintenance for them to be usable as open data.
Okay. So I guess the other question that I have is, how would open data in effect kind of affect our competition in the sense of other municipalities? In the sense, we have certain initiatives that we're working on to give our city a competitive advantage, and if we're having this information, freely out there, how would that affect us?
I don't really see it as a threat to our competitive position. I think, on the other hand, and Yuri Conga, who's here today, and I were just having a conversation before we came in, I think the best use of open data is when there's a community problem that City Council and City staff don't have the answer to, but there's a lot of data on the issue, and we can simply provide the data and look for interested members of the public to help collaborate to find solutions. And so I would suggest to you that that can only lead to more involvement and better decisions. I don't see the kind of data that we'd be looking to provide as being anything that would threaten a competitive position for the city. I would see it quite the opposite.
Okay. I'll have comments after.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much, and appreciate all the hard work that the team has done here, and it builds on the framework that we did approve. Question about privacy concerns, because that might be something that people in the community are wondering about. Could you elaborate for us on where we stop in terms of sharing data and how we're protecting the privacy of our citizens?
Sure. I believe most members of the committee, or all members, are familiar with Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act legislation, MFIPA. And fundamentally, that's the filter that we need to apply to open data. So anything that's protected under that legislation needs to be protected. I think where it gets complicated, and I don't fully appreciate it myself, is that oftentimes you may have data sets where you don't believe that the data taken on its own can identify or betray personal information. But when you can layer multiple data sets on top of each other, you can actually start to isolate results to individuals. And so I think that'll be our greatest area of learning going forward, to make sure that we're not providing individual data sets that, when combined, can reveal personal information.
Thank you for that. And in terms of staff time, would there be any additional costs for formatting or updating the data to share this? Would there be any financial impacts, in other words, to the city?
It's conceivable that there will. For now, the priority data sets we believe we can provide with minimal effort. A lot of them are geographic information system data sets, and the benefit is that there's already a high quality control, and the file types are usable as open data. And that's where the interest is right now, in transportation-based and GIS data. I think as we move further down the path, we'll want to make sure that we build our systems so that when we're collecting data, it's in a format that's usable right from the start, so we limit the amount of rework.
So will that come back to council so that we'll see what the potential implications are?
I think as we work more with the user community and understand what the needs are beyond the initial launch, if we find that that is going to be the case, yes, we'd want to have a conversation with council around that.
Okay. And I'd be happy to move this at the appropriate time. Has it been moved? Okay, thank you.
It's been moved, yeah. Councillor Fernandez?
Thanks. One of the concerns I have is I know we collect a lot of data, a tremendous amount of data, and some of it is effective and it's utilized appropriately, but other is not. Will the public be will we be collecting data and in a usable format for the public to understand, or will they be wading through reams and reams of data and information? I mean, data really is information, right? That they'll be totally confused and not understanding the one question that they have. By the time they follow all the steps to get to the actual answer, they'll have given up.
Through the chair, I think there are 3 levels to the response. One is there are some sophisticated users who can work with raw data and are able to basically extract from it what they need. And so our raw open data will be sufficient for them. One of the things that we have to do very well when we publish open data is provide what's called the metadata, which is basically information about the data. So if we have a table with rows and columns, a lot of information in it, we should be explaining very well what the rows mean, what the columns mean, what's in the data, so that somebody can, basically with that knowledge, work more effectively with it. I think the next level above that is what's often referred to as open knowledge, and that's where we actually provide visualization tools, other tools and methods whereby somebody can actually use data to understand it without having to synthesize it themselves. So simply put, it would be almost reporting tools where people can dump the data into the tool and it will provide more meaningful reporting to them. I think that's a much longer term direction for us, but it should get at the issue that you're raising.
Okay. I mean, when you're taking all this information and this data, what areas do you see, and I think you've identified one is probably transportation and roads. So an example that I think that might be interesting to people, especially a year like this, is potholes. You know, how many potholes do we have? You know, when will they get repaired? What's the cost of repairing? Is this something that you see that the public is going to be, you know, keying in, you know, sitting at home and saying, you know, I drove down Fisher Hallman today and I encountered 10 potholes. When the heck are they going to fix them? Is that the kind of things that you see people will be looking for information on?
I don't know that I can comment on that specific example, but you've hit the nail on the head. It seems to me that transportation data is the type of data that we're hearing the most about. We were at a session the province held, and all of the stakeholders were focused on transportation data. A lot of the input we've received is focused on transportation data. So that could be, you know, transit scheduling, trail and cycling route maps, you know, road conditions, traffic accident data, pothole data, where people have very specific needs and interests and are looking to combine that data to solve problems or answer questions.
Okay.
So I'll have to think about that example you've cited, but I think you are correct. Transportation data seems to be the major focus right now.
Okay. Just a couple other quick questions. So, sorry, I'm just reading my questions over so that I remember again. I'll just go back. I'll go to the financial implications because I think that this is definitely an initiative that we're being requested by the public in general to do this. Is there another stakeholder that is saying that we should be doing this, that we should be offering all of these data sets and all this information?
We're not being mandated to do it, so the province is not, the federal government is not. There are a lot of stakeholders publicly. Basically, all of the ones that we've consulted with, our advisory committees, the open data community, university students are saying that there is a gap right now, or there's an opportunity there, and so while we're not being mandated to move in that direction, certainly a lot of public opinion would say this is a need within the community.
Okay, are we moving quicker on this than we need to, than we are able to, and then that would be cost effective? Or should we maybe be taking smaller steps to moving into this in this direction so that we can spread out the cost and the implications and the work for staff?
Certainly, we're early adopters, so we are, I would say, ahead of the curve. But we've been very clear all the way along within the steering committee that we want to be really pragmatic in the approach, which is why there are 10 actions here. There aren't 50 action items in front of you. And I'm very mindful of our budget reality, and so my interest is in seeing how can we, you know, continue turning the ship in the right direction over time. And this provides, I think, a roadmap for it. If there were major financial implications envisioned, we'd be telling you that. There may be modest ones over time, but for now, this is really about just changing the way we do business over the next 4 years.
Okay. I think the last question I had was, we've had a lot of participation from a lot of broad stakeholders. Some of them university students who may be looking at data and information, and some of them are advisory committees who may look at this in a different perspective. Do you see that the general public will find this a bit confusing and not understand what direction this is going in, and how you know, Cindy Public is going to be actually able to use this? Will we be doing something in terms of sharing this information on what you would need to use this open data, or any of the information, like a tutorial, I suppose?
Through the chair, I don't think it's our expectation at present, or the expectation generally, that open data will be broadly used by all citizens. I think that it is targeted towards people that are able to work with data as developers, for example, or, as the delegation alluded to, data journalists who provide infographics and write stories based on this information. So I think our focus really will be working on the champions in the community who are looking for the data and can work with it, and through them build awareness, build knowledge. But Open Data Waterloo Region will be far more effective at generating interest within a user community than will the City of Kitchener. So our interest will be in working with them as opposed to trying to replicate what they're already doing well.
Okay, my last question. Is there a danger to moving too fast on this?
I think the only danger, and I don't believe we're doing it, but the danger would be that we don't put the systems and supports in place to sustain well what we're attempting to launch here. But a major focus in the open data work has been to think about how we're going to sustain it. We'll do the same as we look at electronic engagement. So I think we're moving quickly, but thinking very carefully about how we'll sustain what we start.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rubenovich?
Thank you very much. Just two quick questions. When we look at this, Mr. Chapman, is there anything in here that of significance that we didn't include, and why didn't we include it in terms of the recommendations coming forward right now?
I'm looking at Catherine, but I think we were able to capture all of the feedback in those 5 major themes. There may have been some very specific suggestions, but even those I think would fit under those 5 themes. But in grouping them, there was a lot of consistency in all of the feedback in these 5 areas.
Okay. Second question, in the financial section of the report, it references the fact that there aren't any at this time, but there may be ones in the future. Can you touch on, what we might be looking at?
A great example. Oftentimes when open data is launched, there's interest in generating enthusiasm by having a competition, and typically there are prizes awarded as a part of that. So at some point we may come to you and say, here's how we'd like to do a launch. Would the city consider offering a prize, partnering with others, looking for others to work with us on that? These are modest costs, but at the end of the day, that's the sort of thing I think that we would envision.
Sure, and it's something that I agree. I mean, in other cities they have done that, and it's really helped raise awareness of the initiative, moving it forward. Have you spent much time looking at this from the perspective of economic development and getting their input? Because I know in some of the work that's been done, and I've heard Yuri and others talk about this, how we can link all of this together. And I know it's touched on a little bit, but just how can we leverage this with the work that we're doing to grow the tech and digital media sectors, and now open data because of the federal government's announcement?
So you may be aware, we referenced it on one of the slides, that Communitech actually has a cluster within their organization called Database, and really the focus of that organization is to work with people that are commercializing solutions based on open data. And so we've established the connection with them. I think that's one of the avenues that we want to pursue much further to see how municipal open data can support their agenda. So I think it's the early days with both Communitech and with CDMI, but those I think represent the 2 best opportunities that we have right now to move that issue forward.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'll save my comments for when I move the motion.
Certainly. Mayor Zaire.
Thank you. Before I get into a couple of questions, I want to do a time check again, because we have a significant problem here. I'm not sure how long this is going to go. Are there any other speakers that you have? Right.
Two more questioners and then comments.
Okay, so this is liable to, and I don't know how long that's going to take, but another 20 minutes perhaps. We have, going into the community services, I understand we have staff here, 2 people here for items number 5, 2 people for number 6. As well, we have the special council meeting, and there's an individual here that is here for that item, which we were scheduled to start 20 minutes ago. So I was just talking briefly to Pauline. I don't know what that will mean for the staff if we were to postpone CIS until after the meeting this evening, and perhaps we can ask Pauline what that does with staff, and are they able to return? Because we're not going to get all this stuff done.
Right. Ms. Houston?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I think what we need is some clarity in terms of timing when they need to come back, and I haven't specifically asked them whether they're available this evening. That we have people here for the consent items too, just in case there were questions. So as long as we have some clarity as to when you want them back, and if we could deal with the consent items quickly, that would be great if we could do that before special council and just leave the discussion items for later. But I don't know if there are questions.
Okay, can I get a show of hands? Anyone have any questions on the consent items for community infrastructure services? So we had 1. Okay. So I guess
I'm not trying to upset the whole apple cart. The special council meeting could take 3 minutes, it could take 30 minutes, it could take 60 minutes. I don't know.
Right. So again, I'm at committee's discretion, and I would actually ask staff as well, is there any issue in, well, I guess there's an issue with the sidewalk in particular, but moving the items to even before audit committee on council, is that a possibility? Anyone?
I think we can deal with it today. I would hope we could deal with all this stuff today.
Okay, and so if we're going to deal with them today then, so should these be moved to after our planning meeting then? Or can they be moved, I guess, Ms. Houston?
Other than the consent items, is that possible?
I just heard from staff that they are available to come later, so if you want to postpone it till after planning, they can come back then.
Okay. Okay, so we'll continue then at this point.
Okay, so I had a couple of questions for staff
Oh,
on
please.
the open data. This afternoon, or this morning rather, I attended a MAX meeting, and one or two of the people who were there had been involved probably about 7 years ago, and there was a report. It was called Citizen Engagement Toolkit in preparing that. And they were wondering whether or not that has some of the things that were that they had participated in and had been in that full report, whether or not they are finding their way into this process, or is it outdated? And from what you've described here, the engagement issue is more about getting information out there, not necessarily the engagement from the public in saying they want to give their opinions on a particular subject and be part of a decision-making process. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it is both ways, but in terms of participation, the feedback was largely focused on the need for greater electronic engagement. So our hope is to update that toolkit and the framework and formalize a policy which doesn't exist today. So it will build on that foundation that was laid, I think, between 5 and 7 years ago.
Okay, so is that report still being utilized as a toolkit?
It is. So there were 4 steps along that engagement continuum. We still apply that thinking in our staff reports. You see the reference to that under community engagement. Yeah. I think what we heard loud and clear is that we need to be doing more in terms of electronic engagement, and so that will certainly be a focus as we update and refine the policy.
Okay. All right, I'll try to, I'll arrange for someone who's more closely involved with this, perhaps yourself, to explain that to Max, and I think they would appreciate how that filters into what they had been involved with before.
Just on that point, Mayor Zer, they were at the all-committee meeting, and so we offered at that point to actually go to any interest advisory committee meeting and make a presentation, so we'd be happy to appear on their agenda if that's helpful and address the whole committee.
Perhaps working, is it Janice? No. I'll double check.
We can follow up.
Yeah, who that should be. And I will be supporting the recommendation that's in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you. And I had a number of questions on open data, but I think the mayor has shamed me in shortening my questions. So I'll try to be brief. You know, this is I see this as a new frontier, obviously, and I'm hopeful that we can at the same time prospect for some nuggets as a benefit to the city as a corporation as well. With enabling raw data, obviously the general public has no real usage of that, but with our key partners out there in the community that can access that raw data, what type of ways do you see that initiatives could come forward that we could pose out questions, say, this is the data that's available, this is what we're pondering about, what's some solutions out there in the private sector that you could provide with the data available?
So I don't know, Yuri, if you want to come and just give some quick examples from your experience in terms of where that's being done well.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The reality is that there are a kind of a never-ending list of community issues, problems, or looking at it another way, opportunities. One of the things that becomes problematic and quite often in your circumstances, having to make decisions, and I've noted it on several occasions, the need for the correct information, sufficient information. But it's not only about the information, it's also about providing some visualizations and some analytics to the general public so they can understand and provide some feedback in a useful manner. And so you will find a lot of municipalities that are trying to engage the community through applications that it's easier for them to understand and contribute back to your decision-making process. And I think similarly to the ones that have already undertaken open data, you will see benefits being derived, but it should be driven by the community where the interest is, similarly to where you see the priorities are, the areas that you would like addressed, and then we can look at what specific data sets should be made available to the community to utilize to give back to the general public, because I think that's one of the fundamental issues, and I'll take budgets as an example, not picking on Dan, but the reality is that most municipalities, they will provide 200 to 600 page PDFs. Nobody's going to look at that. If you're asking for feedback, it has to be in a digestible manner. And so some years ago, as an example, the UK Guardian, the newspaper there, they illustrated the UK budget in terms of sizes of blocks, how much money was spent. But then they also facilitated the opportunity to provide input, judging on the programs and that. So it's that not only providing the data, but allowing engagement back and forth. As Mr. Chapman identified, it's a two-way street discussion, dialogue.
And that's really what I was trying to confirm, that there would be a constant two-way dialogue that would be happening. But it was more to, on the higher level, as Mr. Chapman alluded to first, it's more open knowledge and open data to the general public, for the layman's to be able to, comprehend all the mass data that's there and summarize it into a more usable format. And so that's what I was saying. Would this immense open data allow for us to put the challenge out there and say, develop certain aspects of apps that could, help us with our, community participation and the accountability side, as well as transparency, which open data is accomplishing? But I'm guessing yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I want to start off by telling you that I know where all the potholes are in the city. I've hit 60% of them. I'll give you a list. Generally speaking, I support where you're going here. It would be very difficult for anyone not to support it. I just want to hear it again from you that you think you can deal with this without any additional costs.
I think we can accomplish a lot of this within existing resources and budgets. Another example came to mind in response to Councillor Urbanovic, and that's around electronic participation. There are a lot of open source tools available, but there are also applications that we may want to look at in time that we would acquire at a cost. We don't have that envisioned right now, but the whole point is we'll come back to Council with ranges of options and identify costs if there are costs to be had. At this point in time, we're not forecasting them.
Okay, this next question, you may not have time. I was going to ask you if you could give me a couple of examples of going down this road which are different than where we are today. Is it possible to give a couple examples, or is that... I'm trying to truly understand, what exactly does it mean?
What exactly is the...
What exactly will happen as a result of going in this direction? Can you give me a couple of examples to say today we do this, down the road here's what will happen?
So I don't want to presume that this will be a specific outcome, but we've seen a lot of great examples around neighborhood engagement in contentious issues. So, you've been dealing recently with a lot of traffic calming, transportation planning related sidewalk issues where we go to public meetings, we have surveys, people appear before council. We've seen a lot of great electronic tools that are built on blogging engines or a WordPress engine that allow people to engage in the neighborhood with city staff in dialogue around a thorny issue that provides a lot more opportunity for back and forth dialogue before the issue ever comes to council. And so I think what we're saying is people want electronic engagement. There are new tools evolving each and every day, and we want to commit time and energy over the next 4 years to really do justice to that opportunity. And the other is open data, that right now, if you request information from the city, typically it's formally, well, it can be formally through an FOI, and you'll get a stack of paper. And we recognize that there is a hunger for raw data and pure data, and this is a vehicle to provide it.
Okay, my last question, and I've already said I support where you're going here, but will I be able now to get monthly financial statements?
It goes back to the issue that I raised, that some data is ready to go. Some data is not, and we've talked at length about that issue, so that is not in the near-term work plan.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Actually, I just have Councillor Fernandez question. Quick question, sure.
Yeah. How will this impact people who don't have access to computers? I mean, how does that leave out a whole segment of our population who won't be able to access this kind of information and this kind of data?
What we heard, and we heard it through the All Advisory Committee meeting, is that while certainly a lot of the focus revolves around technology, we heard people say in that meeting, while we want to do more electronic engagement, don't give up on traditional methods. And so I think at a minimum, we need to bear in mind that people do still access those channels, and we need to nurture those as we're building new and better ways of doing things. So at a minimum, that's our commitment. And that's probably the best I can offer at this point in time.
That's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions myself. First off is from the data input standpoint, how closely are we working with our customer relations, customer service system to make sure that the data is, are we preparing that system in order to enter it into the data sets as we're looking at, because I think we're in the middle of looking at that now.
Dan, do you want to comment on that?
As you're aware, we're in the process of the customer service strategy as well. The plan to have the CRM system and come back to council for next year's budget to move forward with that. That's kind of the target area where we'll be able to build in a lot of the data we would hope to extract out of there. The system we currently have, there's a number of different feeds to that. We may be able to pull some of that information out, but at this particular time, a lot of that information would be a challenge to get. So again, looking forward and understanding what we want to be able to provide out of those systems will help us move and implement new systems more effectively.
Sure, but the point though is the new system will automate much of that into the data sets?
The goal will be to make sure that as the system is put in, the information will be made available out of that as it's done.
Very good. My only other question is on the e-engagement side of this. In terms of the Mayor Zare brought up the idea of, was it mostly going out or coming in? In terms of coming in, are there any issues, like privacy rule issues, that would prevent us from identifying who is commenting or who is providing the information or the requests or the concern back to us?
To the extent we're using electronic channels to gather citizen input? That's your question?
Right.
Is there, yeah.
Yes.
My understanding is always that provided we're using the information for the purpose for which it was collected and that we have disclaimed up front how personal information will be used, that opportunity still exists. So if we're gathering citizen input as we did around budget, telling people that we require personal information and it will be disclosed for this reason, we're permitted to. Where we can't do it is when it's been gathered for a different purpose or we've not made clear up front how it will be used.
Okay. Very good. I'll have comment on that as well. So there are no further questions. I'll go back to Councillor Verbanovich to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will move the recommendations that are before us and just speak to them very briefly. I really want to express my thanks to Catherine, the two Dans, the rest of the team, and to Yuri Konga, who put the work behind this report. I think an excellent amount of work has been done in a short time. I think Staff in deciding to work with Yuri did a great job of that, because he's very well regarded both in Ontario and nationally for his work in this area. So it certainly is helping to ensure that we're doing some really positive things going forward. And I think inevitably we stand as a community to benefit from the kinds of dollars that were announced for the CDMN network around open data in the federal budget, and how that will play out in terms of their role in our community over at the tannery. If we go back to the survey that Environics did, 75% of our citizens said accountability is a top priority for them, and it was in our top 3 priorities identified in that survey. And so I think this is an important thing for us to be focusing on, because it really does provide better access for everybody. I mean, whether we're talking about the media or researchers, giving added transparency and accountability that they can do their work better in terms of reporting on things, but as well as for the public and enabling them to better participate, to engage electronically or otherwise, and to really encourage them to be innovative and creative in terms of how they may want to use this data going forward. I'm excited about the e-engagement part of it. I think there are tools out there, and in the coming months and years, that this will, I think, serve this municipality very well.
Thank you. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thanks very much, and I again want to echo my thanks for this report. I think it does build on our focus on being an innovative and transparent and accountable community. It shows we're on track to being an intelligent community, and I think that it demonstrates our commitment to fulfilling our promise to share everything that's possible. So we have to model that behavior at every turn, and that means sharing what we can in person, modeling our behavior as council in terms of what we share, and certainly sharing all our data. And the only codicil, of course, is the cost, and I think that we're going to keep a close eye on that, but it's a good investment to our community, and I think it's a very worthwhile move, and something that's at the forefront of this initiative in the country, and I think that we should be really grateful that we're moving together as a city in this direction.
Very good. My comment first, I would also like to extend thanks to staff, Ms. Deaver and your team. This is an item that I'm personally very excited about. Quick comment on the e-engagement piece, just for feedback going forward. I personally am always have preference for when people are providing comment back to the city to have those identifying pieces of information, largely because the moment that you add anonymity, well, we all know what the forums are like, anonymous forums online, that sort of thing. I think you get much better feedback when you can identify the person making the comments. I want to comment briefly about examples. I think this is, again, it's a very high-level example, but this is kind of where I see it going in the future. There's been some talk about potholes, and I just see this with open data. We will be at some point in the future, and I'm not holding staff to this at any time in the near future, but there'll be a point. Right now, presumably, we take location data of where potholes are, and it's sitting on a computer somewhere, or someone calls in to complain, it's sitting in a computer somewhere. And the way that we're going with this is we can foresee a time where there will be an application on a smartphone or a computer where people will know that they can either submit a complaint about a pothole, or they'll be able to look at every pothole in the city and see, A, has it been acknowledged by the city, B, is it done, or when's it set to be done, without ever having to occupy staff resources by calling them. They'll be able to do it all completely automatically, and these are the sorts of exciting initiatives that I think this is the very beginning of. I think sometimes there are definitely areas where I don't want to be a trailblazer. There are areas where I don't think we need to be at the forefront, but this is one of the items that I think there'll be some costs involved perhaps in the future, but there's a much greater benefit for cost savings when we can automate this stuff, when we can get the private sector to offset some of the information and work that we're doing. And the last comment, I just wanted to reference Councillor Fernandez's concern about computer access. I really see this as the beginning of like an ongoing, like not even a 5-year, like a 10-year, 50-year project. And I think it's a safe assumption that when tablets like this are can be had for $100 today and open free Wi-Fi becoming ever more popular, I think it's a safe assumption for the future that every citizen will have access to these sorts of devices and this sort of information. That's why it's so important. So it has been moved by Councillor Verbanovich, and a recorded vote has been called. Okay, has everybody voted? Okay, those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Okay, that is it for Finance and Corporate Services. I presume then we'll be moving into Community Infrastructure Services first, or are you going to do special? Well, we were going to deal with the consent items, I thought. Yes. So I'll clear out quickly.
Okay. Do we have a mover for Mayor Zare moves the consent items? All those in favor? Do we have a question? Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have a question on the financial plan for the Kitchener Water Distribution System. I was looking at there was a revised schedule, I think, that was sent out. But I was comparing it to the budget that we passed here a few weeks ago, and there are some figures that don't seem to tie in. What really bothers me is the bottom line. In the budget figures, we were looking at a $2 million or so ending deficit every year, and I look on the financial plan, we're looking at a $2 million or so surplus every year. That's a $4 million difference. That would have gone a long ways to support my slight decrease in the rates.
Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the budget is prepared on a cash basis, and it better reflects the actual cash flows to the enterprise. This is prepared on an accrual basis, and so it does not include our capital expenditures, and it does include amortization. So this does not reflect the cash budget that Council did pass, you're correct, a month or two ago.
The budget is based on a cash basis?
It always has been, yes. And I'd suggest it's more important for us to understand what the outlay is for capital expenditures and to raise those amounts through the rates than to be setting our rates based on an amortization cost, which is a function of depreciation on very old assets. I think the other way to look at it is on the previous schedule of the balance sheet. It shows an accumulated surplus of $85 million for the water utility. Clearly, there is not $85 million within the water utility to be spent. That basically represents the historic investment in capital assets on an accrual basis.
Are you finished, Mr.? Do you have any?
I'm done.
Okay.
Done like dinner.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, my question is related to the water quality incident summary. I noticed a couple of issues in my area, and just wondering how we deal with these. Most of them are low chlorine. One is high chlorine up at on Bean Drive, which is adjacent to Strasburg Creek. So I'm a little bit concerned about this.
You're already in, Ms. Mick.
Through the chair. The low chlorine, we typically see those at the end of dead-end mains, so we do proactively go out and flush in the spring and in the fall, and in some cases where we have reoccurring issues, we will look at installing an auto flusher. The high chlorine was, for lack of a better word, a blip in the system. We don't typically see high chlorine, and as soon as we flushed, it came back down. We were a little bit nervous about the equipment we are using. We revised our procedure as well, because our equipment, you need to have another item to go with the equipment to read the high chlorine. So the number we're not totally comfortable with. So we've revised our procedure that if the chlorine goes above a certain level, we contact the lab who has the proper equipment. But we reported it just the same.
Okay. I guess the reason this is also a regional well, right, where the region is out at this well quite a bit. Is that right?
Correct. That's a regional well.
Yeah.
That sample was not on, it was on the distribution water, not the regional raw water, but yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Oh, wait a minute, 1 second. I just wanted to touch base if is anyone here for any other items? Mr. Chauvin, you want to come down? For probably Blair Creek. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Sorry, good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. Just here to speak to item number 6, Blair Creek Bridge consultant selection, and just be brief to say that we're here in support of the staff recommendation on behalf of Activa as a planning consultant for Activa, and just would like to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, just one question. On the map, I noticed that the development that we're talking about is in the, do you have a map with you?
I do, yes.
Okay. So the map that is it's in the lower left-hand quadrant of that. Is this the development that we're talking about that is moving forward?
It is on either side of the creek. So this is the bridge crossing we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But specifically in the report, I thought I saw 30T-08203 as the lands that are being developed.
Correct. And that plan is on either side of the Blair Creek, the north and south.
Okay. So help me understand how the development in the lower portion, what phase and what timeline are we talking about for the lower part, not the upper part?
What's being registered or proceeding to develop now is simply the road, which is the extension of Blair Creek Drive, and which includes the bridge crossing, and everything. And what would be required as part of that bridge are the stormwater management ponds on either side of the creek. The lands beyond the road and that swim pond south of the creek are, I don't have a timing for you.
Has there been a subdivision application put forward for the lower?
It's already approved as a plan of subdivision. That was part of the OMB hearing, which was held many years ago, and was approved all at that time.
Okay, thank you.
One more question. Mr. Unesky, Councillor Unesky.
On page 6-2, there's reference to, I know we're hiring approving for a consultant to undertake this whole process. But in there it talks about the city agrees with Activa for the cost efficiency for the ability of Activa to design, tender, and construct the bridge. So is the tender not coming through the city process?
That's a question to staff.
Well, I thought he may know the answer in terms of, he's working.
Well,
with
we can
Activa.
wait for staff to answer that question. So, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chauvin.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's too bad we're jumping around today, but it's trying to accommodate everyone's schedule as best as possible. So if the clerk's table, you can also switch that to council from committee, please.